For the opening statements, we have 4-minute openers for each person. Speakeasy, this was your topic. I assume you'd like to go first.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Okay, Cooley, you're going to follow behind him.
Okay.
Tally and Soy, you are on the negative. Which one of you would like to go first?
Strategically, so I do have a preference. You saw my opening.
Ladies first, as per the topic.
Okay.
That's lovely. I love it.
Hey,
All right.
Sarah, quick
Yes.
question. I'm gonna be going live on my YouTube channel. I know that afterwards you do like you know bring people on a panel and stuff like that. I'm most likely not gonna be able to stay for that long. So, when I leave the stream, how do I stop streaming on my YouTube channel? Is there a
Oh,
certain button that
yeah,
I press?
absolutely. So that same top right corner where you see your little link, the little it looks like a paperclip almost.
Yeah.
Just click that, and you see where it says remove.
Oh, that's all I do.
That's all you do, and then
Fair
just
enough.
make sure it should say like save to YouTube or delete or whatever. Just make sure you don't try to delete it. It
Okay,
should it
got you.
should otherwise run normally. If you forget, that's okay. Just message me and
Already,
I
he
can do
needs
it on
help
my
from
end.
women.
I
On your end.
I can
Okay.
remove
He's
anybody at any
conceded before the debate's even
Does
started,
anybody else
folks.
want
Also,
to
thanks for
link
joining.
up their channel now, while we're still I think Speakeasy, you were already up and running. Soy, I'm assuming you're doing screen recapture.
Yeah, I'm running right now. I am live. Just FYI, I should have said
course.
something.
As we make fun of you. I hope you got the part where we were making fun of you live.
Probably. I mean, I'll make fun of myself more than you will. So if not, I'll
I
make up
know.
for it on the back end.
Hello to the Soy Avengers.
Hello, Soy Pillars. Tally, and again, you're welcome to as well to click that button in the top right corner, and it's just plug and play, and it'll just sync up with the show. Even if you just want to save it for yourself to have a copy for later, you're more than welcome to. Okay. So interruptions, personal, mudslinging. It's fun. It's very entertaining. I love it just as much as the audience does, but let's not make it the entirety of the show. Keep it reasonable. Build your audience up. At least have some fun with it. Also, we've got the 4-minute opening. So about a 2-hour debate. We'll do closing statements. Of course, we'll start with Soy and we'll work our way back. Speakeasy, you will have the final word. Then we'll go into open panel. Cooley, you're already decided that you probably won't stay for that. Is everybody else planning to stay and hang?
Yeah, I'll stay and hang out. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And we all know that's where the fun's at. Like nobody likes the first 2 hours. It's always open panel. I think I got everything. Does anybody have any questions?
No,
All right.
ma'am.
Sexism is good for society. Speakeasy and Cooley, you were on the affirmative. Tally and Soy Pill, you were on the negative. Hopefully, nobody has any disagreements last minute before we kick off. Okay.
Wait a minute. I changed my mind. I decided I'm sexist.
All right. Fair enough. I'm going to put everybody backstage. The intro is about 2 minutes. When we're approximately 30 seconds to the tail end, I will put you back on stage, and that's just your cue to not pick your nose at that time. Okay.
I never would have guessed you're gay, Robbie, with all your thirst tweets. Guys, yes or no? Type 1 if you want me to mute this fucking the intro, guys. Do you want me to mute the intro? Oh god, it's so loud. Oh, it's so loud. All right, I see 2. I'm muting it. I'm taking off my headphones for a little bit. It's gonna be so loud, guys. I'm gonna be able to hear it from my headphones, unfortunately. Yeah, no, so just so you know, like, everyone else was, like, moderated volume-wise. I can hear this blasting. I think you might be able to hear it blasting into my mic right now, which is wild. It's very loud, yes. It's also like, look, we all know why we're here. We all know why we're here. We don't need to scream. We don't need to scream and replay all the worst parts of blood sports debating. Is it really 2 minutes long? Jesus. Yeah, you might. Yeah, I can see it clipping the mic right now, like very faintly here. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to defend women. I hope you guys are gonna have an interesting time with whatever stupid possible arguments these people are gonna come at me with. I'm sure it's gonna be Andrew Wilson adjacent based on what I know of Fugazi. I mean, I debated Fugazi before. It's always something so lame, and I'm not gonna come at this at like a
analytical standpoint, because that never works. You just got to come in and counter the stupidity with slightly less stupid stupidity. So every time you drop a good argument against sexism, remind everyone how tall you are. Hey, David, how's it going? I'm not going to play Satisfactory. I don't want to be sucked in. Is it some incel stuff? No, it's like red pill stuff. It's adjacent. Oh, I just saw myself there. I cameoed right there in the intro. Oh, all right. Is it? Dude, these intros are so high tech. This is wild. All for like the dumbest arguments.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Speak Easy, David Cooley from No Fugazi Podcast, TALI from TALI Bots, and of course, the Soy Pill. They are here this evening to debate the concept, the statement, sexism is good for society. Speak Easy, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Yeah. First off, thank you, Sarah, for moderating this, and my partner in opposition that joined. Thank you for that. And let's get right to it. Sexism, defined as discrimination based on sex, is not bad for society. It's good for society, and it's not just good, it's necessary. It's the whole reason civilization exists at all. If you all look around you, every single one of you on the panel, in the chat, lives in a world built on sex-based discriminations. Do you guys like women's bathrooms? That's sexism. You like women's sports? That's sexism. You like those nightclubs letting the women in for free on ladies' night? Sexism again. You like to rule women and children first when the ship sinks? The most extreme form of sexism. Yet nobody argues against it when lives are on the line. Why? Because sexism works. It makes society function. Socially, we accept
Guys,
all
I don't know
kinds
if
of
I'm going to be able to
sex-based
keep it together
boundaries
for this
because they
guy.
bring stability. That's why we keep bathrooms and locker rooms separate. That's why women-only gyms exist. And these aren't flaws in society. These are features that everyone wants. Legally, sexism has always been protective. Women are exempt from the draft while men are sent to die. The Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and a bunch of different protective labor laws barred women from
This guy needs to go
heavy
make more
industrial jobs
more
and
music. Post
specific
Malone really
chemical
fell off.
plants posed on reproductive health risks because they knew they had to protect the reproductive bottleneck of society. And this is all discrimination, and it's discrimination that society demanded and still demands today. Economically, sexism drives markets. Industries like fashion, cosmetics, entertainment, these are all billion-dollar empires built on sex-based discriminations. Even nightclubs use sexism to drive revenue. Entertainment thrives on it. From male heroes to damsels in distress to the women's sports leagues that nobody watches. These differences make culture compelling. Eliminate sexist archetypes and you erase most of culture. You put women's and men's sports leagues, women are vanished from sports overnight. The only reason women's sports exists at all is because of discrimination. And for survival, it's not even debatable. Societies that embrace sex-based roles thrived. Those that didn't collapsed. Men take on hardest, most dangerous jobs, and this frees women to manage homes and raise families. You send men to fight and die because women are the reproductive bottleneck. You protect them, and your society lives on. So here's the bottom line. Sexism isn't going anywhere. It's in our laws, our bathrooms, our sports, our survival strategies. And here's the biggest kicker. Even feminism agrees with me. And I'm not advocating for feminism, but let's be honest. The entire movement is built on the idea that women deserve some special treatment. That's sexism. By definition, feminism says sexism good. It's just selectively for women, which means if the opposition holds a position that feminism is good, they have already conceded my point. It's inescapable, and it's what makes society possible. And I'll see the rest of my
Guys,
time.
if you're feminist,
Thank
you already
Speak Easy.
lose
David, to you.
just by virtue.
Yeah, so we'll get right down to it. In their worldview, I'll just make some assumptions here. I'll be sexist currently right now. In their worldview, they believe things, Soy Pill, just by his name being Soy Pill and the woman on the panel being a lesbian, I can make this confident assumption by saying that they both believe that feminism is good. And feminism is, in fact, it's at its core is sexist. Feminism appeals to male sex enforcing rights for women, but for female sex, for the female sex, they cannot enforce their own rights. So it's inherently just sexist. So if you believe in feminism and if you think that's good, then obviously you think that sexism is good, just like Speakeasy said. I also make another confident assumption that they are pro-abortion. I believe that these two have some type of view of anti-natalist view, and abortion is in itself sexist because it takes two to make a baby, but women hold all reproductive rights over men. So I'll go ahead and make my opening very short there. Since Speak Easy, he broke it down perfectly
I'm
for
gonna
me.
have
I have a
such a
lot
good
to
time,
say, but
guys.
you used a lot of what I was gonna say, so I'll make it short and I'll bring it to the opposition.
Perfect. Thank you, David. TALI to you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for having us. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing us to this debate. Is sexism good for society? I'll start this off by saying that I am not someone who complains about sexism. I think that social animosity between the sexes goes both ways, and I don't concern myself with accusations of toxic masculinity, the gender pay gap, or female underrepresentation in the sciences. We are a sexually dimorphic species. We have evolved to be different and to be able to recognize these differences within each other. Like our opponents, I believe that there are, on average, significant and meaningful differences between the sexes, both biological and psychological, and that these differences are at the core of the discrepancies that we see between men and women, not discrimination or patriarchy. It is precisely for these reality-based reasons that I do not believe that sex discrimination is good for society. People tend to sort themselves on the basis of their skills, their interests, and their needs. These tend to fall on sex lines, but there will always be exceptions. We should demand competence and retain high standards, but we should not deprive our society of advancement or success on the basis of an individual's sex. The answer to the future is female feminism is not repeal the 19th red pillism. America and our allies in the West are the greatest societies to ever emerge in history. We can promote healthier cultural messages to young men and to young women without approximating the repressive cultures of the shithole countries around the world. It sounds like our opponents are arguing in favor of sexism against men, but that's obviously not the topic of conversation here. I take it that the prompt was not designed to promote the WNBA, so I would ask our opponents, what really are their prescriptions? What sexist prescriptions are they calling for this country? Thank you.
Thank you, TALI. And Soy Pill to you, sir.
Yeah, I agreed to this debate because I'm generally curious as to what the affirmative position is. I appreciate that both of my opponents have shown that they can be just as retarded as women can by assuming our positions without doing any amount of research, despite both of us having numerous takes that you can just look up, which I did for Fugazi. Speakeasy, sorry, I didn't do that, so I guess I'm also stupid. Speakeasy, you said a lot of things I actually might agree with. You said that using the sexism definition that isn't pejorative, so for example, having different categories of sports isn't so bad. And I think that's totally fine necessarily. If that's all you want to talk about, I think that's a very weak conversation. However, most people view sexism as something more egregious, keeping women out of jobs, from voting, or stuck in the house. Based on what I've seen of Fugazi, that's what he advocates for. They're going to do this by fallaciously blaming all of society's current problems on women's rights, completely ignoring all of the advancements in technology, life expectancy, and general standard of living that we've seen since women entered the workforce. I do predict that they'll be completely unable to point to a single society in which their ideal is carried out that is better than ours, which is exhibited by the fact that they would never actually nut up and move to any of these places. Sexism is not just wrong, it's literally suicidal if you want to have anything above a third world shithole where half your population doesn't contribute meaningfully to progress.
Perfect. Thank you, Soy Pill. I appreciate that. Thank you, all of you, for your opening statements. As a kind reminder to the audience, if you have not yet purchased your tickets to DebateCon, please do so now. That information is available over at Modern Day Debates YouTube channel. Otherwise, we're going to get through our debate. We will do closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, we will move into open panel dumpster fire, everyone's favorite. Lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
So I'm curious like I said in my opening statement, what prescriptions you're calling for, because it seems like you focused a lot on sort of like interpersonal relations between men and women. So you gave the example of women and children, you know, getting off the sinking ship first. But that's not exactly what I would classify as sexism. I see that as just a furtherance of the acknowledgement of biological reality that women and small children are more vulnerable than the men. And so you try to get them to safety first. But if what you're calling for is people to treat people differently, you know, interpersonally on the basis of sex, that's one thing. Are you calling for legal changes? Are you calling for structural changes and discrimination on the basis, again, on the basis of sex?
Do you not realize you're conceding when you say that? I don't see putting women first on the boats as sexism. It's just reality.
No, so
Sexism
this
is
is what I
reality.
mentioned in my opening, which
Yeah,
is,
that
if
was
you're
the
saying
point.
that we treat people differently based on their ability to perform and that women on average are going to be weaker in a lot of instances, then if you're saying, well, sexism is good because we have sexually dimorphic sports categories or we have, gendered bathrooms, like, yeah, congratulations, you won the debate. Sexism is having different bathrooms.
Yeah.
Now,
So
if you want to
how about
talk
we
about
start
like
off with
what Fugazi's
what's
probably
your
going to get into, then we can talk
what's
about
your
that.
definition of sexism?
Yeah, so discrimination, but like in a like keeping women out of jobs or saying that they can't do things based on their abilities that isn't just based on some like inherent sexual dimorphism that's like acknowledgement of reality. So
Okay,
I
give me
think
an
saying that.
example.
So, for example, I wouldn't consider it sexist to say that women can't compete in men's sports. This is just a reality that most women just aren't as strong as men. It doesn't make any sense to not have different sports categories. Sexism might be, hey, you're not allowed to do this job or you're not allowed to vote because you are a woman. Not because of your inability to do so, but because strictly based on the circumstances of your birth, we're going to bar you from that.
Got it. So you think that what sex is, and you would say that that's bad.
Yeah, I would say that's bad. Yeah.
And how do you define what's bad and what's good?
So like I said, if you want to talk about any of these standards of living, technological advancement, just how societies perform, like in general,
Got
now
it.
that we have given women
So
more of these rights, it's much better
utilitarianism.
off. That's one way to put it. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And do you utilize the harm principle? So as
Uh, Probably
long
not,
as it's so you don't utilize the harm principle.
depending on how you're going to define it. But you might have to give me an example.
Well, you could define it for me. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm
Well, what do
asking
you
you
mean
because
by
you're asking me.
utilize? What do you mean by utilize? Because if you're asking
To
us to
determine
acknowledge
what is good or what is bad. So if you utilize the harm principle, meaning that, well, I see in society that this produces less harm for people or more harm, then it would be good or bad on your scale. That's how you would rate it on your scale. So do you utilize the harm principle or no?
That's not
Or
the
you,
exclusive way I determine whether or not something is good is bad. Obviously, less
okay.
harm is good, but there are things that might be completely harmless to other people that would, promote societal discohesion. And depending on how you categorize that as well, this action in and of itself isn't harmful, but 10 years down the line, that's going to cause some big problem.
Yeah,
It's,
and
it's still
the
harm.
reason why I'm asking this question, because you already made the concession that, well, if you're going to say that, women being in men's sports, that's, you would say that, well, if you're saying that that's sexist, then I would agree with you. And, the debate is basically over. So you would agree that women being in men's sports is not a good thing, that, that having this area be sexist, this would actually be a good thing, keeping women out of men's sports and keeping the sexes
Yeah,
separated.
discrimination
So
is
therefore,
used
I'm
as a
asking for you
pejorative.
to define, like, what is the good? What do you perceive as good? Or are we just going to talk like over one another?
Why
You're
don't
gonna
you
say
tell me what
something is
you
good, I'm
think
going to
is
say
good
something. I'm asking you
first?
the question.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure that at the end of the day, you're just going to point to religion, right? And you have a prescription from a bunch of different books that says, well, this is good and this is bad. And I'm going to say I use it based on my empirical association of who can
You use it
enjoy
based
life
off
in
your
different.
preferences.
Yeah, well, your preference for a religion is just as valid as my preference for any
Okay,
and
fair
all
enough. I'll go
reality.
ahead and
So,
grant it. If you use it based off your preferences, if everything is preference based, right? And we're only using our preferences to determine is sexism good? Well, for
as
you it's
opposed to
good.
what?
Look, for you it's bad.
No,
For me
but
it's good.
before
It's
that,
preference based. It
what
doesn't
is
matter.
when you say preference based? When I say, well, all of society lives longer and has healthier lives, is that a preference, or is that just most people want to live longer and not die?
Well, based off of what?
What is your question?
Well, you said something. I'm asking you
Right.
based off of
So
what?
most people don't want to die. What is this based off of?
You are making the assertion that most people don't want to
That's
die.
an evolutionary drive.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
we are driven to procreate and further the furtherance of our species.
Yeah. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Essentially, what I'm saying here is, if you are utilitarianism, then everything is based off basically your preferences. It's going to reduce down to your preferences. So you'll be utilizing your preferences. So I'll go ahead and grant the worldview, and I'll say, well, I'll utilize my own preferences. I think
All
that
right. Do you prefer to die?
I think that sexism is good based off of the separation of men and women for sports. I think that sexism is good because, when the ship is going down, women and children off the ship first. I think that I can make so many prescriptions how sexism is good for society, and you would have to grant it because in your worldview, you believe in preferences.
Yeah, so again, when you dilute everything down to the vaguity of preference, this is literally everything ever. It's a completely meaningless statement. No, it is, because you can say, well, you don't want to die, you don't want to stab you. Well, you're just preferring not to die. Like, yeah, that's technically true. In the same way that the way that society exists now, as Speakeasy correctly pointed out, there's tons of ways that we're sexist that probably Tali and I and probably everyone on this panel is completely fine with. But if that's all you came here to argue with, is, hey guys, I think we should keep having the bathrooms separate. It's like, great, cool. Is that really what you're here to say?
Really gay to call that stuff sexist, even. Like, come on, that's not what we're here to talk about. Why don't we just get to the meat and potatoes?
Yeah, and that's why
I take it.
But once again, Speakeasy, these two, they make up their own definitions. Like, think about it. You're a lesbian. You're sexist. You only like women. You discriminate. You don't talk to men. You only like chicks.
He's got you.
So obviously, in your worldview, sexism has to be good. You like women over men.
Hold on. Let's reset here. Discrimination, defined as the unjust and prejudicial treatment of different categories of people, especially the grounds of ethnicity, age, sex, or disability. For the bathrooms, I feel like it's like we have a male bathroom and we have a female bathroom, right? Like, I don't foresee sexism is built into that because we each have one. Now there's the other stuff going on, but I don't even know if that qualifies in this category necessarily.
Okay. Let me ask them a question.
Well, no, I think I can clear this up. I mean, Fugazi, you obviously are doing like what I think is a Mott and Bailey, which, yeah, I don't think it's very easy to defend the idea of sex-segregated sports or bathrooms, but I've watched your stuff. You advocate for women not being able to vote or being more in the, work. Why don't you operate on the fact that you think that sexism is good? Because that's really what we're here to debate, instead of doing some pedantic bullshit about like, oh, you think bathrooms are fine? Man. Cool. Let's talk about that.
You think that women not voting is bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you think. So once again, if I just if I grant your worldview, then guess what? It's preference based. It's my preferences versus your preferences.
What sexist country where they discriminate against women would you prefer to live in?
If it's my preferences versus your preferences, it's going to reduce down to force. Who can hold on.
No, that's not what it's going to be about. What's preference is, what do you prefer to live in? So if I can point to a society in which we are less sexist, and I can point to you,
are better than mine.
Well, let's let the audience decide. Okay. So when I say something like,
hold on,
I'm asking him questions. He's not answering any of them.
I get it, but we're running a little too far. Like, I see what you're trying to get to in terms of you're just in the concept of defining good, right? And in order to define good,
the debate is sexism harm, good,
right? Like, but Soy Pill already said preferences. He's already answered that. And
got it. Yep. So I'm asking him a question.
Right. So
responded saying, okay, well, we're at preferences. My preference is this. So at that point, I feel like that's kind of closed, right? We've already established where
it's not closed. I'll tell you how it's not closed. So if he has a preference, his worldview reduces down to preferences, and I'll grant his worldview. This means that, well, how can we make a determination of who preferences are more valid? How do we make that determination?
Right. So, Fugazi, if you had preferences for certain types of sexism, like the voting thing or the women in the workforce thing, and I say those are bad, yeah, you can just say bad, good, bad, good. Show me then a society in which these sort of things are enacted that is somehow better, because I prefer to live in America, or I think Speakeasy, you're from Toronto, Canada? I hope that's not a dox. I think that's public. These places are places
with... show you something if it's just my preferences. What do
Okay,
mean?
you can say, I prefer to live in this place. I just will never move there because it's demonstrably worse in every way, and you look like a dumb hypocrite. But sure, if that's what you want to
No
go
one
with.
said that. But why
Okay,
do I
well,
have
what
to
do you
show
prefer
any-
then?
Why do I have to show you anything if it's just my preferences?
You don't have
Can
to. You don't have
Okay,
to show
then-
me. You'll
He
just
gave
look
you
really
an
stupid.
validate
Like,
anything.
Your
I wouldn't
question.
validate anything to you if I'm just appealing to my preferences. So based off of in your worldview, everything is subjective. It's subjective morality, basically. You
Mhm.
derive what's good and what's bad subjectively based off your own preferences. So
Yeah.
in your worldview, how can you criticize me if I'm going to say, well, I think this
because
thing
you
is
don't
bad.
exhibit your preferences. You say, I want to live in a society that this is this kind of sexist, and you won't go live in that society because you have all
Okay.
the benefits of a less sexist society. So you just look like a big hypocrite. But yeah,
No, not at all. Let's ask you a question. Do you believe that abortion is good?
that has nothing to do with what I said about whether or not you want to live in a sexist society,
No,
dude.
do you believe that abortion is good?
Why
Yes
are you
or no?
running from the question? What sexist
You didn't even
society
ask
do you
me a
want to live in?
question.
I did.
Do you
I said,
believe
what
pointing
sexist
out that
society do you
wanna
want to
live
live
in a
in?
sexist
What's
society.
what's
I answered
more
the
sexist
question.
society? Which one?
I already answered the question.
What was the question? What was the answer?
I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm asking.
So you
a question.
None
did
of
name a
us- none
country
of
you
us
would
heard your
rather.
answer.
Yeah, you would.
No,
Yeah.
you heard my answer. You heard my
We-
answer.
Everybody's going at once.
Sarah, I appeal
Sarah,
to
did
you.
you
Which
hear
country
his
does he want to
answer?
live in
Yeah.
that's more sexist than America? I'm
I
curious.
didn't hear that.
I didn't hear it.
that. I
Yeah,
do
the
apologize if you
answer-
said it, but everyone
Yeah,
did
the
go
answer
at
to the
once.
question was, it's my preferences. I don't. It doesn't matter because it's based off of my preferences. I can say that America. I can say that Ukraine. I can say any country. I can say
Name
Papua
one
New
that you
Guinea.
actually want to live
Look,
in. That's
look,
not
I
America.
can say any. I can say any country at all.
Mhm.
It would still be my preference, and under your worldview, you would have to grant it because preferences are valid in your worldview.
So you think that
Well,
every
we can assess your
want
consistency.
is
We can
equal in
assess
my
your
worldview?
consistency, though, right? So yes, if this is all subjective, right, and certain people think other things are good, and other people think other things are bad, but we can test your consistency, right? So if you're saying that you want to see the various things that you're choosing not to touch right now that Soy Pill brought up, like
No, I
discrimination in the
answered his
workforce or
question.
taking away
I
the
still
right
wanna
to
answer
I
vote,
said
my-
that
can
in
you
my
point?
opener.
Hold
I
on.
want
Can you-
those.
Talking.
Can you point to societies that have enacted the type of society that you would like to see? Can you point to a country that has enacted that type of society that you think is preferable?
It's
We're testing
it's
the
the country you live
consistency
on.
of your
The country
stated
you live in
subjective
right now was
preference.
built on this society. I
So
mentioned
you're
it in my
okay. Wait.
opener.
So everything is doing good then? So we
Better
agree
than most of
that-
the world.
Yeah, I said the same thing. This country here, or I can appeal to
So
any
hold on.
country
So the
and say
type
that
of
it's good under
sexism
my
that you guys are
preferences.
fighting for, just to be clear, the type of sexism that you guys are fighting for is women and children off the boat first, support the WNBA, and no trans women in women's locker rooms. Because then, sure, yeah, I'm with
Yeah,
you.
and draft exemptions for women, like I mentioned, right?
I
We should
think you
we
guys are
should bring
really
back.
hiding the ball here.
Oh.
Like, let's get into the meaty stuff. What type
Yeah,
of
yeah.
discrimination on the basis of sex? Okay, let's change the question. What type of sex discrimination that is not present in America and Canada today would you like to see implemented?
Well, I brought up the Fair Labor Standards Act that we had of 1938, right? These were laws that barred women from certain heavy industrial jobs and specific chemical plants. They weren't allowed to be around certain chemicals that posed reproductive health risks. And as you see, as we've stopped doing that, it was around the 1970s where we really started not caring anymore for this. And as you see, it's a huge rise in autism since those years too. So not only are we screwing up everyone's reproductive risk of even being able to have children, when they do have the children, they have a bunch of problems too.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that we're just going to spuriously claim that autism is caused by the specific women in the workforce at these chemical plants with like absolutely no evidence. If you want to say that we should be
correlates.
Yeah, I
You don't listen
understand
too
that.
good, huh?
No, I understand why you think it happens. You just have no idea like how to demonstrate that in any way other than, well, this happened and then this happened. You know, like nothing other than the
You
correlation, which
understand
is
what correlations are.
Do you understand the fallacious nature of saying that correlation is not causation? Do you understand that the less amount of pirates that we see over the year correlates with a rise in global temperatures, and these things have nothing to do with each other?
Wait, it would be fallacious to say correlation is not causation.
No, it would be
say
fallacious
that.
to say that correlation is causation. As
He
in,
didn't say
after
that.
that women
He's saying
started
that it's
joining these
not
things, we've seen
causation.
more autism.
I
Therefore,
didn't
this
say
is the
it's
reason we have more
causation. I
autism.
didn't say it's causation, but
Then
when
why
you
did
see a
you?
heavy
Why did you
correlation-
even mention
what is
autism?
the causation exactly?
Why
How do
did you
find the
mention
causation?
autism if you weren't
How do
claiming
you
that
find the
women working in these?
causation?
Why did you?
All right. Pick a question.
How do you find the causation, Soipa?
How do something doing
You have
something
to
that
be able-
results
you
in
have to be
another thing
able-
happening? I don't know.
The most correlates, right?
No, it's actually no, you do not derive causation from correlation. You need to be able to temporally control for when in time these things are happening, and to control for other extraneous variables. Basically make sure that these things are happening at the same time of day, that you can control who we're observing and all of this stuff, not just based on correlations. Like
I
Soipa
didn't
said, there
say
are a lot of
just based.
Right,
well,
but so
that's all.
if the
Actually, that
only
is all you
evidence-
presented.
I think you
so.
guys heard the
only evidence
opening
you
and you're
provided.
desperately clinging on to anything you can argue about now.
I think
Let
that
me
your
ask you
team
guys
actually,
one
unfortunately, has
question. Hold on,
incongruent
hold on.
views.
Maybe we should direct-
Is feminism good for
hold on.
society? That's my one question to both of you. Yes or no? Is feminism good for society?
It depends on how
I
you
think
define it.
feminism
Sure.
has gone too far. I've debated about that in the past.
You
So
guys
yeah,
don't
no,
believe
I'm
that's
not
great.
a.
But
Feminism is.
Hold
I
on,
think
maybe
no.
we
I
could
think
just circle
feminism's
back.
bad because
I
it
think-
allows Tally to have that opinion. To be fair.
I
Exactly.
think Callie had a
Could we-
question.
Yeah, I want to circle back to my question because it wasn't answered. I asked what forms, what implementation of discrimination on the basis of sex, or sexism as we're calling it, that we don't have today in the United States and Canada, would you push for? And your answer was that you want to reinstate.
Yeah, that'd be one of them. I'd take women out of
Okay, so
any
again, like
combat roles
you're
as
coming
well.
across really
You-
as
you
like a simp,
like,
because all of the
You want the
sexism
answer to your
supposedly that
question,
you
or you
want
just want
is
to
like
keep
to
talking?
protect and coddle women. Can
all
you
right,
give
well-
another example?
Yeah, I would take women out of all combat roles, like patrolling police officers. They wouldn't be women, right? The women are more likely to have to use lethal force in a situation out in the field, more likely to do this than the man is. So I would take all the women out of those parts. I would take women out of the military completely, right? Because a brotherhood makes a stronger unit, right? When
Do
you
you
start
mean
adding women
active
into
duty
these
or like
roles that-
completely in the military?
all right.
Let him
Yeah,
finish.
completely. It would be completely out of the military for me.
Doesn't
Okay,
that sort
so-
of put you at odds with the rest of the argument, though, coming from your side, right? So you're saying it feels contradictory when, on the one hand, you have people saying like it's not fair, women, like don't have to go into combat roles and don't need to be on the front lines, but then
I didn't say
you're
that.
calling for that level of sexism.
I didn't say that. It's
That's not what
fair.
he said.
So what if there is? So let's get back to the policing thing. So I think there's a lot of
Yeah, no,
merit to
listen.
the
Can I ask a
idea.
question real quick? Because Tally, you have a
I'd
you
wanna
don't- you
drill
have
down
zero
on his
active listening
example.
skills. Like it's very bad. A question, like so we can get on a topic, so we can determine
Well, we
what
were
you
on a
think is good
topic.
or
He
bad.
gave examples of sexism that he would want to implement in society, and
And where are
so
you going with this?
I'm
Yeah.
asked. I'll if you listen, you'll find out where I'm going with it. So I think there's merit to the idea that overwhelming majority, most women, 99% of women, are going to be limited in their ability to like fight street crime or chase down the burglar or something like this, and that does raise the higher likelihood of using lethal force. I think that's totally valid. Do you think there are ever exceptions to this? Do you think there is ever like a big old broad Samoan woman who could
It's never a monolith. To
efficaciously
argue
control?
something in a monolith would be insanity.
You mean
right?
like
But that
saying
is
that we
what you're
should bar all
arguing for,
women
right?
from
Because
doing a
your
certain role?
specific-
Because that's a monolith.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna. Why take the chance? You take
What do you
100
mean?
Well, you
men,
take the
and
chance
Obviously-
based on
random women
rigorous
just
testing.
off
All
their
right,
names.
let's
Rigorous
do one at a
testing.
time, please.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
said
so
this
again,
at the
I'm
wait,
okay,
Tali, can I?
I'm okay with a society where there's only 2 police officers anywhere in the country, but that doesn't mean that you need to make it illegal for women to join the academy. It means that you need to maintain rigorous standards, physical standards for police officers. And that might result in no police officers that are women, but that shouldn't be the basis for the discrimination.
Okay, so you
Go ahead,
you
go
could
ahead.
reply back to that speakeasy. Go ahead. No, my
I
bad.
was just gonna say, if you were gonna take a 100 random men and 100 random women, you're more likely out of the 100 random men get more men that are capable of the physical combat.
Okay,
Totally.
did you notice
So
how that
when
has
this is
nothing
the-
to do
when
with
this
what she
is your
just said? She
chances
said
you're
you should
taking.
hold rigorous
One at a
standards, and if women can meet those, they can do the role. And
Yeah.
if they can't, which a majority of them can't, then they shouldn't be able to do it, which is a completely normal position to have that also isn't sexist. It's just completely based on whether or not the merits of the job are able to be done, but you just ignored that completely, speaking of active listening.
Well,
Well,
based
how
off
are
of
you
what you
listening
just
when you're
said on
talking about people?
well, based off of your worldview again, everything is preference based, so it's based off of perception. So you may perceive something to be, good or bad, and he may perceive it differently.
Right.
But
So I think
let's just get
that
down to the
people
nuts
getting
and crannies
killed
of it,
because
though.
women can't do their jobs is bad, which was why I would prefer to have rigorous standards that everyone must meet regardless of their
Once
gender.
again, exceptions don't make the rule, and I think he was clear
Well,
about
no,
that.
actually,
So
in this
you can
case, it very much does. If you're saying no women should be able to do this, you are by definition saying, hey, everyone who can do this, I'm going to just cut off a certain percentage of you for absolutely no good reason other than because I have a dumb sexist rule. In the same way, if you want to ban them from the military, you're going to throw out like 20% of people that make us more effective. Now, if you say, hey, there's reasons, we have studies that they're not as good in combat roles and, co-ed units, that's a perfectly valid argument.
Yeah,
But to
so
just
I think
blindly cut them
when
off from the
you're
military is just brain dead and stupid. And this is
and
why I said this is shooting yourself in the foot if you want to just completely like cut people who are effective at their jobs out because you have no other good reason than women are bad on a whole in certain roles, but I'm not going to judge them based on an individual merit.
Yeah, I would have a different view though. I would think that it's okay. I'm for women being in supportive roles in the military, but not on, not, supportive roles where they don't have to, where the military doesn't have to lower the physical standard for women to meet.
We
Sure.
agree.
So
Sure.
yeah, but real quick, because I want to ask a question. So would you say that abortion and us, women aborting 1 million babies per year, a study came out that 28% of Gen Z was aborted. So you would say that that's a bad thing, right? Because we are below replacement level.
Why do
correct?
you care? It's a preference. I don't think it really matters, right? You prefer not that to happen. I prefer maybe that it could happen. I mean, what does it matter, right? I thought we haven't defined anything besides preferences. So why are we somehow able now to nail down what is good or bad?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I've been trying to do. What do you consider
I'm,
good?
I'm just doing your thing, buddy. Do I think it's good that abortion exists? Is that what you're asking?
Do you think it's good that women abort over 1 million babies per year? We are below replacement level. 28%, literally a third of Gen Z has been aborted. Do you think that women having all full reproductive rights over who is born and who is not born in America, do you think that that is good?
Are you asking because you would imply that any restrictions on abortion would be sexist, and that's how it's relate to the debate? Because I've noticed you've tried to shoehorn in abortion twice now.
Is it good?
Is sexism good? Are you saying that abortion restrictions are sexist?
Do you consider it to be sexist?
I mean, inherently, because men can't have abortion restrictions,
Now, is
but whether or
abortion
not,
good?
I don't think aborting a baby is inherently good, but I would prefer to live in a world where women could choose. Yeah, you got me, buddy.
Okay, so so sexism is good. They just conceded the debate for the third time. Like,
Hold on. Can you point out?
speaking in
Can you just
circles.
point out where specifically where is the sexism? Because again, as Soy Pill pointed out, yes, men can't have abortions, and I think that there's something inherently unfair about the fact that if a woman gives birth and doesn't want to marry the man, then he would be on the hook for financial payments to this child. But if a woman decides that she wants to kill the baby of the man that she was sleeping with, she gets to do that without his consent. I think that there's clear unfairness there. I wish that less babies were being aborted. But can you highlight like what's the sexism angle here? What would you want to change?
Oh, well, once again, I'm not, making any prescriptions here. I'm just asking a question.
Do you think that gynecologists are sexist
I'm
because
just
they
asking
only
a
operate
question.
on
I'm not
women?
making any prescriptions here, but
Do-
when
Do you think gynecologists are sexist, Fugazi?
you said, do I think gynecologists are sexist?
Yeah.
Gynecologists are sexist. No, gynecologists have a specific job.
Well,
and a
yeah, but they won't
duty,
see
which
men.
that job
Isn't that sexist?
itself- Which that job itself, just like, men having a bathroom and women having another bathroom, the job itself would essentially
So that's
be
not sexism then.
sexist. No, I'm saying that
And
it
separate
is.
bathrooms also isn't sexist?
No, what are you can't hear, man. Active
Oh, well, I'm
listening.
just, hey,
Poor
look, you have a
active
debate
listening
partner that
skills.
was saying some
Yes,
stuff
man.
earlier, but if you guys want to move off of that, thanks for wasting 20 minutes. We could have
No,
not talked about that
said,
at all.
I said yes, man, not no.
Okay, well, maybe you
Yeah.
guys aren't fully on alignment of what should be done with sexism. I think you maybe should have coordinated a little before the debate.
I mean, this alignment was pretty good. We both brung up many examples, like even in his opening.
He
I
brought
said,
up bathrooms
I
as an
bring up-
example, but you don't think that's sexist, so you guys disagree
when
on
did I
that.
ever say that it's not sexist?
Just Just now, 10 seconds
No,
ago?
you have bad active. You have the ears of a female.
Okay, well then I'll ask again.
What
Do
I'm
you think
saying
that
is sexist right
gynecologists are sexist?
Okay, so once again, I already answered the question. I'll go ahead and answer it for you again. So since gynecologist, it's a category of a medical field where doctors do a certain procedure or medical care for women. That in itself is inherently sexist, just like bathrooms and everything else, like I said.
So it is sexist now. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
We can play the tape back.
Nah, we could play the tape back. It's exactly what I said. But so, I mean, you know, I guess I got some time for the open panel, Sarah, because they just conceded the debate. Let's bring up some more people.
I just don't know why you're running away from your real positions. Like you're like, well,
Exactly.
so you think
What
we should
real
have separate
position?
bathrooms? Guess you concede, but I know what your real position is, which I think women shouldn't vote.
what
I think
real
women shouldn't be in the
positions, man?
workforce as much.
Let's
Like
get
I've watched
into
your videos. Why don't you
Ask
want to
me the
defend that at
question.
all?
Ask
What are
me the
your
question, man.
prescriptions?
Yeah, what are your
your
prescriptions for
prescriptions for
sexism?
debate?
At least Speakeasy gave one, as much as it was something like, hey, maybe women shouldn't go places where their pregnancy is going to be threatened, which makes perfect sense. But do you have maybe some prescriptions on what sexism
Well, he
should
gave
be
another
implemented?
prescription and then walked it back. He said he would take all of the women out of the police and the military, and then he
I
said, "Well, of
didn't
course."
walk
He didn't
it's
walk
not
it
a
back.
monolith.
Fugazi disagreed with him,
Well,
to
he
be
did.
clear.
He sort of did. He said, "Of course, it's not a monolith, right? And there are going to be some women who
I
could do
said
it." So
it's
he
not
did
a monolith that women
walk it
aren't
back.
going to be able to, but I
But none of
still
them should
wouldn't
be
have
able to.
women being hired as police.
Okay, fair. You didn't
Why
walk it back.
waste resources on sending women through police academy when they're not going to make it? Why would we
You only
spend
spend the
millions of
resources on
dollars
the one
trying
who
to check
meet the
women that aren't going to
criteria.
make it? Do you see how
Well,
brain dead that
yeah,
is?
even in the military, you test like even I had a
Correct.
very specific physically demanding role. I had to test into it before I could even sign up for it. And then you even
Yeah.
get tested again even more after that to ensure.
Just a waste of resources.
It's a waste of resources if you put people through who can't meet that standard, but it's not if you check for the standard before you admit them and before you spend the resources.
Even you trying to argue that you want women in the military would actually
I want the most
you would be
competent
favored
people
for
in
the
the military.
sexism that goes on there, right? Because women have their standards lowered to be able to enter into the military.
I'm against that. I'm
Oh,
totally
you're against that?
that.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, yes,
So
it was
wait,
in my
if
opening
you-
statement.
if
Back
you
to
want
active
women in the
listening.
military-
Yeah, totally against that.
But if you want women in the military, but you do not want them to lower the standard in the military, then how would they get in the military?
So I'll tell you. So it's exactly like what I said with the police. I don't care about there being women in the military. I'm okay with having a military that has no women. I'm okay with
Okay,
having a
fair.
police force that has no women. However, if there is a competent woman who is going to be an asset to that police force or to that squadron or whatever, then yeah, I think they should
Got
be
it. So,
allowed if they reach
listen,
those
look-
standards.
Hear this. Just the simple fact that you are in favor of women not being in the the police force, or even if you are in favor in certain positions that women should be in the police force, it is all still sexist. Sexist is
So again, back to the
it's-
active listening.
it's
It's not. I'm
necessary. You
saying
can't
that
get
we
rid
should
of it.
have one standard. We should have one standard, and any of the humans who can fulfill that standard should be admitted. That is going to overwhelmingly be met.
Yeah, if
Overwhelmingly
you're
be
thinking
met.
that
so
Tali
now-
or
so
I are
then if
arguing for
only-
equality of outcome, you've come to the wrong debate. Neither of us think that there should be
Correct.
50-50 in everything. It's
That's
all
Not
fair.
even
based on
close to
That's-
50-50.
That's fair.
I'm
but
cool.
what I'm saying
I'm
here is
cool with
even at-
discrepancies and outcomes.
Got it. So if you are cool with discrepancies and outcomes and stuff like that, even if you are for the movement towards women in or out of the police force based off them meeting a standard or not meeting a standard, right? Even if you're for it or not for it, it still is inherently sexist. You want
It's
me to
not.
explain it to you?
So it's not, because it's not on the basis of sex. It's on the basis of a standard. Okay.
Once again,
So,
even
yeah.
if they can meet this, if they meet the standard or don't meet the standard, it's going to create a category, and that category itself is going to be sexist.
So,
you
Fugazi,
have
tell
to
me if I'm
prove
wrong.
that.
Wait, Tali,
It's
let me
sexist.
clarify this.
Listen,
Are
if
you
all
saying that
men
it's
meet the
sexist
standard,
because
it's
more men
sexist.
are going to meet the standard than women, just inherently?
What I'm saying is sexism basically reduces down to category placements based off of sex. That's what it reduces down to. So
I don't
since
agree
it
with that
reduces down,
definition.
well, if you,
I don't
that's
either.
totally that's totally fine. If you don't agree with that definition, then explain to me the breakdown of the Google definition, which is prejudice, discrimination, and stereotypes. What is
Because
prejudice?
when we're talking
usually-
about this in the pejorative way, there's a very obvious meaning to it. In the same way that we can concede that obviously having different bathrooms or different sports categories is technically discrimination based on sex, no one
makes
uses
my
this to
point.
say this is sexist. So, for example, would you say that Ryan Coogler is a racist because he only cast a black guy as Black Panther? Technically, he is discriminating based on race, but anyone who would call this man racist for doing so is absolutely absurd. But if you want to say that's where the debate ends, like, I guess if you want to run away from your real positions, it's just silly.
Well,
What real
hold
positions
on,
are you
hold on.
asking
Let me
for, man?
clarify.
I'm not asking
that
for anything.
too.
I've seen them. I know them. I just don't know why you won't say them.
Pardon me, all of you. Shut up. Sexism is meaning like you give an opportunity to one but not the other, right? So even if you like Fugazi, the example was there's a standard to get into this either police or military, whatever, and anybody who can pass that standard gets through, right? It went men and women included, but essentially, let's say 90% of men pass through and only 10% of women pass through. That's still not sexism definitionally. They were all granted the opportunity. Now it comes down to a physical fitness test or maybe an aptitude test, so on and so forth. Even
Ability.
MEPS,
Yeah.
even your MEPS, even to get into the military, you have to take the standardized testing. And if I score a low number, I couldn't get into, let's say, linguistics, right? I couldn't be a linguist because I didn't pass high enough. Or even if you score low enough, like you're only allowed to go into services where you're just doing like cooking or dumpsters or whatever, like dumb shit, right?
Yeah.
So let's say more women go into be linguists and more men go to do dumpster shit or something. That's still
Let me
not
go ahead and
sexism. That's
explain
just
how it.
where you're testing at.
Well, let me go ahead and explain how it all reduces down in their worldview into category placement based off of sex, because in their worldview, they adhere to their preferences. So everything is perception based, is based off of how they perceive the good or the bad or the unfair treatment or the discrimination or the stereotypes. Is all based off how they perceive it. So since it's based off how they perceive it, based off of their preferences, it reduces down to categories. So they may not favor certain categories, just like I asked him about abortion, right? And then he had to concede on it because in his worldview, he thinks that, well, women should have the full bodily autonomy and the right to abort children. That's what he thinks. So, and this would be a category. Within this category, women have all the right to it. You get what I'm saying? So this is how they perceive it. So this is why he thinks it's good. This is why the debate is over, because the debate is sexism good? They already conceded. The end of the debate. Let's bring up some people. I got a few more. I'll stay for at least 45 minutes more. Bring up some people because they are trash.
Cooley, do you think racism is good?
Wow, Sarah, he's trying to get out early because even our portion of the debate was supposed to go longer than another 45 minutes.
It was trash.
But Cooley, you're conflating several things. So again, it feels like a W
tell
to
me what I'm
you. Like
conflating in your worldview.
it feels like a W to you
In my
to say like,
worldview, I'm
well,
not.
there. I thought you were very angry about interruption. So, you keep falling back on, well, according to their worldview, everything is subjective. It just matters what I want and what you want. And let's even accept that, even though, again, I think like Soypil said, you are also exhibiting your preferences in your worldview. You just pull from a different line, right? So you're rooting your worldview.
Let her finish, please.
Practice active listening, buddy. I know it's hard.
Let her finish.
Yeah. So this idea that, like, let's say you're totally correct and the soy pills worldview is just entirely about preferences. You can have subjective preferences and measure things objectively. So soy pill might have his preferences of how he wants the military to look, but you can still look at objective measures of speed, of intelligence, of strength, of all of these things when you're coming to these conclusions, when you're making these determinations. So those things are not necessarily based off of preferences, and they don't have to be, and we're not advocating for them to be.
Okay, so let me get this clear. You just said that subjectively you can have your preferences, but you can look at data objectively and appeal to the data, so it's basically off your preferences. So
yeah, like
this
no,
is
Cooley.
what
Here's
you're
a good example, just because I
utilizing it.
know like
Let me
when it gets
finish.
more complicated, you get a little
Let me
confused.
finish.
But no, because you're not going to get it, and I need to clarify this for you.
Let me
Would
finish.
do you think it's a
Well,
preference
listen,
if
when
I say
Charlie
I
was
want the
speaking,
military to be able
when
to
Charlie
defend
was
against an
Hold
speaking,
on.
I
attack?
think that
He's trying to explain it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain. Like, would you say it's a preference that I want our military to be functional and like not dysfunctional?
that's a very broad and open-ended statement. What do you
think
determine
it's a
that what is
preference if I
functional and
think
what is
the military
dysfunctional?
should be able to defend the country from an attack of an invader? That is a preference.
No,
And they should be able to kick the asses of
be,
our enemies.
This this would be a preference as well.
Right. So it is a preference if you go vague and abstract enough, but obviously everyone thinks that the military should be able to do the thing the military was designed to do. So you can say, oh, you just prefer that you don't want China to be able to take over. Yeah, sure. But obviously when I say sexism, i.e. cutting 17% of our military off, would make us less functional and more susceptible to an attack, everyone can understand that means, oh, you want there to be less sexism because you want our military to be more functional. And then you can talk about preferences all you want after that, but everyone else can operate in the basis of what colloquially we talk about when we mean military effectiveness.
Yeah. But all you did was you just moved the goalpost to effects, and manipulation happens when you focus on the effects, when you go to the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things. And this is what I'm sticking on. This is why you guys don't like it. It feels uncomfortable because I'm going right to the root of it. I'm going right to the root of everything, meta ethics, epistemology, the things that you believe to be where you derive your knowledge of truth and good and bad and all of these things that makes you feel uncomfortable. Guess what? The topic of the debate is sexism good? We've already demonstrated multiple areas where you conceded and you said that sexism is good.
Do you think racism is good, Cooley?
This is not the end of the debate.
Cooley.
Then I do not know what.
Cooley, do you think racism is good?
It is.
Define racism.
Discrimination based on race.
Discrimination. Give me an example of how would you discriminate based off of race?
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Coogler and I want to hire the next Black Panther, and I say no white people.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that to be necessary. It can be good. It can be bad.
Well, wait, what do you mean? How would that be bad?
It can be
How
good.
about-
It can be bad.
Why would it be? No, why would that be bad? Wait, no, don't let him move on. How would this example be
In
bad?
my worldview. So in my worldview, this can be good or bad.
Well,
So
pick one, dude.
if
Don't
you're
run. Why is it bad? Why is it good?
Why are you cutting me off again and saying
Because you're
don't run?
running
I'm
away and I'm
explaining
trying to
to
pin you
my
down, buddy.
worldview. I'm explaining to you my worldview. So you
Mhm.
want an explanation?
Okay,
Yes or no?
sure. Tell me.
Okay, got it. So in my worldview, which is Christian ethics, I appeal to divine command. Discriminating based off of someone's race, nothing else, only just race. This is you're not utilizing any reason, any logic, nothing at all.
Mhm.
It's just solely discriminating based off of the color of someone's skin. In my worldview, this will reduce down to being bad.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's bad if Ryan Coogler says, I want a black guy to play Black Panther, just to be clear, based on Christian meta-ethics, is what you said.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. It
Well,
depends
hold on. He's
now-
discriminating specifically based on the
No,
amount of
once again,
melanin
what-
in his skin, no?
Okay, now you just once again, if it's based off of he written a script and the script is a black guy
Uh-huh.
in it, then this is what he wants. This wouldn't be bad at
Well,
all.
Okay, so you're saying
but he's
you're
discriminating
saying
based on race because of what he wrote in the script, to be clear.
Can you tag me in?
If he wrote it, that's totally fine. This would be good.
Tag me in. We got to up the stakes.
Okay, so
you're
racism
saying
is
that-
good in certain examples. That's just what
I
I
You're
heard.
already
saying
said
that-
it's good, and it could be good in certain examples, and it can be bad in certain examples.
Okay.
And I gave
Okay,
my
cool.
example.
So
And
you
I
said it would be
justified
good if Ryan Coogler picked a black guy, which I concede is totally true,
justify it.
obviously, right? Because that's what the point of writing the script to be a black guy
the-
is. So
the other
therefore,
thing is,
would
when
you
you're speaking about
acknowledge? Would
race
you
and
acknowledge? Let me
sex,
finish.
that's
Would
two
you
different
acknowledge?
things.
Would you
You're making a
acknowledge,
category
Cooley,
error.
that saying
Because
racism
sex-
is good? Cooley thinks racism is
Yeah,
good
but
has a
once again,
completely
what-
different connotation if I explained it it as
Because
Cooley
you're
thinks it's okay to
conflating the
cast
two.
a black guy, and Cooley
Got
thinks
it.
it's okay
Great.
to discriminate against
Land your
people like in
plane.
segregation.
What you're doing here is you're conflating the two. So you
Oh,
cannot compare apples and oranges because you're comparing race and sex. When we're speaking about sex, there's a different capacity that the sexes have.
mhm.
When we're speaking about race, there's not necessarily a different capacity than they have in society. So these two things
Do you
are
think that
comparing
white
I mean,
people
there
have
are
more
there are
power than black people in
differences.
society?
Yeah, hold on. There are racial differences between humans that we can track. We can track these patterns, right? Whether I mean the
I'm
the
talking about
NBA is not
capacity.
I
majority
disavow.
black
I
because
disavow.
of
I
anti-white
disavow.
discrimination, right? Like all of the fastest runners in the world don't come from African countries and African diaspora
Yeah. Yeah, these would be
islands and stuff like this because of anti-white discrimination. It's because of differences. So I want to up the stakes a little bit because Cooley, you're right. You acknowledge that racism and certain things like sexism for certain things is acceptable, but you did draw a condition where you said that racism would be bad, and that condition was
what
if it's
condition?
based only and exclusively on the person's race, they're not using any other logic or evidence behind it. Do you want to clarify? That's what
Yeah,
I
but
heard
then
you say.
once again, even when he gave his example, he said that if
I'm not
if
using
some
his
director,
example. I don't.
listen,
His
I know,
example.
yeah, great,
Sure.
great. So once again, listen, even when he gave his example, it proved
Forget
that
his
no, I would.
example. But I'm trying to
I'm
just
giving his
pin down for
example to
you
give you
what
an
is the
answer. Yeah,
you
I'm
were able
giving
to
his
make a
example.
determination that there
Got it.
is
Giving it
bad racism.
great,
Can you
great,
just
great, great.
again
So
make that
listen,
definition?
totally fine.
I'm
Listen,
going to kindly remind all of you, because all four of you have been doing it since the beginning. If we could mind the interruptions. I know when we feel something, we want to say it really loud and proud, but let's be mindful. We can't hear you if you're talking over each other. Nobody can
yes,
hear you.
she's
Okay.
she's asking me to justify a reason. So what I'm saying is I already did. When
Yeah. Sorry,
Soy
I
Pill
literally
gave,
just want.
yeah,
I'm
let
just
me,
trying to make sure. I'm just trying to make sure that I steel man you. So you
okay,
stated a
got it. Go ahead.
condition for when racism is bad. I just want if you could even just reiterate it because I didn't want to put words in your mouth. And then I'm going to bring a different example, totally separate from soy pill. So if you could just state one more time for my benefit
Yeah,
here,
and
the
I
condition
even
under
do the
which racism
example.
is bad.
So yeah, so once again, so even in his example that Soy Pill said, which he was totally fine with, he said, oh, okay, I see what you mean. So even when he said that, well, if a director writes a script and the script in it has a white guy, so he's looking for the white guy, he's not looking for a black guy, is that discrimination? Is that racist? I said, no, that's not racist. You get what I'm saying?
Wait, you said it
So
was
then,
racist actually earlier, just to be clear. And you said it was good racism, and then you said
no,
it
no,
would be
no, no,
bad if he only did it because he was
no,
black.
no, no, no.
He said if he was hiring actors based on them strictly being black.
That's
not
what
for a
that
black
is what he's
role.
doing because he
not,
wrote a black
not
person.
for a black role. You get what I'm saying? And I broke it down.
Do you
each
understand that
after
he is
you asked.
discriminating by saying only black people can apply based on race, and this is fine?
Not when
what?
it's to play a black. If
That's race.
Marvel
That
had
is
hired
discrimination.
only
Do you not
black
understand what the
people
word
on the
discrimination
set,
means?
everything, you'd have a point here.
Hold
But
on.
Marvel hiring a black man to play a black man isn't racism.
What
I
Soy
mean,
Pill is saying,
what I'm
what Soy
saying
Pill
is,
saying
if
doesn't
you're saying that
actually
this doesn't
challenge.
count
What a
as
stupid
racism,
Once
pivot, man.
again,
What a
because
stupid
apples
no,
and
no, you guys
oranges.
see,
Hold on,
you're not
hold
even
on.
understanding that I'm literally just.
Stop. Tali, I think you're trying to get into a point. If we could just let her get there, that way it'll help move.
She's
the
giving them a
conversation
little too much
forward.
ground, Sarah. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I probably.
What?
She's
That's-
being way
that's
too
fine.
kind to them. They don't
I'm a
deserve such
lady.
kindness.
I'm a lady.
Uh,
So again, I don't think that Soy Pill is not really saying anything against your point. He's calling it good racism or acceptable racism, a la good or acceptable sexism, like discriminating on the basis of sex for which bathroom you go into or something like this. So I think Soy Pill would make the same argument that if there's a role that was written for a woman that you should have a female playing it, maybe that's sexism. You are literally discriminating on who can be cast for this role on the basis of sex, but it's not bad sexism. So along these lines, when we're talking about racism, you said that would be an acceptable form of racism or not even racism. Fine, I completely agree with you. What would be a bad form of racism? Can you provide an example, or would I have an example that I want to work out with you,
Yeah.
whichever one you'd
I'll
like.
go ahead and give you one. So slavery would be a bad form of racism, meaning that when I think it was in the Constitution at one point where they looked at black people as being like not
3/5.
even 3/5 of a white person. So, that would be, bad racism. You like that
Okay.
one? No. Do you want another one? And tell
Well,
me how
before
is
you
this
give
different?
another one, the
How
reason,
does
and
this
Tally,
happen?
Wait, let me.
well,
Sarah,
Tally,
let me go ahead and ask my
well,
question.
Tally,
real
I
quick,
want to
bro.
piggyback what you
Yeah,
said, because you
real
did
quick.
point out
Question.
correctly that this is holding up a mirror to your guys' argument that somehow
No, it
we've
isn't.
conceded by saying sexism is sometimes good insofar as bathrooms, as in racism is sometimes good insofar as casting for a black role, but not saying, hey, obviously there are bad forms of racism, obviously there are bad forms of sexism, and we're arguing against those, not whether or not we should have gender segregated bathrooms. So if you want to actually engage with the point that we're making and not, oh, you think there should be separate bathrooms? Okay, debate over. That's why we're bringing up the racism example.
Yeah.
And
So
Wait, you
David,
also
hold on,
agreed to
hold
the
on, hold
labor
on.
laws.
David wanted to make a point, and then I want to
Yeah.
hand it back to Tally, and then I'll hand it back to you, Speakeasy, in that order.
So-
Please.
Thank you, sir. So even when we're having this discussion and you guys are bringing up the example of race and you're trying to make a comparison to sex, the reason why it's comparing apples to oranges is because there's different sexes have different capacities. Men and women, we are actually like different in many different areas when it comes to biology. It's not to say that races, like your ethnicity, is all the same too. No, races are different as well. There would be, certain capacities based off certain little categories. But when we look at it at an overall view, if we are comparing men and women and give them, men and men, no matter what the race is, and we give them the same opportunity, well, I would say in the same starting point, I would say that they would have the same capacity to reach said goal. I would say any goal that you go ahead and put in front of them.
Any goal. So
I
if
would
I
say
took
any-
if I took
we
a
don't see
suburban
that.
white male and a
We don't see
Afghani
that, yeah.
Taliban child and said learn JavaScript
listen.
in a week, do you think they'd have equal capacity to do that?
No, once again, you are putting culture in there now.
Yeah,
You're
sure,
putting
that matters as
culture in
well.
there. What we're speaking about is race. So I'm speaking about Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid. Those are the three races.
Okay, actually,
So
I walk back my question. I understand what you're saying now, actually.
okay.
Okay, so it was my turn, Sarah. I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So again, I think the point that I'm trying to hammer out is if we're using the very loose definition of sexism that you guys are using, then we can make this comparison to racism. Because fine, maybe I'm acknowledging, I won't put soy in there, but maybe I'm acknowledging that under your definition of sexism, there are perfectly acceptable, mundane, even good, positive versions of this type of discrimination. But like the definition that Sarah read out, we're talking about unjust discrimination. So Cooley, you conceded that there would be forms of racial discrimination that would be not a big deal, even good, even makes sense, right? But it would be bad if it was unjust. And you said the word something to the effect of if you're not looking at the data, if you're only basing it on the basis of race. So in a similar vein to wanting okay. Again, I'm trying to steel man you here. I'm trying to be fair, but so let me get my point down, then you can
Okay,
pick
go
whatever I
ahead.
said that was wrong.
Yeah.
So along the same lines of we should pull all women out of the military regardless of their role and regardless of their competency, I think that we should kick all Black people out of major cities because the statistics do show us that they are contributing to a significantly higher crime rate and like flight of white people out of these communities. So that is based on data. That's not just based on race, right? That's based on well-being and quality of life and crime statistics. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. So once again, in your worldview, that would make sense in your worldview because you appeal to utilitarianism and harm principle as well.
Fine,
So
in
you're
your
looking at
worldview.
data. In my
your
worldview, it
what's wrong
doesn't.
with that?
Yeah, in my worldview, it's totally different, right? So in your worldview, something would be wrong with that. You can say that, well, actually, I don't think
Don't
how you
tell
can
me
find
my
anything
worldview.
wrong with
Don't
it
tell
because
me
if
my
the data
worldview.
shows that it's good, then it has to be good. If the data shows that we'll have better outcomes if we discriminate based off of this race by utilizing what's best for the majority of the society, in your worldview, that would be good. This is why your worldview is dangerous.
Sure. So how about your worldview? Because I'm asking you.
Yeah, once again, I don't even have to give my worldview because your worldview is preferences. It reduced down to preferences. So
Why don't you
once
just
again,
say your
I
worldview, man? Stop
granted
being
your
such a
worldview.
coward.
No, I granted your worldview in the
is
beginning
gay.
of this debate. I granted it.
Why
right?
don't you
And
just?
it's all
Okay,
based on preferences.
but I'm
To be
curious. What
fair,
your
Cooley and
worldview.
Speakeasy, you are on the affirmative. Just to clarify that.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely. I mean, earlier, Soy Pill, you agreed to the labor laws of keeping women away from chemicals that are gonna hurt.
To be
their
clear, I
reproductive
think
health.
that the labor laws might be a little different from what I would advocate for. For example, better safety regulations as to who and who cannot operate certain machines that might expose them to said chemicals. But barring women from a position, just absolutely, no, I would not be in favor of that.
So you wouldn't be in favor of barring women from a position that is a risk to their reproductive health?
I think anyone who has any risks shouldn't be doing the job. And if that's women writ large, which I don't think is how this works in any of this case, yeah, I guess if that's the only way it's done, I'm willing to bet that we have PPE and all sorts of other things that are going to make this a job that's able to be done by plenty of people with no exposure to said chemicals. And you don't need to make a law that says no women allowed at this position.
Okay, and do you think we should draft women too?
No, I think no one should be drafted, but if a draft is necessary, then absolutely we should draft women.
So if it comes a time that a draft is
Should we
necessary,
draft
do you
children?
think we should draft the women too?
If the walls are closing in and we're last line of defense in Berlin, yeah, put the children, put them on the howitzers. I say yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And
you
once
just
again,
want to give up the chance of any survival.
No,
Yeah,
I
but
just
once
said
again-
as in an
frustrated-
existential
What
situation.
society has ever done this that's
their
survived?
I'm
worldview
frustrated that
reduces down to
neither of you-
utilitarianism. So whichever brings the best result, that's what they're going
Would you
to
consider
adhere
an
to.
entire eradication of the human race, or I guess America, and if we want to get a little less specific, to be a bad result, or would you say that's just a preference?
Sorry, repeat it again.
Yeah, would you consider the existential eradication of all people on a country, would that be a preference to say I don't want that to happen?
If that's your preference, yeah.
Okay. Well, I prefer not to have my country annihilated.
you're
If the
asking me
only
if I think
way
it would be
to keep it
good
from
for
happening
society
would
to
to be put
function, yeah.
women and children on the front lines, I would. However, I think at that point you've probably already lost, and it's not going to make a huge difference. So, just to be clear.
Well, do you realize that in the late Roman Empire, what they tried to do was a military overextension and started sending the women to fight too? Do you know what the results of that was?
Do you think that was because they were overextended and desperately
Yes,
enlisted women,
yes,
or do you think
They
it
had
was
no one
because
to reproduce their society. When you have no one to reproduce your society, society goes bye-bye.
do you think
That's
that
how it works.
do you think that the low reproduction rates are because of the participation in the military of women at the current moment?
It's a part of it, and it's a part of the participation.
If
in the
you had to
workforce.
put a percentage on it,
This
would you say
this
it's
DEI policy that we want to put in, that we need to, for some reason, bricklayers should for some reason consider hiring women, roofers too? Can you explain to me what reasoning a roofer has to hire a woman, put them on, can't regulate their body heat the same as men? Okay, they can't lift the 90-pound bundles that go up that men are carrying three at a
if she,
time.
hey buddy,
It
I've
would
already
be
conceded if she can't do the
inefficient.
job, she
Explain to
shouldn't
me
be
what they
hired.
would
It's
do.
easy as
Yeah,
that.
Why should we
you
do
guys
that?
were hoping. You guys.
Why
were
should I
hoping to
hire a
argue-
woman for my roofing
You
company?
You're not.
shouldn't.
You're really
You
not
shouldn't.
listening. We
You
just
shouldn't.
both said that's
You
not
shouldn't.
something you should do if you can't do it.
You guys were hoping to argue against people who are like affirmative action for ladies who want to see equal representation of women in every field. Except that's not us. Those are not the opponents.
I'm pretty sure Soy Pill has called himself a male feminist one point. I may be mistaken. but I'm pretty
Okay,
sure
that's
he's
Okay.
called
Do you
Well,
think me
still-
calling me that means that I want 50-50 outcome in every job?
No, I didn't say I called you that. I thought you called yourself that. I
Yeah.
could
Do
be
you
wrong,
think?
but I
Let's
did
just.
ask
You know,
if you
I'll
were
say it
for
right now.
feminism.
I'm a male feminist. God damn it. Do you think that means I want
Okay, so
50-50
then
outcome in
you are
every
for
job?
Sexism.
Do you think that means I want 50-50 representation in all fields?
It wouldn't matter if you want 50-50 representation.
It does
As a
if you're
feminist-
complaining
as a
about.
feminist, are you doing something to change the high incarceration rate of men? As a feminist, are you out there advocating?
It sounds
for
like you're
men
not
and
really
fathers' rights?
curious about my
Are you out there
questions or
doing
answers
that?
to this. You're just kind of saying
As
things.
a feminist,
Yeah.
are you?
Yeah, I actually
advocating
do advocate for more
fathers' rights?
representation of men in the court system, which is unjust to them, actually. So yes, I
As
do.
a feminist,
Well, sure, if you want to say because I'm a feminist, in the same way I could say as a white man I do it, but I just advocate for it, period. The point is you were bringing up roofers, and both Tali and I will say if she can't carry the 90-pound things, if she can't regulate her body heat, if she's incapable of doing the job, she shouldn't have the job.
Yeah.
Okay, and would that be sexist? Yes or no?
If every single woman can't do it, I would say, yeah, I guess
No.
inherently, but I don't think it's sexist to say you must meet this merit and, you know, it has nothing to do with your gender. It's just if you can meet it, you can meet it. Like, that's like saying, is men's sports sexist? Technically, not really. This is the same thing with the racism thing.
It's a gender neutral sport. It's not a man's sport. It's a gender neutral sport. Women couldn't compete.
There's a reason we call it man sports.
WNBA.
Right. I'm aware. You're preaching to the choir. I know that women can't compete.
I got a quick question. One quick question for both of you too. So if the woman can meet the standard, or if she can't meet the standard, or she can meet the standard, you are for the woman having the opportunity in certain areas.
Sure.
Whatever it may be, it will still reduce down to a category. It's going to reduce. Let me finish. I know you're about to speak. Just let me get it out. You're not understanding the point, right? I'm going to explain it to you. Just listen and wait. It's going to reduce down to a category. And when it reduces down to a category, it's going to be based off of how you perceive it to be sexist or not. So you may view it as being negative, or you may view it as being positive. You may view discrimination as negative, or you can view discrimination as negative or positive. It can be good, it can be bad, based off how you perceive it, right? So this is going to reduce down to your preferences. So anything that you bring up is, since men and women are different, right? Everything is always going to reduce down in certain categories where you're going to view that some categories are good. We're going to view that some categories are good or bad, whatever it may be. It's still going to be sexist within itself, which means that if you appeal to just one of them, that if it reduced down to a category and it's sexist, then that's the end of the debate, because sexism is good for society.
Yeah, you've reiterated this point like 700 times.
You
okay,
are,
go ahead.
You are getting it. You guys are
I don't think you're getting it.
Sorry, hold on. It's a bad argument. You are perhaps unknowingly, literally making the woke argument that if you see any type of discrepancy in the outcomes based on these groups, then it is racism.
Based off of your
so
worldview.
if you see differences in racial outcomes, in academic achievement, in employment, in any of these things, that must be due to racism. You're making the same argument. You're saying that no matter what we have, it's going to come down to
one's based on biological distinctions. These other ones you keep naming are arbitrary lines.
Well,
you understand, right?
I want to say Tali has been very good at explaining things, and you haven't been, which makes me sexist against you.
What's race?
I mean,
you don't know, right? You don't know the answer, right? You're asking a question about something you don't know.
So, Speakeasy, do you think there are no such thing as racial differences?
What is race?
Do you think race is just the?
Why are you answering my question with a question? What is race?
Race is basically it has two different aspects.
I just want to let her answer.
One hand is in the eye of the beholder, which means looking at someone, you can assume what their race is, but you don't necessarily know if you're correct. But these are based on biological, evolutionary differences of different distinct people groups, right? Who develop differently in different parts of the world and now have different outcomes in various aspects of performance and ability and all of these things. So yes, the crude categories that we use, like black or white or brown or mongoloid, right? These don't necessarily get down to the differences that we're observing, but these are based on biological differences between people groups. It's not like, again, this is a very woke thing. Race is just a social construct, right? Well, yeah, kind of.
All that to say, race is whatever the fuck I say it is. Yeah.
I gave you a way longer answer than race is whatever I say it is.
No, but that might as well have been what you said.
I don't. Fine, sir. So what is race to you? Now that I answered,
I'm not the one using race as an argument.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
you
just
guys
asked
have
you,
never
why are you
actually
afraid
stuck
to
down to a
answer?
definition. You'll only critique because you
What do you
realize that
mean?
all of your positions and definitions fall
Wait a
apart
minute.
when
Wait
we
a
like
minute.
ask
I've
even a single
definitely
question
stuck
about
to a
them.
definition.
Okay,
And
what's
when
sexism?
I've been responding to things that are good, I'd use a definition that you would probably be okay with. Like,
Isn't it
Mhm.
if you
subjective
were to
what's
say
good
things
or
that
what's bad?
sustain survival, stability, functionality, advancement in society, that would be good for society. Wouldn't you say that?
Whoa, Speakeasy just literally joined our team because that's the exact argument that the soy pill and I are making that Cooley
No,
here
you
says
aren't.
is
You
ridiculous and
aren't
based on
making that
preferences, and
argument.
because of
You aren't
this, they
making that an
automatically win
argument
the no, it's
whatsoever. I'm
it is
showing you your
literally the
definition of
argument is our
good and
debate.
how sexism fits your definition of good. Do you understand that?
We are against the unjust discrimination on the basis of
Who
sex
decides
only
what's just?
when it
You?
ignores
Who
Who
That's what
decides
I was
what's
asking you the
just?
entire time.
capacity,
Who
skills, and
decides
ability.
what's just and what's good or bad?
Yeah,
It
who
goes down to their
decides just?
preferences.
Who literally decides? The government, the ruling government at any point in time.
So just
Next.
things are good? Is that what you're saying right now? Just things are good.
They
So
discern
just to give you an
they determine
example,
what is
back when
legal.
slavery was allowed and it was justified to go catch a slave that ran away and bring him back to his slave owner and beat the shit out of him, I was justified under law. Was it
Was that
good?
good,
Yeah,
Sally?
morally bad,
Was it?
morally bad,
Oh,
legally justified. You
Yeah.
didn't
no,
ask
no,
if
no,
it
no.
was
We're
morally
No,
asking,
good
is
or
it
Was it
bad.
good?
When
justified
I'm
to
Is it
you?
using the word
good?
just,
Is it good?
She's falling
Callie?
into the like what is good
No, it's
thing,
not
what
good
is
to have
bad.
slaves.
Oh, okay. So just doesn't mean good. If you look in the back, I put the actual definition from the Merriam-Webster dictionary of sexism, and it's prejudice or discrimination based on sex.
Right.
I've been
So
going by
the
definition
reason you
of
have to keep
sexism.
going back to this and the reason we brought up the race thing is there are obviously good forms of sexism when you discriminate against the sex.
Race is an arbitrary, socially constructed line. Sex is
Okay.
a biological, objective standard.
Why does it
So there
matter
are
if
no such
both there
thing
are
as
both
different
ways
races?
that
They're
both of
not
these things are
I
good?
can't believe
They're
you're a
literally
science
comparable,
nihilist.
buddy.
A science denialist?
Yeah, you are literally a woke. These are the gayest arguments ever. Race is actually just a social
These are
construct
the
that's
gayest
based on the
arguments ever.
perceptions of
Good
people in
one.
their society. Like we have a
Aren't you
tremendous amount of
gay?
science that goes against that. Yes.
Yeah,
How are
that's
you
her
using
that's
that
her
as
word.
a
Still my
negative term?
Still my favorite derogatory word.
Well,
She'd say the F
to-
slur if it was allowed. I know it.
Okay, so let me maybe try to bridge the gap here. So sexism defined says prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination typically against women on the basis of sex. So the word discrimination, I went and pulled that, and it says discrimination is the unfair or less favorable treatment of a person or group based on protected characteristics such as race, gender, age, religion, disability, or sexual orientation. So it is tied in there if you like take the definition of it, right? I think most
Sarah,
people
real-
understand one thing comparable to another just based off of the word discrimination and how we as Americans understand it. Go ahead, Victor.
Just the fact that we're utilizing the Google definition and we're utilizing it because we would perceive that, well, we're going to this source because it's a good source. And the fact that Google in itself, with the definition of sexism, is because they say they put in their women, they don't put men and women. So Google itself is sexism, and we're utilizing this Google definition because we perceive that the Google definition is good, which is in itself good for society.
I perceive the Google definition as bad because it should say men too.
Yes, well, in your preference, yeah, in your worldview.
Well, it says especially, so it says the one that's Speakeasy sent says prejudice or discrimination based on sex, and then it also says especially discrimination against women.
Especially against discrimination against women, not against women and men. So the Google definition itself is sexism, and we're utilizing it because we think that it's good, which means that sexism is good within itself. How many times can I refute the arguments quick and easy?
Well, how are you?
If only it were so
Let's get
simple.
some good
Hold on,
arguments up here.
hold on. I'm trying to understand.
I-
How are you perceiving that as good?
Okay, I'll
Because
tell you
the-
it again. So
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying
yeah,
here.
I'll say it. So the simple fact that when I typed it into when I typed in sexism, right? The reason why we're going to Google is because we trust Google to give us a definition that we would perceive to be right, which we would perceive to be good. And Google in itself, their definition of sexism is sexist because they did not include men. They only included women in the definition. This would conclude that, well, sexism has to be good since we're all utilizing this Google definition.
But that's why I disavowed. I disavowed the Google
sexist.
definition. It should say men in there too. Also, does anything in
Well,
your
it
Christian
says-
does
hold
anything
on,
in
the
your Christian
main-
meta ethics tell you why you should or should not trust Google?
It doesn't say men aren't included. It says based on sex, and then it says especially, or yeah.
No,
Meaning
no,
that
Sarah.
it's
The
appealing
Google
to
one
the
says
bad
just
things.
women. It doesn't say
It's
especially.
appealing to the negative things towards women, not the negative things towards men. So the Google definition is sexist in itself, and we're all appealing to it as it is good because we're all utilizing.
Why do you
it in
keep
this
saying we're
debate.
all? I disavowed Google. I'm disavowing Google right
Okay.
now.
So what's your definition of sexism then, man?
Discrimination based on sex.
That's it?
Yep.
Where'd you get that from? Your
Uh,
preferences?
a bunch of different things I've read, and they all conglomerated into my brain as a definition that I spurted out all on my own.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, cool. Do you think that it's sexist to have a bathroom that is only for women?
Yep.
Okay, cool. We did it. Sexism's good. Now let's talk about what you actually want to talk about, which is whether or not women should be able to vote, serve in the
Yes.
military. I don't know why this has taken yet again an hour and a half for you to just keep walking back the
I
fact that
mentioned
you.
other things too. It's just like you do this thing where you interrupt while people are talking, and then you're complaining because we can't get to an actual argument.
How about you
kinda
just
weird.
ask a question on voting if you want to get to it, and we can get down to it, man. Go ahead.
Well, we tried. Which country where women can't vote would you prefer? Would you think that was a better, based on your no, sorry, not preference, based on your Christian meta ethics? Would you say would be a morally better country?
Yeah. So under my worldview, it doesn't matter because I granted your worldview. But I would
But
say
we're
that I
granting
would
your
utilize
worldview.
Yeah,
this
actually, yeah,
country-
we grant your worldview.
I would
actually. I
utilize
think the
this
Christian God is
country-
real and his word is the truth.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's a lie.
No, I did. I'm
if
granting it
you
right
do,
now.
That's totally fine. If you do, can you justify that?
No, I read it in the book.
Okay, just because you read it in the book, can you justify that the Christian God is the real true God? Can you justify?
Well, I think there's pretty good evidence that Jesus rose after 3 days, and I find it the most compelling religion. All the other ones really don't speak to me. So Christian God is the one true God, yeah.
Yeah, nah, yeah. See, you can't even justify. The thing is, if you're trying to do an internal critique and grant someone's worldview, you would have to understand their worldview in order to grant it. The thing is, I understand your worldview. This is why I granted it. But I'll go
But
ahead.
I'm granting
entertain
yours.
this a little bit. I'll go ahead and entertain your question a little bit here. So essentially, what you're asking about what period of time or country was it ever good with women not voting?
No, right
Do I have
now,
a
not
question
period
there?
of time. Because you can look back, and when no women had any rights whatsoever, there were certain countries that did better than others. But now that women writ large have entered the workforce in almost every good country, I'm curious what country where they haven't or can't vote is somehow better.
Yeah. So once again, you are assuming that I think that women shouldn't vote. Under my worldview, I don't think that. I think that a lot of people shouldn't vote. Men and women shouldn't vote. I think you should have some stake in a game in order to vote. Now, can I appeal to a country? Time would have to be in. So like, in the early 1900s, before women had the chance to vote. And even when this country started at a certain time, only people that had this certain stake in the game could vote. So yeah.
So, like, black people not being able to vote because they were slaves, that was fine?
When it's based off of race, no. When it's based off of sex, yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, you said I wouldn't advocate for women not being able to vote, but your preferred country is the early 1900s where women couldn't vote. So you do want that, but also fewer other people to vote, not just women.
Well, but fine. He doesn't want to
You
take
want
away
me
the
to go
vote
ahead
from
and-
women. So can you
Okay, go
give us
ahead.
an example? This is what, like, Saipul and I were just begging, like, if the only forms of sexism if you're arguing sexism is good because women have their own restrooms, the WNBA,
No, we're not arguing
and
that.
this,
That's
Well,
not what we're
Speakeasy
arguing.
kinda
We're
was.
straw manning
and
our
because men are
argument.
chivalrous. So then give
Then
us
why are
some
you
You're
conceding every
strong
time we
manning our
admit that that's
forms-
true?
What forms of discrimination on the basis of sex, i.e. sexism,
So
are you
once
calling
again-
for in our society that don't exist already today?
So we take the affirmative position that sexism is good for society. One of the reasons is because it's necessary. It's all you can't get rid of sexism in society because
Fine.
men and
So-
women are inherently different. We have biological
Fine.
differences.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
even when we try to break things down and we have standards and XYZ, it's always going to reduce down to certain categories. And in your worldview, based off your preferences and how you perceive the good and
Okay.
bad, you may think that this sexism is good or this sexism is bad.
Okay, cool. So fine. Let's take all that. So then, my next question will be: do you think that our society is properly sexist, or would you take it further? So you're arguing that there's plenty that sexism is essentially inevitable, that it's a good thing because the sexes are different. I
Well,
agree.
Tali,
the
wait,
sexes
hold on. You're
are
being too
very
nice.
different.
He's arguing that sexism is when men and women are different, just to be clear.
True, but fine. So again, do you think that we are calibrated to the correct, precise level of sexism, or would you like to see more? And if so, where? In what form?
Yeah. So
Because it's not voting. So
well, that would be something different as well too. Once I said, even when it comes to voting, I would say that currently right now, everybody can vote. You can vote when you're 18. I don't even think that you should be able to vote when you're 18. I think that you should be able to vote if you have some stake in the game, whether if you're man, women, or black or white. You need some stake in the game.
What is
right?
stake in the game?
So meaning that, like, if you are in the military, if you've done X amount of community service, if you're and with maintaining and keeping up with the infrastructure, like having in certain career fields, if you are like surgeons and doctors, things like
Do you
that,
think like
where you are actually
podcasters should be able to
contributing-
vote?
where you're actually
Wait. Shouldn't
contributing
we-
to society, then I think that you
let's
should
move
have the
past
ability
voting, because
to
Cooley
vote.
has already conceded that he doesn't want to draw lines on the basis of sex. He would have other
Okay, fair enough.
criteria.
Yeah, go ahead.
So then
move
where
on to something else.
correct where in our society do you think that sexism has not gone far enough? Where would you like to see more discrimination on the basis of sex implemented?
Okay, so more discrimination based off of sex. I would say when it comes to abortion, I think that currently women have it's so sexist, and women have all full bodily autonomy on who is born in America. They have all the rights when it comes to who's born in America, and we've seen how that's detrimental. We see that we are below replacement level. It's supposed to be 2.1 babies per woman, but we're at 1.6 babies per woman. So if we actually granted more rights to men as well, this would still be considered sexist, though. So this would still be a good thing in my worldview. I think that we would see less, divorce rates. Even I think on contraceptives, all of these contraceptives that we have, women can take a plan B all the way to a plan Z, which
What's
it's an
plan Z?
incentive.
Abortion.
I mean, yeah, it's basically abortion, often a baby. But you got a plan B, you got birth control, you got all of these. I think it's 16 different methods of or processes of contraceptives that women have currently in society today. But I would say that, and we see the negative side effects, that women are pretty much incentivized to be more promiscuous because they can take a plan A all the way to a plan Z. So I don't think that that's good. So
Okay, but so what's
yeah.
the prescription there?
Well, he's obviously saying get rid of birth control and abortion, right? But also, he says negative insofar as
Thank you.
negative
Jacob,
what? Your
I don't think
preference?
she got that.
Well, I know she didn't get it, but she's assuming you're saying something smarter, but you take a long time to say something really stupid. So
Oh, I
it's
see
like
what
she's
you're
Well, no, I
confused.
just want him
How
to
was it
cut to the.
stupid,
I just want
Joypo?
him to cut to the point, because I feel like he's jumping around a little bit. So he starts with
No,
abortion and says
no.
that men should have more rights in this realm, and that would still be sexist, but it would be good. So I'm curious: A, what rights do you want men to have in this realm? And B, again, you talked about the negative side effects about different forms of birth control, but I would like you, yes, to just come out and state your prescription as someone in the affirmative arguing that sexism is good for society and that you want to see further sexism, I would like you to state your positions in the affirmative.
Yeah, and once again, it's always going to be good no matter what. It's inherent. It's sexism is just the reality of the world. But what other positions do you want me to give?
Well,
Ask
the
me a
point,
question.
Cooley, is if you're saying it's always going to be good because men and women are different,
no,
that's a
well,
very
well,
different
well,
position
well,
from
I'm
we should
saying-
discriminate against women in this way, this way, this way, because
I'm
that would be
sorry,
good.
I misspoke when I'm saying it's always going to be good. What I'm saying that it's necessary. Like you can't get rid of sexism.
I mean, we got rid of women not being able to work. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That would still be sexist.
Letting women work is sexist.
So letting women vote and work. What did you say? Vote or work?
Well, both, either one.
Okay, yeah, letting women work, it would still be sexist. You want me to explain? Because we see.
Are you going to say
now,
because there's a
even with-
disparity in the jobs that they take? Is that why?
Yeah, and
Okay, so women working is sexist, women not working is sexist. Do you understand how
Disparity
you're
does not equal
like...
discrimination? This is the same thing with racism. Disparity in outcomes does not equal discrimination. Just because we allow women to work and they show up less representatively in various jobs does not mean sexism or discrimination. These are just
Once again,
differences.
And if you
based
define
off of
both
your
women
worldview,
working and
it
not working
does.
as sexism, then what's the point of having the word sexist? Like,
Yeah,
No,
so let
based
me
on
go
my
ahead and
worldview,
explain.
it does
So
not. You
it
claim to
does,
understand my
because you
worldview, but
didn't
you
give
have
me
not
any
been
solid
able. You have
definition
not
of
been
what you.
able
How do
to
you
Cooley,
define
can
what's
you
good?
maybe we
is.
can clear this up. Cooley, can you steelman Tally's position in your words?
Yeah, her to Stillman, her position, she's essentially saying that, well, Cooley, basically what you're saying is it's always going to reduce down to differences between the sexes in regards to certain career paths or things that they would choose, but it is not discrimination. So she's saying that it's not discrimination, and what I'm telling her is, did I Stillman that correctly or no?
you kind of gave your own argument in your Steelman horse, to be fair,
Yeah,
but you can
'cause
try.
You were saying what she said. Your like what you said. She was saying your
Yeah, you
argument
told me to,
was.
yeah, that's what she was telling me my
Now
argument
tell
was. I was
me,
still man in a position.
what is Tally's position? Not her thoughts on you. like
Oh, that's what you told me to still man her position. I thought you were saying to still man her position on me.
No, you're making assumptions about my worldview, right?
Got
Because
it.
I said, for example, disparity does not equal discrimination. And you said, well, in your worldview, it does. And I said, the fuck it doesn't. So do you understand my worldview that you claim to be? You claim that we can only speak in terms of me and Soypill's worldview, because
Yeah.
unlike us, who does not understand your worldview, you understand ours perfectly. That's why you are able to participate in an
I got it.
internal
I'll
critique of
still
our
man a
worldview.
position. I'll still man you guys' worldview or in your position. So essentially, you're saying that discrimination is sexism is bad for society because it produces negative effects where people will be discriminated based off of like if women didn't have the right to vote, this would be considered bad. If women didn't have the right to an abortion, this would be considered bad, right? Is that correct?
That's like the
example.
lamest possible way you could steal my. Just like, oh, because we think it's bad. Do you know why we think it's bad that women can't work or vote?
I already went through that because of utilitarianism. You think that, well, if it produces the good outcomes for people, then it has to be good for
Right.
society.
So like when you brought up birth rate and how we're below 2.1 replacement rate, why would it be bad if we went below 2.1?
In my worldview, that would be bad, is because then we have to bring in immigrants and we can't sustain our current economy.
Wait, that's the only thing we could possibly do? We couldn't, say, incentivize women to have more kids?
But we would have to do that. Then we would have to.
Wait, aren't
incentivize
you
them to
making
what's
have
wrong
a
with that?
consequentialist argument as well?
Of abortion.
But yeah, but why is
Cooley,
it bad?
How can they have more kids? How can we incentivize them to have more kids and still keeping abortion around?
Whoa. Cooley just completely gave credence to our worldview. He said
No, I didn't.
by the way, I agree that we need to increase the replacement rate and get it above, get it at 2.1, that we are actually replacing our population. But he said that the reason that having it at 1.6 is bad is because then we have to open our borders and bring in immigrant labor and stuff like this. That sounds like you're making a utilitarian argument about the well-being of our society and not something based on your Christian worldview of the world. So can you tell us
Once
through
Are you
again, I
going
went
to
ahead and-
debate him
your
about
worldview.
what God says is good?
Yeah, I went
Like,
ahead and
of
granted
course
your
he's giving
worldview.
you that worldview.
You're
What are you going to
arguing
debate about?
Do you have a
guys are hopping
worldview?
back and forth. Like,
Holy
okay, if you
man.
want to argue worldviews, we can do it this way. And I'm totally happy to argue worldviews. Please define good. How do you determine what's good and what's bad?
You already know
Well,
how
we
we
just-
determine good and bad.
right,
The
we
problem
already-
is you
we
keep
already
using
got to
bad,
that.
and then it's like, well, are you using bad in our sense of bad? Because I can clearly point to you how it would be bad for women not to be able to work in our worldview. In your worldview, you don't want to give it because you're like, well, I'll just operate in your worldview, and then you don't actually say why the sexism would be good in that case. So that's why we're a little confused, I guess you could say.
I mean, you haven't asked the question on that.
Which question would you like me to ask for
Do you
the
want me to
seventh
go ahead
time?
and, if you put it into question form, I would answer the
Okay,
question. They're very bad at asking questions.
What
You guys
about
haven't-
1900s society, early 1900s
Yeah.
society was better than we have it now? Was it the rampant polio? Was it the poverty? Was it the lower life expectancy? Was it the world wars? Was it like everyone? Yeah, like what about it was better?
So who said that? I think that is overall better. I do think that
When
there
you
are some
said my
things
ideal
within it that
society would be
is
back in
better,
time
but
in
we're-
America,
No,
early
I didn't say that it
1900s,
was
I assumed you meant
You're
it would be
asking a
better.
Specific question
Hold on,
about
Toy. Hold on,
something
Toy.
else, Toy. Right?
Okay.
You're asking a question on something else. So your question again is, ask it again. So
Wait, hold on.
so I
Tali's
hear it.
gone. Guys, just to be clear, women suck. Can we all just agree? Women are awful. We just all hate them. I just wanted to say that while she's gone because I don't want her to hear what my real opinion is. I'm just
fucking
steel
here, you
manning you.
asshole.
Oh, hi, Tali.
I keep my headphones in. Okay, I'm here when you can't see me. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, what would your ideal society that is probably more sexist or has fewer rights for women look like? And you went back to the 1900s. And I said, well, what about that is better than what we have today? Now you can say, I think it would be better if we got rid of abortion, which makes
context. I went there to express when we were speaking about voting. So you're not still meaning the position properly.
okay.
So we were specifically speaking about voting. That's why I went back to the 1950s and stuff like that.
But what about it is better specifically on the voting prospect? I'm not sure I understand. See, when I say better, I think that it's better on all those metrics I gave you. You say
Got
better
it. So
because
I'll
what?
explain. You want me to go ahead and explain? So
Please.
once again, so I think that feminism is not good for society. And when women got the right to vote, which, they vote for things that's not even beneficial to them. They think that it's beneficial to them, but it's really not beneficial to them. So once again, women got the right to vote. This is why they abort 1 million babies per year. The fact when women got the right to vote, they voted themselves to be for abortion. This is why it's legal, because this is what they voted for.
Do you
get
know
what I'm
that a
saying?
majority of men also vote for abortion?
Great. I know men did vote for it, but if we didn't have any women voting, guess what? We wouldn't be below replacement level.
Okay,
So
wait,
you
hold
want
on.
me to give a
Wait,
reason?
no,
That's
this is
one
perfect. No,
reason.
no, I thank you. It's been an hour and a half. You have finally made a prescription. Women should not be allowed to vote because they will vote for abortion. Would you say that is a good argument on your end, or what you are kind of advocating for in some sense?
Once again, so when we're speaking about voting, I never said that women shouldn't vote. This is when a different topic. So you guys don't know how to like have conversations and stick to one. You'll utilize something that I said in another conversation and try
This
to
is
map
the same
it onto
conversation
here
the whole
when I was
time.
making a different argument for something else. I gave you my position when it comes to voting.
Mhm.
Even Tally knows it. This is why she moved on. Once again, when it comes to voting, I am for
Sure.
my prescription is for men and women. It's not based off of sex or
It's
race
based
or
on
anything
stake,
like that.
right?
Of having stake in a game.
Okay, so you wouldn't
how
have a
do you
problem
enforce
if
this?
Wait,
there,
wait, wait,
if,
wait, wait.
if there was
Soy pill.
mandatory civil service and women voted for abortion, would you be okay with that?
No, I'm not for abortion at all.
But so you'd be fine with women voting for it even if because they're only voting based on the sake of the game. You don't want to outlaw them from voting. You would just be upset with the outcome.
Yeah, I think that a lot of women. So, like, I think that if how you have stake in a game if you have a nuclear family. So, of course, women wouldn't be going into military. Oh, well, I want to vote. Well, let me go into the military. Men are still going to overwhelmingly be at the helms of the military.
Yeah. That's why I
They're
said
gonna be
civil
the
service.
majority
It's
of the
like what they do
military.
in
They're gonna be the
Germany. They
majority
say
of
go work
even
in the nursing
maintaining
home.
the infrastructure and stuff like this. So what this would do is incentivize women to stay with a man and lock down with the and not divorce their man, have a nuclear family, get married, and this right there would then give them the ability to have a vote. So it'd be one family voting. That would be something as well.
So you advocate for only family units to be able to
Not
vote.
only family units, and if you have stake in a game, because not
Right.
everyone is going to have a family.
So that's why I
you
said
have to
civil
have
service
stake in
and
the
not
game. So then
military. So, for
now
example,
let's just correlate this. So since this policy, since this prescription is going to incentivize women, because this is one of the ways where they can still, get at least some say in a game if they lock down with a man and build a nuclear family. Well, generally speaking, men are the head of the household, so they would still have to yield to their man, right? So since they're yielding to their man in the household, they're less likely to abort their baby.
okay, so having civil service in any capacity doesn't necessarily incentivize having a nuclear family, although I could concede that based on metrics, which is my worldview, there are certain aspects of the nuclear family that are really, really good. Whether or not you would want to restrict people's vote based on whether or not they do that, I think is a different argument. But I think we're finally getting to this idea where you want women to be in more subservient nuclear family positions where they can only vote if they're in that thing that you think is furthering society, no?
Once again, you said only. No, I didn't say only. They
So
can
what
still
are
have
the-
stake in the
what are
game
the-
if
What
they
are
can
the
still
ways
have
that
stake in the
women?
game if once again, if community service, if they you can get into certain job fields, but women just choose not to get into these certain job fields that maintain our infrastructure. So if they get into certain job fields that do maintain our infrastructure, they can go ahead and vote. If they get married to a man, not a woman, they got to get married to a man, they can vote. At least they'll have some, influence ability to say something to the man so the man could then cast that vote.
So Cooley, I'm not voting for you on this basis, but I don't think anything that you're saying right now is like totally ridiculous, but I think it falls perfectly in line with me and Soy's argument
Disavow.
for all types of
I
sexual
disavow.
discrimination, which is we should be doing it based on other standards, other criteria. Those criteria might very well correlate with sex because the sexes are different,
Is
but
it
we
good for
shouldn't make the
society?
we shouldn't make the deciding factor what someone's sex is. Rather, we should make it their abilities, their interests, their efforts, or in the case of voting, their stake in society.
This would be sexism.
So it
Would it
sounds
be
like
good for society?
It sounds like you would what be good for society?
What you just explained, would it be good for society?
Yes.
Then that's sexism. That's sexism. Sexism is good for society. How many times?
No.
Everything
So again,
reduces
it's
down.
not.
What
to
she's let me
sexism.
allow
No,
me to
just
translate.
because-
Hold on,
thank
let me
you.
translate. What she's saying is
Ali is the
what
most
you're
good
saying
faith
for the
debater
vote,
to a fault, in
Cooley,
my opinion.
is
I have
that
ever met.
that like they need to have some kind of stock stake
Stake.
in
Yup.
in America, essentially have a nuclear family, a woman married to a man, so on and so forth. But these are like behaviors. These are characteristics that these aren't biological. These are behaviors. So it's not sexual discrimination. It's doing exactly what Tally and Soy Pill are saying. For instance, to compare it would be like getting into the military. You have to pass, maybe certain jobs or certain things. You have to pass a certain standardized testing. It, male or female doesn't matter. Just the characteristics, the behaviors that you have to portray. So you're actually saying the same thing that they are in your argument there.
Yeah, no. And what the difference, what I don't think that they notice that even if it all reduces down to a category, I don't think you guys understand, but let me
What's
explain
the
it a different way.
category?
I'll explain it a different way. because
What
it's
is the
gonna reduce.
category? Could you just
I'll
label
explain
these
it.
categories
It's-
before you explain it? Could you just label them so we just
you
know
already
what you're
labeled
talking
it.
about?
You already labeled it. So just like Sarah just said, men and women, it's not just the biology thing. It's going to go ahead and they're going to go off of interest. They're going to go off of skill level, what they're good at, what they're passionate about. They're going to
Yeah,
go
those are
into
based in
certain
biology.
they're going to go into certain fields, right? And even when you reduce it down, the majority of the men and women are still going to go into different categories because it's all based off of the biology.
That is not sexism because the determining factor, the
Where isn't it not
discrimination is not
sexism?
because it is not discriminating on the basis of sex. You might have outcomes that are heavily clustered by
Okay,
sex,
yeah.
but the actual discrimination, the standard that you are putting is not about sex. So it is not discrimination on the
So
basis
if you have
of
a
sex.
Let me
standard,
Okay,
if you
let
have a
me let
standard
me
that men are more likely to hit than women, you don't think that is a sexist
Sexist.
standard?
No,
Oh,
of course
okay.
not.
Okay.
I'm glad
Okay,
it took you
fair.
guys 2 hours to
So
figure
so
out what we believe.
so David, if you and I had a jumping contest, I'm 5'2". We have a picture of you and I next to each other. It's a very
We
stark
do.
difference between us, right? You're very, very tall. I'm very, very short. Okay. So if you and I had a jumping contest and whoever hits the 7-foot mark can move forward to the next level or something.
Yeah.
I obviously can't hit it, right? You probably can reach it with just putting your arm up.
Uh-huh.
So is that sexism or can I just not jump that high?
So in my worldview, I would say that you just can't jump that high, right?
Right. And
In
that's
their worldview, let me break it down to you. In
Thank you,
their
Neve.
they keep shaking their head no, but you keep appealing to it. You keep making fatal mistakes. And your worldview, it still reduces down to sexism. You know why?
Why do you
No,
keep
no,
saying that
let
when
me
we both
explain.
keep saying no, we don't think this is sexist? You're like, well,
Is it based
actually,
off
you do think it's
preferences?
sexist. Like we don't. Like, what
It's
do you?
It's
Why
not
do you
based-
want us to
preferences.
believe us this
It's
straw
not
man?
based off of
Okay, so
discrimination.
how would you? Okay, let's break it down. Is
Mhm.
sexism? Is it prejudice? Is it discrimination? And is it stereotyping?
If you are making a determination on the
question.
basis of sex
Just answer the
only, that
question.
is sexism.
Okay, got
let
it.
me switch it for you, David. If me and another very tall girl do the same test, she hits the 7-foot mark just by reaching up because she's 6'5" and she's a Amazon.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sarah,
And I
I get
still
it.
can't
I
hit
get
it.
it. Yeah, let me
She's going
explain it
forward,
in a
but it's
different way.
not based on
This time
let me
it'll
explain it in a
work, Sarah.
different way.
Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
He's
'cause
got it this
it's
time.
very, very
Give
simple.
him another shot.
Because one, if we're going to use the Google definition of sexism, it is prejudice, it is discrimination, and it is stereotyping based off of sex. That is the Google definition. If you want to
Okay.
use a different definition, please tell me what your definition is.
We already did that. Sexism
We
is
can-
discrimination based on sex, right? And we think
Yeah,
that
we can
this
get
is
rid of the
sometimes good and
stereotyping.
sometimes bad. But
Got it.
obviously,
Stereotyping.
So you
colloquially,
But-
concede the
but-
debate.
but obviously,
Don't you get
colloquially,
that?
when we're talking about sexism, we don't mean, oh, we have different categories for sports because that's sexist. But we both
Okay.
agree, we all agree, that's totally fine.
Totally
We're
fine.
talking
Listen to
about
this. I got it.
keeping women from certain roles because of just their gender, not because of their like abilities, but because of specifically, oh, you're a woman, you can't do this job. If she literally physically can't do it, that's not sexist.
Let me ask you a question. How can you make that determination and put it on everyone if your worldview reduces down to preferences? So your preferences is just as valid as everyone else's. So it will come down to how you perceive stereotyping, how you perceive discrimination, how you perceive prejudice. So Sarah,
As opposed to what? That's how all of society has always kind of worked.
Because I don't think y'all understand.
You're fucking 9/11
Sarah,
in your
even when
plane. You
give
never
the
landed,
example,
bro.
You say, well, Sarah, you say, well, David, I'm much shorter than you. Coolly, you're much taller. I'm 6'4". Sarah, how tall are you?
5'2".
5'2". So if we was in a jumping contest, yeah, I would win. Now, based off of how you two would perceive it, if I just always keep winning all the jump contests, or even if I win this one, based off the perception, then someone can perceive it as, well, it's unfair that he won.
Yes,
It's
there are
you would have to
retards out
validate
there, but
that.
that's
You
the
Why
have
do
to
why do I have
validate
why do I have to
feeling
validate
because
that?
you believe in preferences.
Why do you wait?
No,
Hold
don't you
on. So you keep
understand?
bringing up this
It's-
preference thing, and this is why I had a problem with your vaguity, because your implication is that
vaguity.
no, it is because your implication
It's
is that
very
all preferences
on
are
point.
equal. You know, I can say that all cultures have some sort of merit to them, but some of them are fucking dog shit, and some of them aren't. And this, just because I acknowledge that they're both cultures, and all of these are subjective based on your upbringing and what you formed and how that like anthropological like development happened, doesn't mean that they're good or bad based on my worldview. I don't have to honor someone else's preference just because it's a preference. I can say it's a dog shit preference. Now that's my preference to say it's a dog shit preference, but at the end of the day, you're only appeal. You're only a counter. Your only counter to this is
You're talking about honor. I'm speaking about if it's as valid. If
Why
your
would it be as
worldview
valid?
Reduces down to preferences. My preferences versus your
What
preferences.
makes your
What I
worldview more
think is
valid
good,
than
what
mine?
I think is bad is much different than yours.
What
It would
makes your
still have to
worldview
be
better
just
than
as
mine?
valid as
Cooley.
yours.
No,
Fine,
but
hold on,
Cooley,
hold on.
what makes your
Hold on,
what makes
It's not an
I keep
entailment.
going-
Hold on,
Listen.
hold
Okay,
on. It's not
okay,
an
children. Tally, go ahead and step in because I think maybe you
Believe
can
me.
I've
help.
been chill, but y'all just dumb.
okay.
Just stupid.
Believing, acknowledging the reality that people's perception is literally subjective, whether we like that or not, whether we think that's good or not, whether we agree with someone else's subjective perception, that's not getting at the heart of the debate here. So yes, Soy Pill and I have our preferences.
That
You
does get
also
at the
have
heart
your
of the debate.
You also have your preferences as well. Us acknowledging subjective preferences does not entail us supporting every other person's subjective preference. Soy Pill and I think that we have the good
No one
subjective
said
preference,
supporting.
and
No one
we
said
would want
honor.
to fight.
You're using
we would
wrong
want to
words.
fight.
Yeah, you
we
said
would
just
want to
at well,
fight-
you
we
said
would want
honor,
to
and you
fight
said
for
just as
our
valid. Just to be clear,
No, I
preferences.
didn't.
you
I said,
literally
is it as
said
valid? No one said honor. I said you're saying honor.
you said
I'm
honor.
not saying I'm not using those words. So once again, can you guys still man my position? My position is very simple.
They are valid insofar as they exist. Different preferences are valid insofar as people sincerely hold them. That doesn't mean that I want to implement them in equal ways. Because we all have our subjective preferences, everyone's going to go out there and lobby on behalf of their subjective preferences, and may the best preferences win out. And best at that point will be defined by what the overall group believes, I guess.
Right, and the
Well,
reason I keep
yeah.
saying vagaries, Cooley, is because
Yeah.
you have yet to present an alternative to everyone has subjective preferences, as opposed to what? What else would you consider everyone's individual life experience in which they try to impose on other people, other than a preference? That's why it's vague, because you can just say that about literally everything.
Well, under your worldview, it is everything is relative. So
Okay.
yeah, man.
Well, what is the alternative? Can you give me an alternative?
Yeah, it's divine command. Do you know anything about divine command?
I know that
Christian
you
ethics or no?
prefer that certain religion as your preference, but I would say it's just
Once
as
again,
valid as
yeah,
my
like
preference.
I said, this is why I grant your worldview.
Right, because you
that
can't
everything
defend your
reduces down
religion
to
because you can
preferences.
just
No,
say,
it's
I read it
totally
in a
fine.
book.
No, it's totally
God
fine.
speaks
this
to
is why
me.
I grant your preferences and your worldview is because
Right, because yours are indefensible.
No,
Right, I
because
understand.
You think that mine is all preferences as well.
Because
this
it
is why I
is.
go ahead and grant it.
Well,
So
no,
if
actually,
it's
no,
all
Cooley, I don't.
preferences-
No, I
No,
concede.
listen,
I
if
don't
it's
think.
all
No, you're right. I
preferences,
don't
stop
think it's
it,
a
Soy
preference.
Pill.
But
It all
God just
reduces
spoke
down
to
to
me, and he said you're
preferences.
wrong.
So
He just
basically-
spoke to me.
Gentlemen.
He's speaking
Listen,
to me
I'm
right
reduced
now.
down
He
to
says,
four.
Cooley, that's not
Gentlemen,
true.
Gentlemen, I'm going to put you on a speed date and make this really uncomfortable if you keep talking over each other. All right, go ahead. David, finish your
Okay,
thought.
cool.
And then Soy.
Got it. So if it's just preferences, Soy Pill, this is why I granted your worldview, because even if I try to push forth an argument and to justify my worldview, you're going to say God not real. You're just delusional. These are just your preferences, right? Fair enough. So now I'll just grant it. Everything is preference based.
Mhm.
The debate conversation is sexism good for society? Good
Mhm.
would be like, that's a moral argument, right?
Mhm.
That's a moral argument. So how each person defines good or bad. In your worldview, morality is subjective. You
Mhm.
define your own good and bad. Under my
Sure.
worldview, I appeal to Christian ethics.
Wait, why are you bringing
Morality
up your
is
worldview?
objective.
You said you
Listen,
concede mine.
Yeah, morality is objective. So
Oh.
what I'm saying is we can just grant your worldview and say that it's preference based. And my question to you is, it doesn't matter what example you bring up. It doesn't matter what category it is, or if you're saying, well, it's not sexist, but it's all going to be based off of preferences, and preferences is based off of how you perceive things, right? Perception. That's what it's based off of.
Right. So we would need some sort of metric to measure which one was better.
Just let me land my plane.
You never do, though.
If it reduces down to preferences and is based off of your perception of said thing, then my question to you is, how is your preference more valid than my preference?
Right, which is why we brought up metrics of longevity and better society and happiness. And you say, well, I don't really know about those, and that's all subjective too. But these are objective metrics of things. Yeah, everything's a preference in my worldview. In your worldview, there's a objective God. You can't prove it. So on the end of the day, we're all going to be just saying, well, this is good because I think it's good. That's how everything works.
The topic of the debate is sexism good? If everything reduces down to preferences,
so if you came into this debate, right, and I can say
is good,
right, and I can give you objective metrics by which your sexism is not good, like when you point to the 1900s and everything is just worse on many, many levels, and then you keep deflecting to, well, you just prefer that it's not that bad. You think bad there is by certain metrics, but I prefer those metrics to be that way. Well, yeah, sure. If you go into every debate saying, well, you don't believe in the objective God, therefore we couldn't possibly agree on anything, like, cool, I don't know why you're here. Do you want to talk about outcomes, or do you want to talk about...
preferences? Why are you here? If everything is preferences and you can't validate any argument.
Children. Cooley, I think what Soy's trying to say is, okay, we're all on the level of, yes, we all have our preference, but what is your defense, right? How do you back up your preference?
We heard his defense. His defense is mine's good is better. Yeah. Why do I need to argue in this debate? Okay, I guess you concede and we win. Is this the fun argument? No, hold on. You just conceded. I guess we win. Oh, I guess you conceded and we win.
Children.
We went through all of them, bro.
Listen, that's enough.
Being
That's
worse.
enough.
What metrics, Soyko?
I already brought them up. I can say them again if you want.
Cooley, you already put everyone on the equal playing ground by saying, I agree, we'll just go by preferences. Okay, now we're all there. We're all on my preferences. Yep. However, Soy Pill is taking it the next step, and he's defending his preferences by providing the backup, the background,
some sort of metric,
and so forth. We gave so many different examples. We gave examples on Speakeasy gave so many examples in his opening and then reiterated those examples. I gave many examples when we're speaking about you can say bathrooms, you can say abortion, you can say women having the ability to vote, which I think that it should be. Some would say that it's still going to be sexist because it's still going to be the majority of men under my worldview, even when it comes to voting anyway. So yeah, man, like we went through these arguments already. Like we're almost 2 hours in. We went through them and they conceded on all of them. They literally conceded on all of them.
Actually, I already declared victory. Just to be clear,
mentioning like metrics, right?
Like
so
what?
you mentioned the 1900s, how it's better now. So
yeah,
in the U.S., right, in 1950s, U.S. produced 40% of the world's GDP. It's down below 24% now. The median household income was enough for one man to support a family of 4 or more. Now you need 2 people working just to survive. What metrics exactly are you talking about that it's so much better now than it was in the 1900s?
Okay, so GDP is an interesting one because we're still the #1 GDP in the world. What market share of that we produce is kind of irrelevant to me. Globalism is great. I like that certain things, right, because certain things being produced out of China or Taiwan because it's cheaper and allows more people to have them, I think is a great thing. More people are allowed to have TVs, microwaves, refrigerators. People live longer. People die less from disease. We have better technology. Idiots are allowed to buy microphones and computers and talk about their dog shit opinions thanks to women participating in the workforce. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people making money off being this retarded. So yeah, I think it's a much better place. If you want to go live in the 1920s, I'd love to hear why you think it would be better.
Well, I just mentioned a few things. So just to be clear,
so you would travel back in time to get a better median household income.
Hold on, Soy, let him respond now.
So it's better now, just to be clear, that the median household income used to be one man could support a family of 4 or more. Now you need 2 incomes just to survive. You think it's better now?
I think depending on what the job is, I think that there are problems right now we have with wages. I believe real median wages have actually increased since then, but I don't know if you know what a real median wage is.
Okay, so
Do you know what a real
like
median wage
you
is?
like to talk to people like they're
Do you know?
stupid, right?
Well,
But
I
like,
am not talking to you like you're
do you
stupid
think
because I
it's
enjoy it. I'm
better?
talking to you like you're stupid because you're a
So do
retard.
you
But do
think
you know
it's
what a real
better
median
now
wage
that it
is?
takes more?
Like
Do you
that.
know what a
Okay.
real median wage is?
This guy, man.
Can you answer my question? Do you know what a
Yeah,
real
I'm not
median
gonna
wage?
play your whole. I
Yeah,
think I'm
understanding
smarter, man. I'm
economics is
trying to
hard.
ask
I
you
understand.
questions,
Why
and
don't you go
you're
make
trying
another
to
Post
dodge them
Malone
real
album? Do you
quick.
know what a real median wage
Yeah.
is?
Well, if you don't want to answer that one, what about the marriage rates being at
Why
record
don't you
highs
first? I
compared to
think
now that they're
marriage rates
lapsing? Do
being
you think
lower
that's
right now
better?
is probably better because people were locked into marriages that they couldn't escape thanks to no fault divorce. But again, do you know what a real median
Is
wage
that
is?
what you think? You think that everyone was just slaved into their marriages?
Did I
Is
say
that what you
everyone,
think?
or did I say that a lot of people were?
So most people? Is that what you're trying to argue?
I don't even know if it
Or
was
just a
most, but
lot?
enough
What's a
people
lot?
that the reason is
What's
a lot.
a lot?
That's if you can bar
5 people's a
people,
lot.
if you can bar people from exiting a marriage based on nothing but
argument,
you
man.
need to have a legitimate reason instead of hey I'm unhappy. Yeah, at least a bunch of people, as we see there are more divorces now, were unhappy
Yeah,
and
look what
couldn't
it's
divorce
done.
before.
So
What has it
wait,
done?
It's better that it's
It is
easier
better
to
that more
divorce.
people are able to divorce when they want to. Yeah. Can you answer my
Oh,
question about
Okay,
what a
so
yeah,
real
so
median wage is?
how's that working on children? Is
How's
it
that
better for
working on
children?
yeah,
children that
so
more people are having
is the nuclear
divorces?
family a bad thing then?
I think
Because that
overall it's probably a good thing, but I don't think it should be enforced.
oh, if it's a good thing, then why are you for no fault divorce?
Did you hear the second part of my statement, or were you not listening?
I've heard the second part of your statement.
What did I say?
But how is it?
Well, hold on.
how
I
is it
answer.
a-
You'll
how
have
is
the
it
answer to your
a
question
thing?
if you
How about
actually were
crime
listening.
Thing?
You'll have the
How is
Is
it
it
answer.
better now
thing?
that the crime's higher or what?
Wait, can you answer your question with my answer that you were listening to?
Crazy, man.
Can you
How
answer?
is it
Can
a-
you answer
yeah,
your
how is it a
question with
good
my
thing?
answer?
Yeah, how is it a good thing if you just admitted that so
That
you
I
said the
like
nuclear
nuclear
family is a good
families.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if no fault divorce leads to women divorcing their man without giving any reason, we would say that this was one of the factors with the increase of why the divorce rate is so high is because of no fault divorce, and we see the differences before no fault divorce and after no fault divorce. So this is one of the reasons why the divorce rate is so high.
Right. So
And
obviously,
this would destroy the nuclear family, but you say that the nuclear family is good.
right. So what was the second part of my statement that answers your question?
I'm asking you a question.
You said you were listening. What's the
second?
second part? Were you listening?
I just asked
Okay, you
a
weren't
question.
listening. So the
Why are you
second part of my
asking me a
statement
question?
was
What's the question?
because you said you were
I'm
listening and you
asking
clearly
how
weren't.
is it-
Because
it's
the
a
second part,
contradiction.
because the second part of my answer was, I don't think it should be enforced. So if someone doesn't want to be part of a nuclear family, the state shouldn't say you have to be unless you can come up with some reason that
Who
we
said
deem.
that? That's not
That's
even. You're
what
just speaking
no
nonsense.
fault divorce is. If you can
No, it
say,
isn't. You have to give a reason, a valid reason. You
yeah,
go to court,
no
you
fault
go to court
divorce.
for
If
it.
you just say
Like, if
I'm
the man
unhappy,
cheated on you, and you can show proof that the man had sex with all of these women and gave you AIDS or something. Oh well, yeah, the judge is gonna go ahead and grant that.
what if they're
But it's
unhappy? Do you
based
think
if
they
the
should be able to
woman
do
wakes
that?
up one day like, I don't really like you anymore, and I'm gonna go ahead and divorce you because I fell in love with the milkman. Well, no, that's not a valid reason for divorce. Let's go ahead and work this out.
So
Let's go
what
to
you're saying
counseling.
is
Let's
we
go
should
to therapy.
we should
We should have
force
things in place.
the
not
nuclear family?
enforced.
That
We
is
should have
enforced.
things
You're
in
saying you can't
place.
not choose it, right? You can't say I'm not happy. I want to get out of this. No, you have to do it, right?
Once again, we should have things in place.
Okay, you're
when the
incapable of
woman is
engaging with what I'm saying.
unhappy.
It's pretty
No,
embarrassing.
I am engaging with you, man. What are you speaking about? Right? We're speaking about no fault divorce.
Right.
And I'm saying that currently women do not have to give a reason. They can just divorce their man. So
Right.
based off how they feel, they can divorce their man. And we
Sure.
see how this was the destruction of nuclear family. This is one of the reasons that
So
destroyed
that's
the
the
nuclear family.
entailment that you have improved. So like again, I'm not entirely with you, but like I think that there are cultural issues that we have in our modern society that we need to take seriously.
Yeah, I said that is one of the reasons why I destroyed the nuclear. It's one of the reasons why.
Can you
if
substantiate
it's
that?
the case, I can. If it's the case, and you can go ahead and look it up. The divorce rates prior to no fault divorce was way lower than after no fault divorce. What we seen in society when we legalized no fault divorce and women didn't have to give a valid reason why they were divorcing their man, we seen that the divorce rate increased. It skyrocketed. Now his position is the nuclear family is a good thing. My question to him, if the nuclear family is a good thing and that's something that you want to maintain, why would you then why would you be pro no fault divorce. It seemed
Because
that
I don't
would
want to
be
enforce it. I don't
nonsensical.
think you should enforce it, right?
Then how is it enforcing it? How
Because
is
you're
that
saying if
enforcing
you
it?
don't want to be part of a nuclear family, unless you have a reason that the state deems valid, aka if you're unhappy, that's not enough. Ergo, you have to be forced into the nuclear family.
Why is that bad?
Well, that's a different question. Do we want to talk about why I think that forcing
Well,
the nuclear family is
I
bad?
think it's good. So why is it bad?
Okay. Do you think that we should force everyone to, for
I
example,
just
stay in their
said,
homes?
I think we should
No.
force
Well,
people
you didn't
to
let me
stay
finish my
in
question.
marriage
Do you
and
think
not
we
just
should
be able to
force
break up
everyone to
once they
stay
think,
in their
I'm
home?
unhappy. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Do you
Can
think
answer
everyone
why
should be do you think
why
everyone
is
should
it
be
bad, Soy
do you
Pill?
think I'm asking you a question to demonstrate why I think it's
Don't
bad. Do you
ask
think
me a question. Answer my
I
question.
promise you'll understand when you try to
Yeah,
listen, but I
okay.
know it's hard for you. So here we
I
go.
know you think
Do you
everyone's
think
stupid, right? But
and
you're
I
the
don't
one
think
here
everyone's
wearing a
Not
stupid, but you're
everyone.
demonstrating
Right? Like, I
very
don't
easily that
understand how
you're
you
very,
think
very
everyone's
low
stupid with
IQ. It's
that hat on your
embarrassing.
head.
Ask
My
your
God.
You're,
question, Soy.
okay, so my question is, do you think it would be good if every single person was forced into their home?
Nope. Whole different argument.
Well, it would reduce
I
crime
didn't
like
say
by
I want to
almost
force
100%,
everybody to
except for
stay
domestic
inside.
disputes,
That's
right?
not what I said.
Well, look at
You want to
Cooley's
answer
active
my
listening, by the
question
way.
now?
He's active listening real good right now.
I'm listening to
Why
you.
is
You
it
just
bad?
asked if
I
it
don't
would
wanna
be
hear your
good if
pivot
people
and
force
your
people to
runaways.
stay in their
No, I'm
home or
not running
something
away.
like
The
that.
point I'm making is there's lots of things that we could enforce that might make things better for everyone. For example, if we got rid of all crime by forcing everyone to their home, we would reduce all crime, but I wouldn't want everyone to be unhappy insofar as not being able to exhibit
If
and
people
experience
left their
life.
home, it would be a crime, and you think we would
Yes.
reduce crime by making it a law that you have to stay in your home?
It would
You're
reduce
pretty stupid,
almost
aren't you?
every
You think
it would
you
reduce
think
almost all
you
for
think laws stop crimes from happening? Is that what you think?
No, I think people with guns saying if you come out of your home I'll shoot you would reduce people from going
God.
outside and committing crimes
And how
against
does
each
this
other.
map
So
onto
everyone's just
no?
gonna
How it
starve to
maps
death in
onto
their house
Yeah, how
is
does
that
this
you
map
can
on?
force
society.
people into
Not even a
situations that they
realistic
so you could
hypothetical, man.
obviously it's not realistic, but what the point is if you force people to do things that make them unhappy, I don't think that necessarily results in a better outcome. And I can see, by the
Do you
way,
know
that
that people
allowing
have to
women
work
to
to
enter
live?
the
He's
workforce and
not
have
saying
all
that
Bad
divorce.
people
workforce is
work
good.
miserable every day. What are you talking about? We force people to be miserable all the time. You have to work to eat. You have to work to have a house over your head. For you to be on this internet, buddy, you have to work.
Yeah,
What are
I'm
you
doing it right
talking
now.
about?
I'm
We
getting
force
paid to
people
be here and
do
talk
shit
to
they don't
you. That's
wanna
the only
do all
reason,
time.
unfortunately.
Yeah, and
What was the
Soy
last
Pill,
thing you
Tell
said?
me why it's bad.
Tell me why it's bad to force people to do things?
No. To his question, why?
Yeah, why
is it
why would it be bad to force a
people to
nuclear
stay in a
family?
nuclear family?
Because I think it would make most people unhappy if that's the only outcome they were allowed to do. I think it actually grants a lot of freedom and access to be able to explore your life, and I think it results in better outcomes when people can pursue their passions. And Tali, I don't know if you want to back me up here, I wouldn't want to force Tali into a heterosexual marriage with a guy she's not really into and have babies that she doesn't want to have with them, but that's just
Yeah,
me.
so just to be clear, okay, you think you don't want to force people into it because you don't like it? That's your whole thing
I think
here?
it produces worse overall outcomes for those people. Why you can have some sort
In
of
what
benefit.
metrics?
So you can have some sort of benefit from a nuclear family, ergo, like, oh, the kids might be happier insofar as they have both parents able to raise them, help them with their homework,
They
take them to
become better
school.
members of
Yeah,
society, commit
but
less
if you
crime,
look
do
at
less
children in
drugs.
broken
A
households
lot
where they're
better for the
hold on, let me
kids.
finish. If you look at the metrics for children in broken households where their parents are, subject to some sort of religious law that says you can't get divorced, they're actually way unhappier, much more likely to be abused, much more likely to take the abuse from their parents abusing each other or
In
abusing them
broken
and inflict it
households.
on their own children. So yeah, I don't think that's necessarily good.
That's
And
the same in a single parent broken household too. So you're
no,
not
actually,
comparing it
it's
to
not
one
exactly
the
the same.
other.
No,
It's
I'm
the same
I'm
thing.
comparing
What are you
people who
talking
aren't
about?
allowed to divorce to people who are happy in their
Single
fucking
parent
nuclear.
households have way more higher rates for abuse.
Okay, here's a test. If
What are
you
you
took, do
talking
you think if
about?
the government just had a mandated husband and just we gave mandated
Everything to avoid
husbands
the
to
question.
every single woman that this would solve the single parent metrics of bad outcomes for children? Or do you think we'd have some weird fucked up society where you have a government employee in the house and the children aren't really raised in the way that you want them to be?
If we
If we
you think
put
that would be the
mandated
result
federal
of
workers
no-fault
to be husbands
divorce?
for all the single moms, do you think that would make
Why do
everything
they
better?
have to stay inside? Why does it turn into this like imprisonment
Because I'm trying to
camp
show
all
you
the
that
time?
enforcing something that may or may not have good outcomes for society doesn't mean it's a desirable outcome. Just because we got rid of crime doesn't mean it's a good way to get rid of all
Wait a
crime.
minute. If it has good outcomes for society, that is your definition of
Do you
good,
understand that
no?
some things can be good while not being the best solution? For example, it would be good if we killed every criminal, but it would be bad to kill every criminal.
what does this have to do with the no fault divorce?
Because
and
I
saying
think
it's
that you could
good to
have,
keep people in marriages even if they say they're unhappy because it has a better outcome on the children?
because
Can you
it
explain
might
to me why
have
that's bad?
because one, it doesn't necessarily. In fact, a lot of these, especially if they're unhappy in the marriages, will have
Yes,
bad
necessarily it
outcomes.
does.
I
Overwhelmingly, the statistics show.
Okay, so yes, sometimes nuclear family, or oh yeah, let's say this: overwhelmingly, nuclear families are
Two-parent
going to have
households
better.
overwhelmingly with two biological parents overwhelmingly have better by all metrics for
Yeah,
the
and also the
children.
metrics you're looking at now take into account that all the people that don't have that are divorcing and they're not staying in broken, forced nuclear family marriages. So I don't know how to explain this to you.
Two divorced Are you listening or?
If they're trapped in the marriage, that's not what's happening now because no fault divorce exists. So you're only looking at the people who stay together and are happy.
You don't think so? You think, just to be clear, you don't think if people knew the outcome that they couldn't just leave because they're happy, we wouldn't have less people just getting married on a whim? Because, oh, you know what? She's got nice tits, so I'm going to marry her. You don't think we'd have less of that when they
You
knew
think
that
people
the outcome
didn't
is
get
they can't
married to
just
someone
leave?
for having nice tits in the
Logically,
1940s?
just think with your head, because you're the smart guy here, remember? You're the big smart guy. I'm
Yeah.
just dumb, tattooed up idiot, okay?
Wait, I didn't say anything about your tattoos, buddy.
If people knew
All of
they
my
couldn't just
prescriptions
leave
of
the
how stupid
marriage,
you
would
are.
we have less or more?
Sorry, can you ask the question one more time?
I know, you're too stupid. I get it. It's okay.
No, I'm slow. I'm sorry. I'm a simple man. Can you ask it one more time?
Man, that's taking it kind of far, but...
No, can you ask the question one more time?
I was just looking up a couple things of like when no forced default came in, became legal in the United States, and also the drop in our reproductive rates. And it looks like this happened, it sort of staggered. The different states adopted no fault divorce at different times. New York, one of the bluest states in the country, was actually the last to adopt this in 2010. But it seems like our falling fertility rates predate or actually line up with this. So it seems like this was not a result of no fault divorce.
We're not comparing that. We're not comparing that. What we are comparing is no fault.
That was one of the main arguments that was.
The main argument.
So we were talking about the
no fault divorce versus destroying the nuclear family. Had nothing to do with women aborting their children. That was an entirely different discussion.
That started with reproductive rights.
And I'm not talking about abortion.
The sexism thing.
We didn't make that correlation though. That wasn't our argument.
It like trickled in.
It was part,
right?
It trickled in,
It
was certainly part of the argument. And I mean, that is what we're talking about. The decrease in nuclear families goes along with, right, the decrease in our replacement rates for reproduction. And all of these things also line up again with the introduction of contraception and stuff, and just like changes in norms, cultural norms. So I think it's hard to argue that any one of these things in particular is responsible for the negative outcomes that you're attributing to them, especially when we see this play out in other cultures too that are even more traditional.
Yeah. So the argument was not that it's the only thing. We're saying that it's one of the things that contributed to the decline in the divorce rate, which is the destruction of the nuclear family. Because if women are divorcing men, obviously that's destroying the nuclear family. They're separating the children from the man. So and then. So quick question, Soy Pill, in a conversation that you were having with Speakeasy. It seems like, Soy Pill, you're alluding to the part that, well, in some cases, utilizing utilitarianism and looking at data, we can see that, if we do force women to marry, if we do force the nuclear family, it can be some positive sides.
There's probably a positive
outcome.
Be
some negative sides as well.
Sure.
Right. So then, how do you make the determination of what we should do?
Well, it's just my preference, as you might say. Now, if you want to say that that's not valid, for example, if we locked every man up, there would be no, or not no crime, but a huge reduction in crime. We just milked them for their semen. We would have a much better society in certain ways, but we'd also not, be able to produce as much because they wouldn't be able to work. I can look at things and say, hey, I like I prefer when everyone's able to work and produce and have one of the most prosperous countries in the world. But I don't like that there's a lot of crime. But that doesn't mean that the only solution to said thing is to force people into no fault or to divorce marriages in which they have to give a very specific reason from the state. I think there's plenty of ways to have.
The soy pill coming in with my
What do
favorite
you look at
conservative
marriage
saying,
as,
which is
soy
there are
pill?
no such things as solutions, only trade-offs. And so soy pill is saying that when we introduce these solutions, we need to look at what the trade-offs might be. And he's evaluating that he doesn't like the other end of that trade-off. That there might be some
What does soy
negative
pill look at as a
consequences
marriage,
to X.
or look at a marriage as? What do you look at a marriage as?
What do I look at it
Contract? Would
as?
that be fair to assume?
Do you mean like legally? Do you mean like societally?
What do you look at marriage as?
A promise to someone that you'll love them forever for half their stuff.
Okay, and then the legal part, you would say it's a contract?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think like it's good to allow people to just back out of contracts because they're not happy anymore?
Yeah, depending on what the contract
Oh, it
is.
is?
Now you got me, dude. If I call it a
What a
contract, now I
broken,
have changed my
stupid-
whole position
So,
on
like,
marriage.
So like say you're renting out a home, right? And you have a
Uh-huh.
lease agreement with
Oh,
someone. If they're just
wait.
not happy in the
Uh-huh.
house anymore, should they be able to break that with no consequences?
Well, as it's one-to-one analogous, I guess I also think that's okay too. You got me, dude.
Should they? They should
No,
be able to
obviously
break
not.
it?
I think a contract of marriage is very different than a contract of owning a house. But guess what? Marriage is about love, and if
I
you
didn't
stop
say about
loving a
owning
person,
house.
fucking apartment, whatever.
And this will
Yeah,
You
I'm
have to,
respectful
by the
when it
way,
comes
just to be clear, because
when it
the
comes-
reason I've been looking to the left the whole time was to look up real median wages, and it's like by and large, like way fucking better than it was in 1900. I don't know what numbers you're using, but it looks like the real average annual wages of 1900, 1920s was like less than 1,000, and now we're at like
I said
70, 80.
1950s. I don't know if you're not good at
Okay,
tracking, so 1950s.
if it's
is the
1950s, I'll look
correct
up that number too. But
Yeah, check it out, buddy.
women were already in the workforce at that point for a
Yeah,
Go
decade.
check it
So.
out.
So soy pill. I see
In
what
fact,
you're saying.
nobody- women
Nobody's
being
saying
in
to
the workforce
completely
was
take women out of the workforce anyways.
I know. Okay, what's up?
So,
Cooley?
real quick, soy pill. I understand you pretty much saying, yeah, man, it's a little bit more nuance. There's some nuance in there when we're making these determining factors with using data. That makes sense, right? And when we're saying that, no fault divorce, this was one of the causes to the destruction of the nuclear family because the the divorce rate skyrocketed right after it was made legal, right? When no fault divorce came about. Now, if it's the case where we can data would show that, well, if the woman needs to give a valid reason for divorce, this is not necessarily meaning that we're forcing her, meaning that she just needs to give a valid reason. And this can be many different categories for this reason to be valid, right? Just to make an example, like say if the woman wants to divorce her man because the man was a serial cheater, and she caught a STD because of it, and she went to court, I would think that would be justifiable.
Sure, we could agree on
reason
that,
for you
yeah.
to go ahead and divorce your husband. But if she just wants to divorce her husband based off of how she feels, and you're okay with that, without any other stipulations in place, and you know that reason destroys the nuclear family, which you claim that the nuclear family is good, why would you be in favor of that and not in favor of the other where she has to give a valid reason?
Yeah, sure. So I think you're bearing the lead a little bit by saying it's just based on how she feels. I think a lot of people who get divorced today have usually pretty what I would consider valid reasons, just because it's not the man is cheating. There could be things that, hey, people change. I'm not in love with you. I don't like spending every single one of my days with you. This really isn't fulfilling my needs. And any and all of those things are totally fine for someone to say, I don't want to be forced to live in the same house as you by the
What
state.
about marriage counseling?
I think
therapy,
that tons
things
of
like that?
people
Are
should
you fine
pursue
with-
these options first. If you're just deciding to get divorced on a whim and you have like on your 7th or 8th marriage, yeah, I'd probably agree with you. There's a lot of people that make spurious, impulsive decisions, but that doesn't mean that the state should enforce marriage counseling before they're allowed to get divorced, just to be clear. And last thing,
Last thing
before you respond, last thing.
Enforce marriage counseling.
I don't think the state should enforce marriages, period, if that's what you are advocating for by getting rid of no-fault
Well,
divorce.
no, I'm just speaking about the marriage counseling.
Well, if we're putting it in the frame of contracts and again, take it away from like the state enforcing this and rather like the courts deciding on people upholding to the contracts that they signed. I don't inherently see a problem with working into a marriage contract that if you are trying to get out of a divorce for reasons beyond abuse and cheating and all of these things, that yes, you should have to aim for reconciliation first. Things that might be written into other standard contracts, right? If you run into an issue here, you need to try to mediate it in X, Y, and Z way before you can get out of the contract. And so I don't see a problem in encouraging counseling.
So do you
and
know
things
one
like
of
this
the
before
main
anything
reasons
even-
that women,
Even most states, like even like Maryland here, we have a 1-year separation law that like it's a cool down period, and they always
That makes
recommend.
sense.
Yeah, a lot of states recognize that. There are, I think California, you can like go get married and divorced all in pretty much the same day. But California is kind of odd in a lot of things, anyways. But most states like actually have a lot of requirements. You can't just like go to the courthouse and say, I don't love him anymore, I want to walk away. Like there's a whole process and a cool down period. A lot of them will even ask all of these questions, like, and even some of them, like here in Maryland, they require you to actually be separated for a full year. Like you cannot reside in the same household, or even have sex. Like when I got my divorce, it said like, have you had any sexual interactions and so on and so forth in the last year, right? Because they want to make sure there's no potential for you to get back together. They want you to really think about it. So Cooley, I do understand your sentiment in the idea of like just going and getting a divorce tomorrow and calling it a day. But most states recognize exactly what you're saying, and that's why they kind of allow a like kind of force a buffer between people.
It can go further
Yeah,
than that. There could be financial incentives too, right? That if
yeah, it's
you
not
are
enforced though, Sarah.
specifically
Like that isn't any force. Like what I'm saying is, it's in like in order for you to be divorced. If we get rid of no fault divorce, prior to no fault divorce, you had to show some proof, right? You had to have a valid reason. And even certain states had stipulations where you had to have marriage counseling. Certain states did have that, where you had to try to reconcile your differences. One of the main reasons for divorce that women check off is that they can't reconcile their differences, but they haven't even went to divorce counseling. They haven't even sought out therapy. They haven't even went to the church to try to see what's really going on with their relationship. They did nothing.
Right, but Sarah's encouraging that we do enforce those types of things. And again, even to take it a step further,
soy pill isn't.
Yeah, I don't think the state should
he's not
enforce any
entirely
of that.
bought in.
Yeah, this is why this is why it's an entire worldview contradiction. Real quick, this is why it's an entire contradiction to his statement that if it's the case that the nuclear family is a good thing, but you are pro no fault divorce. Literally, you not with it at all, bro. I try to give you a bone here and try to create some nuance. You're still not with it. And we see that is the decline in marriage rates, which is the destruction of nuclear family. So how can you be for the nuclear family, but
because no, hold on, Tali, let me answer. He's asking me. No, and also you're assuming that every single one of these. You're assuming. Can I please answer the question asked to me? Can I answer the question asked to me?
Let's Soy answer.
You're assuming baked into this premise that every single one of these nuclear families is necessarily good, when I am saying that if you look at the stats of a lot of people who are forced or kept in marriages that they don't want to be in, you actually do have worse outcomes for a lot of these children. And even the people that are saying, oh, we'll stay together for the kids, you end up having fucked up kids with parents who don't love each other and always screaming at each other, who then in turn abuse people around them because of that, if you look at these stats. So it's not like
utilitarianism. Does the stats does not compare to that, because single mother households do much worse than two-parent households. So what are you speaking about?
Yeah, like you keep saying this, oh, well, there's a lot of situations that people are unhappy. Stats show most two-parent biological homes have the best metrics in all metrics you're going to say that are good for society.
Are you comparing today people who are staying together in a world where no fault divorce is allowed to people who are single now? Or are you comparing it of people before marriages when
two
no, because
biological parent homes compared to everything else?
no, because
That's
you
what
would
it's
you would
compared
need to show me that before no fault divorce laws came into about, so when people were forced into these marriages, that necessarily these kids are going to have better outcomes than parents who are happier divorced trying to raise kids. Now, obviously, having two people doing any job is going to be easier. I'm saying there's a lot of places where I wouldn't want, just because I might disagree with the concept of getting divorced for no reason at all, that forcing it from the state is going to make that worse, and I don't want the state to be involved in that capacity. And those aren't the two dichotomous options. It's not like these are the only two things you could do. And also, last thing, because I kept looking it up, the 1950s median real wage was $40,000. Now it's $80,000. So you're wrong there too.
Doubled, yeah. Well, and also they're just it's not necessarily a contradiction of worldview.
Did you account for inflation when you said that?
Oh,
No,
that's
right?
funny you asked. Do you know what real median wage means?
Tally, stop. We're gonna shut down and work.
Did you account for inflation?
Yes,
Did I account for inflation in the real median
definitionally,
wage?
it adjusts for inflation. Definitionally,
That's what real means.
Real median wage adjusts
So it's
for
decreased.
inflation.
No.
Yes.
What?
No. A real median wage means it's accounted for inflation. So 40 to 80, it means it's increased.
It's a 100%
Send me what you're looking at.
Just look up real median wage for the years you're talking about, buddy.
Let's put a pin in the median. Okay, let's put a pin in the real median wage. All right, we're gonna hold that little bubble in our head. Let's go into work because we're almost 20 minutes over. I was letting it go because you guys were kind of finishing up the no fault divorce, and I wanted you to tail end it. But now we're starting a whole new conversation. I don't want to do that. So let's do closing statements, and then of course once we move into open panel, you guys can fire off all this stuff, and I won't stop you. Soy Pill, would you like to start with your closing statement?
Oh man, I didn't prepare anything. Yeah, sure. I guess I came to debate whether or not certain forms of sexism that aren't currently exhibited but may have been exhibited in the past, like not being able to vote, not being able to work, things that we would consider bad for various reasons, are still bad by the metrics that I would bring up. Instead, we argued for 2 hours about whether or not having different bathrooms is sexist, and therefore, if I think it's sexist, it's good, but that's kind of what I predicted. But also, as soon as we got into anything, we can just attribute everything from correlation of women being able to do things as that's why society is bad now. Doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if we can attribute actually directly that this is the case or no fault divorce or any of this stuff. We can just kind of vaguely point at all of the things that are wrong in society and say, oh, it's the women's rights fault, because there's no actual data to back this up. Yeah, everything's a lot better now. There are things that are bad, but everything that we are allowed to do now, such as speak on mics and talk for a living, is because of women being able to enter the workforce. If we removed them from the workforce, if we removed them from the military, we would just be worse off in every single capacity. And I appreciate that my opponents demonstrated this by, one, being fucking retarded, and two, Fugazi specifically asking Sarah for help because he was too incompetent to use the technology that allowed him to stream. Thank you very much. I'm the Soy Pill.
Thank you, Soy Pill. A tally to you, please.
You can tell that the Soy Pill is from the West Coast and not the East Coast because he says Fugazi instead of Fugazi, and that is a Fugazi mistake and slip up here on this stage. But to reiterate from my opening, I believe that there are significant differences between men and women biologically and psychologically, that acknowledging these differences and accepting that these differences mean that we will see different outcomes in society is not sexism. I am okay with having extreme discrepancies between the sexes in all number of of domains of life. However, I don't think that the determining factor on whether someone is eligible to participate in a certain sector of life should be their sex. It should be their competency and whether they can rise to the challenge, not whether they have a vagina or a penis. You are overwhelmingly going to see these things pan out along two lines or categories, as my friend Cooley might say. But just because we see a discrepancy between these categories does not mean that there is some nefarious sexism monster leading that. And I think that even if the overwhelming majority of women are not suited to be to be a police officer, I want the one woman who is. I want her on my streets. And yeah. That's my closing.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tally. David, to you, sir.
Sure. So, yeah, Tally is a complete sexist. She is a lesbian. She prefers women over men. She's that's the definition of sexism.
Horrible.
Why don't you like penises, Sally?
True.
Well, I don't know. I like vagina more. Sexist. You can't even procreate with that chick. I don't care about my biological superpower. I'm gonna go ahead and give that up. Sexist.
I'm not giving it
when we're
up.
speaking about soy pill,
My wife has a brother.
Then when we're speaking about, I thought this was my
She
closing.
gonna-
You
she
see
gonna
how
fuck her
chat,
wife's
when I was
brother?
when they were giving their closing and they mentioned me, I did not interrupt. I didn't say anything. So we really see who's triggered here during this debate. So when it comes to soy pill, and we're speaking about once again, everything reduces down to preferences. What these two people don't understand is that, well, all I did was this entire debate was an internal critique and granted your worldview. And under your worldview, it doesn't matter what definition you provide of sexism, it still includes things that's going to be based off of preferences because it's how you perceive prejudice, how you perceive discrimination, how you perceive stereotypes. This is what it all reduces down to. So what you deem that you would deem something that's sexism is good. Someone else may deem sexism is bad. Both are still valid. I heard no one give any distinction towards how would we determine which one is more valid. No, they didn't give no distinction which one was more valid, chat. What they did was, well, which one we would honor more based off of data. Then when we get into the intricacies of everything and we're speaking about data, well, me and Speakeasy, we gave many data points when it shows that, well, Soy Pill says the nuclear family is a good thing. And then he appeals to, he's for a no-fault divorce when data shows specifically it's a perfect correlation that when no-fault divorce was introduced, the divorce rate increased, which then destroys the nuclear family. So it's a contradiction. How are you think it's good, but you are for destroying the nuclear family? He totally contradicted himself. But yeah, man, I think that it was a W right in the first 10 minutes. They agreed that sexism is good for society. They conceded on many points, and I put it to my partner, Speakeasy.
Thank you, Cooley. Speakeasy to you, please.
All right, yeah, Cooley covered most of what I would repeat. To be honest, the other side just conceded the point right off the bat. Right, they admitted that it sometimes works, and then trying to soften it, they basically just agreed with me that societies function because of sex-based roles. So, like, people call sexism inequality, but like history, law, survival, every system we rely on says it otherwise, right? Sexism isn't just good, it's inevitable for society to function, right? And now you have at the end, that's why at the end here you had Soy Pill clinging to his like hollow slogans and weak performative arguments, right? Going at people with his ad homs while he's wearing his gay little propeller cap. It's just wild to me.
Okay. Thank you to all of you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the open panel dumpster fire. And while you guys are all trickling to the backstage, we're going to go ahead and read off some super chats. We'll get through those and then go into the fun part. This was a very
I had fun, Sarah.
Conversation.
I reject the notion that this wasn't the fun part. I had a good time. Thanks for hosting.
It was fun. It was fun. I'm still need some help understanding some things being said tonight. Okay, War Dog over on David's side.
It's because of your lady brain.
Yeah, you're just too stupid to understand it, to be fair.
I guess so.
Biologically predetermined not to get it. It sucks.
Right? Oh my goodness. War Dog says over on David's side, locked in. Very nice.
Hey, War Dog, were you born in 1988? That's an interesting name, buddy.
What's wrong with being born in the 80s?
Nothing's wrong with being born in the 80s. I'm just curious why the 88 in his username. Do you know what 88 means, Sarah?
It probably a year of birth, or they like the number 8. 8s are prosperous.
Kanye has something else to say about it. But...
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Neve says, and you guys are welcome to respond to any and everything. Try to keep them somewhat concise. I know sometimes we can stir up more arguments from the super chats. Neve comes in to say, ban women from industrialist jobs because reproductive health, and ban men from taking YouTube as a job because they can't protect women if they don't go outside.
True. I support it. Men should not
Fair
be
enough.
allowed to podcast. It's degenerate.
Yes. Besides, women like talking more anyways. XQ says feminism is a male supremacy movement. Why else are men to blame for all the problems? Is it because their lives, actions, and beliefs are unimportant?
This
Any thoughts?
seems like super incoherent. Is it one of those
It's
like
bad to blame men for all of your problems. If you're
Yeah.
a woman and you do that shit, that's
women can be
dumb.
just as dumb and as harmful as men? I'll say that. I'm not
Mhm.
afraid.
I'm not afraid.
I mean, statistically, there are more dumb men than dumb women. But there
Whoa,
are
whoa!
also
I was
more smart
granting the
men.
bridge, Tali. You didn't have to.
Oh. There are
Yeah, but
also
the
more smart men than
smartest
smart
people in the
women.
world are men. Just
Yeah.
to say.
If only we could
So
claim
I
it
just,
collectively.
said that, but that's fine.
Fair enough. War Dog says exceptions don't make the rule because men are the enforcement in general. Women are not actually doing anything, even as cops, military, etc.
I'll extend that. I'll say most cops aren't doing anything, etc. Regardless of their gender. They're just kind of fat and they sit in their cars and give you a speeding ticket when you don't deserve it.
Most cops?
Yeah, most of them. Well, at least I'm in a nicer area. I'm sure there's worse areas where they actually do stuff, but
Yeah, that's the type of shit people say when they don't have actual problems to deal with.
yeah, but the
cops are
reason I don't
bad.
have problems to deal with
Yes,
is
when
not
they
because
don't
the
live
police are
in
doing their
black,
job.
crime-ridden neighborhoods, which is why
Tali!
we should make it illegal for black people to live in cities, and we should make it illegal for women to participate in the job market.
I disavow! I disavow!
We should follow the statistics.
I disavow.
Again, your arbitrary line versus a biological line.
arbitrary.
It's
It's
a
not
stupid
arbitrary.
argument.
It's
Yeah,
based
it's a
on
stupid
statistics.
argument. It's just
Not
dumb.
Yeah,
arbitrary.
she's comparing apples to oranges, race and sex.
Those are both fruit.
Yeah.
They're comparable.
Shut
Oh, good
Low IQ
fucking
argument.
point.
Oh dear Jesus, Lord save me. Matt Skinner says this is for Sarah for listening to Four Tards. Yeah, this was a lot of talking past each other, and then you guys all came back around on each other's side, and then you guys went back the other way again, talking past each other, and ended up on the other side. That's the best way I could describe this.
Sarah, I've always hated women. Don't strawman me.
I know, Soy. It's okay. You're allowed to, actually. Thumpy Weevil says women are good at making sandwiches. Yes. But I also heard that in the chat that men make better sandwiches than girls.
I'll
So
also say
maybe-
making a sandwich is like the easiest meal to prepare.
probably
So if
true.
you're trying to like stand on some high horse woman, like learn to cook for fuck's sake. You're putting like a slice of meat and cheese in between bread. Literally 5-year-olds do it when their single mom isn't home. So
That's fair. That's fair. Neve says Cooley already conceded that his views are also based around preferences. Every argument he makes to criticize someone else's position can be made to defeat his own. What a dumb hill to die on.
Not exactly, because the thing is, when it's reduced to preferences, and I'm asking them the question to how can we validate our preferences, then it would only reduce down to force, and men have the monopoly on force. And I would think that they would concede and say the patriarchy is inherently sexist, men having this enforcement, men having this
Nope.
ability.
wait, no, wait. I actually do want to engage with that. What do you mean men have a monopoly on force, though?
Let me finish my point, right? Keep on cutting me off. This is why you don't understand, because you keep talking while I'm speaking, right? So at the end of the day, when I ask you the question, if it all reduces down to preferences, how can you validate whose preferences is more valid? One of the ways that you can validate it, the only way to truly validate it, it would reduce down to force. And since men have the monopoly on force, this would still, in your worldview, be sexist.
Would you say that white men have the monopoly on force over black men?
What does this argument or this question have anything?
Yeah,
to
in this
do with
country,
race
probably
when it
just
comes
based
to
on
sex?
Well,
the
I mean,
sizes of the population.
At the end of
So
the
black-
day, rights come from force, right?
Yeah, but what it doesn't matter if they
Wait,
do
but hold on.
or if they
Cooley.
don't. Please map it on. Go ahead. No, I want to hear soy pill.
Right. So if you're saying like the everything comes down to preference, and the only time it really matters is if men are enforcing this for women, and men could take it away at any point, right? Like this is the Andrew Wilson argument, right?
It's if you understand force, it's an argument. It's not an Andrew Wilson argument. It's just an argument.
Sorry, I heard it from him first. I
Andrew
just
Tate-
attribute it to him.
Andrew Tate even used this.
Yes, every
I would
dumb
say that
Andrew
I've
says
heard
it. I
even
understand.
before-
What I'm saying is, like,
before
are you
him.
prescribing anything from this based on the fact that men have the monopoly on force? Or are you just
No, what I'm
saying at the end of the
that
day,
is that it
men could do
reduces
that?
Down, in your worldview, it would reduce down to force. And since men have the monopoly on force, you would think that is sexist. If you don't yourself, some people within your worldview, since it's preferences, they would believe that it is sexist, that men are the only ones that can enforce rights.
Preferences are not a worldview. You keep trying to do this like weird thing where it's basically people have your specific Christian worldview or everyone else has the same worldview where it is subjective, definitionally subjective, right? Because we all believe different things. But you really are lumping me and Soy Pill too in with a belief system that we just don't abide. So
No,
no, I
Soy Pill
agree
already
with you that
conceded on
men absolutely have the monopoly on force. That's not sexism. That is a reality based on biological difference of a sexually dimorphic species. But I don't think you actually put the connection together. You said, okay, even if I concede that my argument is also based on preferences, how do we determine whose preferences are correct? You said by who can enforce it. That's not true. That goes back to the sort of argument that we were making before about like the state. Like, okay, well,
No,
just
I
because the
said you're
state
not
put something
stimulating my
into law.
position accurately. Once again, anytime I say valid, you guys use different words. You would say, well, who would we honor? Which preferences would we
I didn't say honor.
and
Fine,
all of
valid.
these things. We're
You
speaking about
keep
how can you
saying no.
validate?
I'm
Listen,
truly
how
trying
can you
to
validate?
understand
Okay,
your
got it.
worldview.
I'll
You're
say it
saying
again.
validate instead
How
of
can you
what?
validate? Yeah. So how can you validate if it reduces down to preferences? So it's my preferences versus your preferences. If this is what it
Okay.
reduces down to, if you are utilizing utilitarian ethics or harm principle or anything, it's still going to reduce down to preferences. And when it reduces down to preferences, I'm saying that give me another metric, another way that we can see who's more valid within their preference.
Well, Cooley, I guess it
So
doesn't
that
really
actually-
matter,
so-
right? Because
well, hold on, so Bill, just really
Go ahead,
quickly.
Tally.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah.
That doesn't. You haven't proved, at least to me, that who has the force does validate whose preferences are more valid. Yes, men are going to have
But who
force.
can validate it? Who can make it
validate
so?
Men can validate it. Men can only validate the preferences. We can enforce.
So by
rights.
validate,
It's men.
okay. So by validate, you mean like manifest into society, make it so that it is law. Is that what you mean?
If it's only a construct in our mind, then how else are we going to make it into reality? What other determining factor are you going to use to validate your preference over mine if it's all in a mind? You can go ahead and
Okay, so
utilize
you're
metrics.
off.
Hold on,
so you're
hold on,
off
hold
the
on, hold
moral
on.
question that you tried to pull in before that.
Well, not only that, even if it's you're utilizing the force doctrine to stand behind your preference, what if all the men preferred sexism is not good?
Yeah, what if 60% of men
It
voted for
doesn't-
abortion?
It doesn't hold, right? And that's what I was trying to say earlier is if we're all baseline on preferences, fine.
It would
we're
still
there.
be sexist, Sarah.
That's not sexist. This is biologically true.
Yeah, this sounds woke because that means that racism
It's
is
very woke.
inherent because white men have a monopoly on force over black men.
Right? Like,
That's
Like, it sounds like you believe in
First
systemic
off,
racism,
you're
which is
looking
very
in
woke.
one area of the
You're
world.
looking at one
right?
area of it.
There
So
was
you're looking at
times
one
that
area
white
of the world.
people have been
So
slaves.
We're talking about
globally,
America.
white
Like,
people
I don't
look. Globally, black
Well,
people
I'll just
don't
go ahead and
control
grant it.
many
Okay,
of all
and-
parts of the world. So I think the world is just inherently racist. But that sounds pretty woke to me.
What we're trying to
How
get
is the
at
world based off of U.S.? You just said the world's inherently
Look,
racist because black
We have the
people have been
biggest stick.
slaves.
I'm sorry. You believe in force doctrine. We have the most nukes. We have the best military. Like, we can enforce our will on pretty much anyone. And yeah, I don't know what those
Well, I
other
mean,
countries
white
are going to
countries
do.
are running circles around black countries, so actually this does seem to extend beyond the
Wait,
United
now I
States.
disavow.
They have the say in their countries.
I
It
just
doesn't
feel like
even
we're
matter.
just
Speak easy,
ignoring
you can just
some
grant it.
patterns and
You
choosing
can just
to
go ahead and
hyper
grant.
focus on
You can go
other
ahead and grant
patterns.
that and say that there's more white people in positions of more white men in positions of power, and they have the Donald Trump. He got a nuclear button. Putin. He's white. He got a nuclear button.
Why aren't aren't the black countries building
Why
their
don't
own
the black
nuclear bombs
countries
and
got a
buttons
nuclear
for it?
button?
That's
At
about-
the end of
that's
the day, the
about-
thing is,
You think
what
it
you're
has to
trying
do
to
with them
inform
being black?
Speak easy. Let me just, I got you real
I don't
quick.
know.
'cause
Does
they're
it have to
making a
do with women
poor-
being women? I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, that's why there's no
That's
matriarchy that's
about-
ever
that's
survived,
about-
because women can't
Oh
be
my
the ones
God.
holding
I'm
all the
not
power.
calling for a matriarchy. Certainly not. No.
Yeah, but you're
Right,
making a
so we
point.
need a
we
sexist
need men
society, right?
to uphold our society.
The whole race
Oh,
and sex
God.
correlation is terrible because we can go ahead and grant that and say, you know, yes, this still does not refute the sexism argument.
Fine. So wait, you're granting that the world is inherently racist?
What are you? No one
Against
said
black
that.
people.
What are you speaking
No,
about?
you said you
no
could
one
grant
said
it
that at
because-
all. No one said
No,
that at all.
sorry,
we were
sorry.
speaking about
In this
enforcement.
comparison that we are
Soy
making.
pill
So
and you-
actually, that was
stop
Soy
it,
Pill's
stop it.
exact
You're just-
example.
No,
What
stop
Soy
it.
Pill
You're
literally
just
said was, okay, that's pretty woke. Then you could say
no
that
wrong.
actually
Why didn't you
society
build
is inherently
nukes,
racist
Africa?
because white
And
men
Why
then
can't
he was
Africans
white
catch
man
up?
in his argument.
Soy Pill, is that not what you said?
We're moving on.
you know-
Moving on. We'll cut. We'll cut. We're gonna put a
You
little
guys
pin
can't
in
even
that
tell
one.
me what race is, but you want to keep
We're
talking
gonna
about
put.
race.
We're gonna put a pin in the racism one
You were
too.
the one who
Okay.
gave the woke definition
We've got
of race.
we've got the median wage
Nope.
and we've got the race. We'll put a pin in it. Dear fucking Lord. Oh my God. Matt Skinner says 4 L's for 4 tards. It is it's 2. You spelled 2 wrong, Matt. You can't call people tards and
Yeah.
spell 2 wrong.
Yeah.
It's too embarrassing to watch anymore. Keep on carrying on,
Get
Sarah. And you spelled
'em.
my name wrong too. I love you.
Wow.
Thank you, Matt.
What a retard.
Uncle says, Soy, when you point out the fact that Cooley is black to support your argument, do you actually think it makes you appear intelligent? Just curious. Thanks, bud. Are you smart?
I think pointing out people's blackness is unintelligent. I don't see race.
Oh, Lord. Neve says, wait, so Cooley now believes in objective morality. What did you mean when you said your views were based on preferences then? Dude
Okay,
is
wait.
not ready for an open panel. He hasn't even made an argument.
No,
yet.
I have to steel man Cooley here. Cooley was very clear that he was operating in our worldview. He believed in objective morality. He did not argue on those stances. So, Neve, you're just misunderstanding him. He
Yeah,
was
that's
just
low
doing
IQ.
our thing. But to be fair, his objective morality is retarded. Just to throw that out at the end.
Yeah, I already know you. This is why I didn't make an argument for it, because you think it's preferences anyway. So yeah.
Subjectively retarded, to be fair.
That's true. No, that's not true. God told me he was retarded. He just did, objectively. So,
That's what he thinks.
BB says, I find it extremely sexist as a man to be denied entry to a female-only gym. Do I care? Nope. Prefer a peaceful workout. That's fair. I think that's fair. BB also says, in a workspace as a manager, I've never seen a sexism claim from a man to a woman. My observation would be women utilize these for advantages.
Let me ask something based on that last super chat there, Sarah.
That happens,
Soy
definitely.
Pill.
Hmm?
Soy Pill, would you say, and Tally, would you guys say it's good that at bars and nightclubs they allow women in for free because men are the ones that are more likely to spend the money there? So letting the women come for free attracts the men there to spend the money and then drive the economy up. Do you think that's a good thing?
I think it's good for business. I don't know if I actually agree with the principle.
Sexism is good then. Gotcha.
You
Bro,
got
they
me,
can
dude.
see
What is that, the
every
Vincent
example.
session now?
He said
You got
it
me.
was
Session now?
I
This one?
concede, dude. I concede the whole argument. You got me, bro.
Yeah, man, it's-
Oh
Do you
my
know they also
goodness.
have like sex different bathrooms too? I should have thought of that before I agreed to this debate.
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah.
stupid.
We should keep people that think they're the boys that think they're girls and the girls that think they're boys in the sex-based bathrooms. What would that be?
Would that be
Sexism.
sexist?
Dummy.
Oh Lord. BB sends 10 just for me to tell you all I hate you so
Aw.
much right now. Haul Long Nate says, let's fucking go, Cooley. The historical record through the millennia is that the Christianity had created the foundations for multiple lasting societies. Inside of 100 years, feminist societies are declining. Any thoughts?
100% true.
Yeah. Literally, if you just have the religion that existed when everyone was around, you could say the same about Muslim societies and how they invented a bunch of math. You could say the same about Jewish societies. But we're pushing away from that now because we realize how backwards and dumb it is, and we're moving towards better things. So
All right.
My
Cash-
preferences. That's what you're moving towards, and you can't even validate
no, God
them.
told me not to be religious. Actually,
You
he
can't even
he
validate
just said it to me right now.
Yeah, great.
Is he the one who told you to wear that gay hat too? Or
He
you just
did. He
that
was
on your own
like,
volition?
"Son, look, you're too masculine. You're gonna intimidate these guys. Put on the gay hat so they don't feel so bad about being so retarded."
Oh Lord. Casual Crip says, without a transcendent anchor, secular morality rests on shifting human consensus. What is good today may be evil tomorrow, leaving no enduring ground for the moral truth.
That's true.
How Long Nate also says, yellow chats add to the goal. The likes don't add themselves. Sarah deserves our contributions because of this high tier content. Divorce should be as rare as the faults that lead to it. That's fair. And yes, the chat did meet their goal earlier. Congratulations, and continue taking your W's in the chat this evening.
Sarah, would you say that your kids have like worse outcomes because you divorced what I presume to be a not good marriage? You don't have to answer that if it's too personal, but I would
No,
assume you have
actually-
beautiful, wonderful kids who are doing great.
They are amazing. I'm very happy and proud of my children. But actually, most people don't read the whole study. They only read kind of like these topical little pieces. The study actually goes down into further demographics. So, like single mother households, like in the suburbs, that like father is still involved.
I
in
disavow.
things like
I
that. They're
disavow. I know where this is
divorced,
going.
Yada yada yada. Like their kids actually do just fine. It's when you get down into other demographics like inner cities, poverty, there's race involved, and so on and so forth, where that is where it actually shows the criminality. So on. Like most people just never deep dive the whole study. It happens.
It sounded a little like TALI there.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know. It
Always
depends
a
on, it depends on how you
Always a
feel about
compliment.
it.
War Dog says a divorce is the reason we cannot develop generational wealth. Yeah, generational wealth isn't like a thing anymore, really. Or at least
Yeah.
not in the common grounds. It's only for the 1%ers, I think. How Long Nate says, soy marriage is a choice to enter. Should we hold government to the oaths of office, or just let them decide to break oaths at will?
Yeah, I think that determining the outcomes of an entire, state or, city or country are much higher stakes in terms of entering a contract than saying, I love you, let's stay married. I don't think it deserves some sort of state enforcement.
When the kids are involved, you don't think this adds an extra measure to how you're going to impact?
Oh, it
the society
100%
around you?
does. And I will concede, obviously, like I did, that there are things that a two-parent household will ultimately, on a whole, on average, have better outcomes for. But there are also things where unhappy marriages will have worse outcomes for those children. It's a trade-off. There's no perfect solution. And I don't think the solution should be forcing people into marriage.
Well, no, see, this is the language you use that is wrong, right? You wouldn't be forcing people into marriage. You would be not letting them get out of marriage for just any nilly-willy reason.
Yeah, that sounds
Right?
like what I said
Nobody's
with different
saying
words.
to force people to marry each other.
You can say the same thing as I said with more words, but it's more efficient. Have you ever heard Shakespeare said brevity is the soul of wit?
Yeah, your wit is garbage, bro. Your troll
me, bro.
level is level 0, my guy.
no, dude.
It's not funny. You look stupid.
So
You look
marriage
like you're wearing a
counseling is
one.
forcing
Like, do you
people-
identify as a 6-month-old with the
Oh,
hat
shit.
and the onesie
Well,
on? Like,
He's
what is
cooking
wrong
me,
with you?
chat.
Well, essentially, though, for
All this
marriage,
limp dick
for
fucking attempt to get
marriage
pussy is
and-
sad.
for marriage
You
and
think
divorce,
this is how I
right?
try to get laid?
Hold on.
Yeah, the
For-
male feminist shit. You're just hoping
on.
you can
Oh,
sneak in
stop
some
it.
women's back doors when they're
You got
lonely.
me. You're true. You're true. I
For
lie to
marriage-
every woman to try to have
Jesus
sex with
Lord.
them. It's true.
For marriage and
Probably.
divorce, though, if you like get married based on religious beliefs and you do the vows and you hold true to that and all of those things, like getting a divorce would go against all of those vows and against your belief system, so on and so forth, right? So that is like the Christian ethic or the religious side of marriage. But if we're talking about the government piece of paper between people, that is based on secular levels of things. So why are we trying to push ethics into a secularist viewpoint for whether we should or shouldn't have no fault divorces? These are people who aren't religious or don't hold true to those religious beliefs or don't stand behind that ethical or moral system.
Well, Sarah, to be fair, they said in our system, nuclear families have better outcomes for children. So even if it was like completely secular, they would say that if you keep them in that, you're going to have better outcomes for the children. The way I countered that was saying there's lots of things that would have better outcomes for society that I don't think the state should enforce because I think there are trade-offs to said things. I think that forcing the marriage is one of those things. By the way, to be clear, forcing the marriage is technically keeping the marriage from breaking up, not forcing them into marriage. I understand the distinction there.
That's fair. All right. Anthony says, for the grift, 5 more to go after this. And then Anthony follows up with 10. Ben follows up with 10. Hall follows up with lazy chat, want a panel or not? Yes. And they, of course, they got their goal. So they will
Hell
have
yeah.
their open panel. How long Nate says marriage was a religious commitment to life with that person for the purpose of raising children in congruent manner. Secularists made it a tax benefit. Any
Yeah.
thoughts?
I mean, that's true. I just don't think the commitment to life needs to be enforced by the state unless it has some sort of state benefits. If it had zero benefits, I unironically can see some arguments for being against gay marriage. If it's like, oh, marriage is just only exclusively the specific thing that the church says, it has nothing to do with how the state, gives you tax benefits or, child tax credit write-offs. If it's just specifically this thing and they don't even like gay marriage, then yeah, whatever, and just call it a civil union. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. So,
okay. Vincent says sexism being bad for society implies sexism is objective. So today's perception of sexism is as immoral applies to the past. The suffragettes were actually the minority and were considered immoral, bitter, divorced women that chose career over family.
I mean, sexism is objective in our definition that sexism is discrimination based on sex. But if we're going off the sexism is inherently a bad thing, then yeah, it's not objective. People say it was sexist to force women in and to get jobs because they can't survive without jobs, and they were happier in staying at home and taking care of the kids. But that's you'd have to run pretty wild with the definition of sexism there. But we did that, so.
How long Nate says keeps the chats coming. At will divorce encourages selfish behavior in a marriage to excuse breaking a contract. All right. Waghira says, a 90-day waiting period. This is a woman's argument. Just wait 90 days and it's still no fault divorce.
I'd agree with this one. The waiting period is a good step to the right direction, I guess, but it's still no fault divorce.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now we can just go and do whatever we want, and then in a year we're gonna just sign off, and then I can just go do it again. You can literally get married and then apply for the divorce right away. I don't know if you guys realize that. That's how stupid the whole thing is.
What if they cheated on you at their wedding though?
Then that wouldn't be a no-fault divorce.
Yeah, but you can apply for it, right?
You're so big-brained, buddy. It's amazing.
Did you know that when people were before no-fault divorce, the rates of women killing their husbands was much higher? Would you say that it's good that we got rid of that? Yeah.
Is that just something you made off the top of your head?
No, it's not made up. You can look it up.
Hey, Sarah, I got to get going. But I do appreciate all of you. I do appreciate the spirited debate. I don't hold anything against Soy Pill or you. And shout outs to my teammate Speakeasy. But listen, good spirited debate, and I hope you all a well life.
Wait, I agree, but quickly, can I have one last request? Is that I saw in the last thumbnail you made of us that me and Wick were both just random AI women. Could you put my real gay propeller face instead?
Yeah, this thumbnail, your face is there, man.
Hell yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Nice. All right, have a good one.
Sorry
You
for
too.
interrupting your closing statement. I'm quite the interrupter. Thank you
all
for
good. All good. It's all love over here.
It was a woman
I'm not
moment.
that sensitive. But yeah,
all right,
have a blessed one.
David,
Peace.
you as well. Thank you so much for the evening. How long Nate says, yes, Naomi needs to go on panel. Naomi, are you coming up on panel? Get your butt up here.
More women. Ugh.
Vincent says laws and policies that affected the family unit was bad for society. No fault divorce 1970s allowed for a huge increase in one area that isn't serious. Irreconcilable. Say it for me.
Irreconcilable differences.
Thank you. 40% of women initiate 40% women initiate 70% of all divorces.
It's a weird way to conflict. I think it's just women initiate 70% of all divorces is the important factor. I do want to comment on that. Like the reason you see this more and more, I think this is backed up by data, but this is me pulling something out of my ass, speakeasy, is that I'm pretty sure that men are more likely to not meet certain needs that women are looking for. Now, whether or not those standards are too high, that's a different question. But I've seen men be shitty husbands in a lot of cases, and I can understand why men don't really have as many expectations on their women and don't divorce as often. But
Well, like I see these things though, like I'm not disagreeing, and I see these things as a reason to make sure there's barriers to you just getting married willy-nilly. Having no fault divorce there would mean that they're gonna make a better decision on this long-term commitment, because the whole point of marriage is a lifelong commitment for you both and the children you're gonna produce in society. And you take away from this when we're allowed
I
to just say, you
agree.
know what? Her tits are sagging a little too much, and I'm not happy when I see her tits now. So I'm leaving. Like that's garbage, dude.
state
Yeah,
enforced
that's
boob
one of
jobs. That's what I say.
that's one of the trade-offs here, and I agree with you. Like I think people shouldn't be getting into marriages willy-nilly knowing that, oh, I can always just get out of it if I don't want to be with this person. A similar argument can be made along the lines of contraception, right? That people are not taking sexual interactions with the gravity perhaps that they should, because they know that they have an out and they won't have to raise a child because of it. So these are
Ban them
facts,
all.
and these are, yeah, well, see, I don't think we should ban them all, but these are facts and trade-offs that we definitely should contend with. I don't think that we should ignore these things. We should contend with them, and we should try to influence the culture so that people are making better decisions. But I don't think that we should necessarily just ban all of these things as a solution.
Fair. How long Nate says, I won't torture the chat with my lagging audio, but Soy is still a professional simp. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't get
are you
paid to be a simp, but I will say I have had more opportunities to get laid because of the hat than I would assume Speakeasy has for any other reason, which is pretty funny,
Well,
but that's not why I wear it.
fair enough. Taylor says, my belief is that marriage is a vow to him, not about love. Why do non-Christians need Christian values to
Validate
validate
themselves.
themselves
Validated.
being
Looking
bad
back on this, fuck autocorrect.
correct? Yeah, I know if you send a super chat through the like mobile, like it autocorrects your autocorrect. It's weird. And sometimes it could take me a whole 5 minutes to get something in because it'll keep trying to put in words that I wasn't even trying to put in. Hall Long says, what nobody seems to get is that Andrew's force doctrine is the ultimate description of rights in a secular world. Human rights only exist congruently in a created world / religious society.
Yeah, I think the Force Doctrine is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard. Like, the only idea is, like, hey, people that enforce rights are the only people that are allowed. Like, that's how rights exist, which is true. I mean, like, you're not born with the right to do anything.
It's a
but
descriptive statement.
It's a description. It's a description, but it's not really an argument, and it does get
well, he
wielded
uses
as
it
an
as a
argument in
prescription,
ways.
which is why I think it's dumb. Yeah.
It's an accurate description of the world.
Wait, no, I think you have it wrong, right? When he's not even saying might makes right. He's saying
he says might makes. Yeah,
don't
worry, I understand it.
All that is saying is to have a functioning society, it all comes down to force.
Mhm.
If me and you have a disagreement
Mhm.
on what we're allowed to do, it's the force that decides who's allowed to do what.
Yeah, ultimately all power resides in the state, but to say that because
That's
men
all that
hold
is.
no,
It's
it's not
not
all it
dumb.
is, because it goes into this idea of like all men could do this to all women, therefore men should, and then women should, and then you get all these prescriptions from that. But if you're just saying that, yeah, rights are derived from force, yeah, of course, that's a descriptive of how reality works.
And and then it goes on to say that men have the monopoly on force, so rights come from men. That's all that's saying.
Yeah, well, white men have the monopoly on force over black men, and I don't think that should be a prescription to how things work.
Men too. Yeah,
yeah,
you're not
I
saying
know
anything different.
Trust me, it's different from what the prescriptions are.
Well, no, I don't. I think you have it wrong, but
okay.
Michael says, "Are we human or are we deontologers?" astrologers.
I think he's trying to ask like utilitarian, like all humans deserve rights versus like there's some inherent ideal that should be followed regardless of the outcome. And I have no idea what it's in response to. So I'm a human.
Fair enough. Well, shout out to
I'm
the
a lesbian.
Humans. I'm just being here. Let's kick off our panel.
Uh-oh. Here comes the music. I'm gonna mute this for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I had fun, but oh my god. These people are so dull. At least they're like fun dull, not like annoying dull. Like there's a certain level of like obstinately stupid that is just like not even fun, but these people are very fun to like just explore their tiny little brains, and they get very upset when you call them dumb because they don't know what real median wage is. Yeah, exactly. It's about like how they should have exclusive rights. Like they use this as a prescription. The only reason they bring it up is because they have prescriptions, right? Like if it wasn't, it would just be like, do you know the sky is blue? It's like, yeah, why are you bringing it up? That was hilarious. Thank you, dubious gal. Notice me, soy pill. You always ask me to notice you, sniping cow. I see you regardless of whether or not you ask.
Of watching everyone get crazy backstage when that jam comes on and everybody's like back there doing this, and I'm like, yes, another win. So I think most of you, yeah, everyone up on screen right now knows my rules. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. If I'm talking, you shut your mouth, and especially if I'm reading a super chat, because people pay for me to speak on their behalf, and I'd like to do so kindly. Thank you. And then also, if you are new to our audience, if you don't like anyone on screen, you can pay a good $10 to boot them to the back. And there are a whopping other whole line backstage trying to get on who are gladly waiting for you to boot someone. However, the only people you cannot boot would be Speakeasy, Soy Pill, and Tally, because they are the panelists and guests of the evening.
If you
They
super
are
chat me 100 in
unbootable.
my YouTube chat, you can boot me.
That's only 100, really?
Mm-hmm.
You're missing all the content for only $100. Won't you make more if you stick around longer?
You're worth
Look,
more than that, Soy. You can do it.
I'm a cheap whore, all right?
Oh my goodness! And speaking of $100, if you want to boot someone for the night, it's a full whopping $100, and they are booted for the evening. But if you want to revive someone, you can pay to revive them back, and it's a fun balancing game. We love playing. If you want to see my head spin, just start making me do math on screen. It gets comical. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the floor. Corinth, you were first in line back there. Why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
So I was asking someone a question. I wondered, Speakeasy, did you know you were applying Kendi's definition of racism to sexism through that whole debate? Did you like move over to be a true Kendian like me?
Based.
I use the definition from the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
No, this is Kendi's definition of racism.
I use the definition
applies
from the
racism, except you're using
Merriam-Webster
on-
dictionary, dude. This
Holy
little troll
shit.
thing you want to try and do, I'm
You
not
weren't.
going
You were
for
doing
it. So you can
any
talk to yourself.
inequities.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go take a
Let me
piss
just
while you
say
have
this
this
statement.
conversation with
Isn't
yourself,
any
buddy.
inequities.
Corinth, the answer to your question was no, he didn't know that he was using Kendi's definition.
Hold on.
Damn.
We have a full boot already. I'll give it 2 minutes. Okay. And if anybody wants,
That is
if
cold.
anybody wants to keep Ryan, I always want to give them time because sometimes it takes a while to get super chats in. But if you want to keep Ryan,
100. Oh my god.
if you want to keep Ryan, it's $100. But because
They
let's
fear
see,
him.
actually, there's the boot, but then there's if we get another $100 and it bounced out, then there's another boot.
Ryan deserves 10%
going to the back,
residuals,
but-
I think, for
well,
those.
Now,
What do you think
if
about?
somebody throws 100 down, then Ryan will actually have a $10 credit to keep him on screen. So
Damn.
Well,
if you want to protect him, you got another minute.
in case that doesn't happen, do you guys mind if I make just a very quick statement? I
Yeah,
prepared a
sure.
little
Might
syllogism
as well.
here. So I believe that a society that wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power harms its economy. I believe that sexism wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power. Therefore, sexism harms a society's economy. No one on this panel will be able to defeat this perfect, fantastic syllogism, and they will pay hundreds of dollars to make sure that I can't defend it. So,
White knight,
Ryan, real
simp,
quick, is
gay,
that
get out of
all
here.
Sexism? Is
Defeated.
that all sexism or some sexism?
I guess the majority of sexism. I'm not aware of
Or
sexism
stuff?
that doesn't do those things, but you can propose
So
some
all
sexism that I might
sexism.
be okay with.
I'm just saying TALI conceded on some, viable forms of sexism that made sense. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, would you
Well,
say
Sean,
that
so
separate
the second-
bathrooms
just-
make society less productive? Men and women's
To be
Yeah, well,
fair,
bathrooms?
that's the thing.
exactly,
Soy Pill
so-
and I, we don't really consider those things to be sexism in the way that we're trying to use it here as some sort of derogatory word, but using the very broad definition of any type of like discrimination in the way that you interact with someone or something like that. Then
Ryan is
yes,
based
sure,
as
there
always,
are
guys. We
acceptable
love
forms
Ryan.
of sexism,
They
but
fear
that's
him.
not really the
They
meaning
fear
that
him.
Ryan is trying to get at here.
Yeah, and
No,
I
Tom,
clarified
you're
that
not
right
saying
in premise 2.
discrimination on
Hang on, Corinth,
sex,
real
you're
quick, because
saying
I might be gone in
inequities.
about 30 seconds. So my premise 2 was that sexism wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power. So I'm speaking to any sexism that does those things. If you have sexism that exists outside of those, then we can have a separate conversation about that. But sexism that does waste talent, reduce productivity, and shrink consumer power, I think that is making society.
Well, Ryan,
But is
women's
it-
bathroom actually reduce productivity because they take too long, and there's always a line. So I actually do think there should be only
Dan, women's
gender-neutral
bathroom.
There
bathrooms.
is
Yeah.
some consumer power that does need to be regulated. So no, that part I would actually argue with you against.
Which part? Elaborate.
Consumerism, right? So
Consumer
not everything
power?
needs to be sold. Yeah, not everything needs to be sold.
And
I mean-
Ryan, I'm gonna let you respond, and then we're gonna have to say goodbye.
Like people's butts, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So
There are some
sad.
contexts where, there are some contexts where we should ban certain like products. Yeah, I agree with that. Sure, but I mean, the vast majority of things we don't ban. So let's talk about those things, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know how much longer you're gonna last.
Thank you, Ryan.
said,
I'm so
that being said,
sorry. That
time
was
for you to go.
fast. That was for
It's
normally.
fine. I expected it. I'm happy to make Sarah money. I know I love the haters and losers. I am actually streaming on my side as well. So if anyone wants to come, detract from Sarah's channel or come
Go
over here, and
go
support
find his
this channel
stream. Give
by
him some
bringing me
love.
back, I will be around. So
Yes,
what it
and
is.
it's still applicable later. If they do it, I'll reach out to you. Thank you, Ryan.
R.I.P. Ryan, man. R.I.P.
On too
I'm so
soon.
confused because I pulled up the Merriam-Webster definition of sexism, and none of it's saying any inequities based on sex. It's saying discrimination based on sex. But
Well,
they could appeal
Corinth,
to
Corinth, he's
inequities
smoking.
based
He's not here. He can't even hear you. He's
Well, the idea.
That was the point
No,
that I
I'm-
was
I'm
trying
here,
to make,
I'm
Corinth,
here.
right?
Yeah.
oh,
is
he's just turned off his camera.
disparity
Never
does
He's
mind.
not
here.
equal
Like I knew what
discrimination.
he was in.
well,
Yeah,
the
they're using a Kendian definition of this. They're saying
Correct.
inequities
Very
are the
woke.
sexism, just
well,
like
the idea
inequity-
behind
No, I
this.
didn't say
racism.
that.
No, did he convert to my side? Is he now a big Kendian like
no, no,
me?
no.
Say that,
Is
so
he
I don't
just
know.
doing this to be a debate
who you're-
pedophile?
I don't know who you're arguing with, but I didn't say that, right?
Well, he's kind of arguing with himself.
How did
so
you-
the
wait.
idea-
Shadow boxing right now.
You said it was
He's
based
not
on
arguing with himself.
inequities.
know
I
that.
didn't say it
You
was
can't
based
give
on
him the
inequities.
Kendian
reality.
How did you call my
Okay.
hat gay, but you have
That's
a
all you
weeb ass
appeal to.
dog
You
photo,
only
dude?
appeal
Like
to
you
an
have no
act.
ground to
Saying-
stand
I
on,
never
bro.
did.
Like,
All right,
I'm
all
doing
right,
this
all
as a
right,
joke.
all
I
right.
know you
One
think
at a
that's
time.
serious. Like,
I take the bear wearing a Raiden hat serious.
yeah, I think
It's
you think
for my
that's like a
show
cool
VK.
photo.
You should come try it out sometime. You probably wouldn't last too long, but
No, he
Oh
wouldn't.
yeah,
last.
is
You
that
should
like
try.
a gay? Like a I wouldn't last
I
long. Like,
barely
what do you mean?
yeah, you would
Bad
have
joke,
the gay
Soren. That was a
innuendos
bad
there.
joke. Come on.
He
man.
means his audience is really
doing good.
stupid. That's what he
Mm.
means.
No, that's a real good one, Corinth.
So Corinth, the idea behind
Oh no,
This
that's
bullshit
not a
you're
gotcha.
doing
That's
weak,
literally
buddy.
just
Is that all you
what
came
the
up to
hell?
do? Is troll?
Your
I
audience
was-
is very stupid,
It's
and you
weak,
know
bro.
that, Speakeasy.
Yeah,
That's why
but
they
you're
listen to
dumb
you,
as
because
fucking
you are also
bricks, bro.
stupid.
Look at you.
Let
Your camera
Well,
doesn't
that's a
even
lot
like
dumber
you.
than
And
me
coming
down
in
there.
fucking 480p, guys.
Drake
Shut
is a
up.
lot dumber than me
Stupid.
down there, right? Like
Hey,
that's
I'm
her.
not
That
gonna-
was a
I'm
good
not
one.
gonna
I like
argue
that
with
one.
it, But I wanted to point out to you, Corinth, that the idea behind discrimination is that one thing is superior over the other. So
Right.
you're actually incorrect in what you're actually insinuating there. The superiority.
Oh
part.
no! In Kendi's definition, it's not
So
about
no, hold on.
superiority,
Yes, I know.
purely
That's
inequities.
exactly.
Let him finish.
That's
Exactly.
what
Corinth.
they appeal
One
to.
at a time,
They
Corinth
Happy.
can't
appeal
let
to
nobody talk,
superiority,
man.
which
I
is
just
why they
Corinth,
use
let him
the
finish.
NDA break.
Hold on.
So
Hit the
Silence.
treadmill for a minute,
Fucking
Corinth.
trash, Dan. I'm going to the bathroom right now. You guys all have to
So
watch
the
this.
idea
Okay, I'm gonna go
there
Well,
pee.
I
would
hit
be-
the yard for a minute, you fucking druggie.
Okay.
never been to
oh,
jail.
Stop.
I've done less drugs than you.
Speakeasy.
Stop. That's
Speakeasy,
not on
you
topic.
look like Soypilt's older brother in a Hallmark movie where your parents.
Buddy,
died in a
you're
car
so
crash,
pussy to
and you're
pierce
doing
yourself. You
your
had to
best
pierce
selling
your
drugs
hat,
to
bro.
raise him.
Shut up, dude.
That's what
You're
you're
so
doing.
pussy
You're
to
doing
pierce
your best
yourself. You had to
raise your
pierce
little
your
brother.
hat. What kind of fruitcake pierces their hat brim? What are you doing, dude?
Yeah, I
You
pierced
look
the
like
hat.
Bigfoot
The
and the
issue is
ogre
you
from the
pierce yourself like a woman.
from
You
Shrek
have
had a kid
tattoos. You're
together, man.
highlighting your Christian ethic right now, Speakeasy.
We can't hear you over your
That's not what
welfare
you-
microphone you have there, bro. When you get out of Section
And we
8
can't hear
housing,
you
maybe
over
you can get a better
welfare
microphone
chat.
too, bro.
You're a bitch.
Yeah, nobody hears
are an
you over
idiot.
your gay ass welfare microphone, bro. Stop buying microphones from Temu.
The
Your
more
Temu
brain boost, the more
microphone
you
is
look
low
like a
tier,
retard.
bro. Your Temu microphone
Speakeasy,
isn't working,
you
bro.
Low tier.
Your
You are low tier,
Temu
Speakeasy.
microphone isn't working. I
You
can't
look
hear
like
you.
Temu Eminem, brother. You are not the one to be eating here.
Doop 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 doop.
Do. Is that the Temu Eminem beatboxing? or-
Troll you have, bro. You came up here just to troll, and it's garbage.
Speakeasy. It's not a troll. I'm
Seriously.
giving you the exact line of
Holy fuck,
argumentation.
what's
You
Neckbeard, you fat.
you are
fuck.
putting forward a 10D definition of
Holy.
racism that's applied to
Okay,
sexism.
Fatty.
And instead of
Okay, Fatty.
acknowledging this, you're
Somebody
throwing a
should give
tantrum,
advice to
Speakeasy,
someone who can't
because
put
you are a
fucking donuts
40
down,
IQ
bro.
reject.
When
You
learn to
flunked
put
out of
donuts,
rehab.
come give
You have
advice, okay?
hepatitis A blood
Yeah.
type. A
Uh-huh.
hepatitis positive
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point, buddy.
You're thinking so hard, your mic doesn't even work, bro. Relax, bro. Relax.
Speakeasy, you
little bit,
hoping
man.
because you can't insult as good as anyone else can. You can't do
Yeah,
anything as good as anyone else can. Isn't the vibe?
Oh God, what did I walk back into, guys? What's going
wrong,
on?
bro?
I'm back.
Spurging?
What is happening?
What's
You
wrong?
okay?
What's wrong?
Oh,
What's
God,
wrong,
they put them in
Speakeasy?
timeout.
I remind
thing
you
that's
of all
wrong
the
is that
dudes, the
you
chicks you ever
you
chased
even
went
that's you.
after. Is that why it makes
That's
you so?
you.
You know, I'm muting this real quick because I do want to say I didn't fully read this super chat from first name, last name, who said, I have a master's in history, and hearing people not understand historical context, especially with the developmental impact of imperialism, is so annoying. And I just think it's really cool that you have a master's in history, first name, last name. So thank you for your service. And yeah, Tally went off the rails a little bit. Anyway, I'm going to unmute now.
You get fat and ugly, and then you don't have no takes. You're just trolling here. I don't
You're
care.
a meth addict.
You're triggered.
You're a
triggered.
who's a
Okay.
retard. What does this have to do with
Hey,
anything?
I'm a retard. Yeah.
I guess one thing I don't like about this is that what if someone just clicks on my stream and they see this? Like, I'm not in here. When Soypill isn't on screen, I want all the characters to be asking, where's Soypill?
Question
Okay,
you
yeah.
asked repeatedly.
Keep spurging, bro.
Let me hear you put it.
Spurging.
You retarded bitch. You are.
You have this background vocals, bro.
pardon
What's
me,
wrong with you?
gentlemen. While everybody's spurging, I'm shutting down the tomato side. Go over to the gauntlet, catch the raid, or click the link that I'll be dropping in the chat. Thank you.
Sarah, please, I'm hemorrhaging
Are you
viewers.
gonna answer
Yeah.
the 90 point speakeasy? Or you
I'm
not gonna
hemorrhaging
yell,
viewers,
bro?
Sarah.
Still
They need
bitching
so
out?
the audience craves so.
Bitching out
please
about
put me
what?
back in.
Speakeasy?
What did I bitch out,
You still
dude?
bitching out speakeasy?
Oh,
What are
putt
you
putt.
talking
Sure,
about,
so what's
bitch
the
out?
answer
You're
to the
one
question?
who
You're
bitched
Go to
out
sleep,
when I
buddy.
said I'd
Speakeasy?
fly you out for a boxing match, and you pushed out 2 seconds after saying you beat
Speakeasy.
me up. Shut your dumb ass
Speakeasy
up,
can
Frin.
shut
Shut your
the
dumb
Oh,
ass
God.
up, Frin. You're a big
Fall
pussy,
under.
bro. You
You-
challenge.
Now that I have chat's undivided attention, I just want to say that I love you all for paying me to do this because I would not do it without the financial incentive of being able to afford food and rent. As fun as it is, I would much rather be coding now if that was the only other way I could do it. So I'm glad that this is a financial incentive. And these people do it for free. They just come in and they have so much fun screaming. Like, imagine if I got really famous and these people like clip me talking to them, thinking like this is an accomplishment. Oh, we're back.
Hold up.
I don't have a retard parent
dude,
like you.
I'll show
Speakeasy.
you my record right now. I'll bet you $10,000. If my record has nothing on it, you owe me 10 grand, and if it has something on it, I owe you. How
Do you
about
think
that?
this is an
Do that?
answer to the
And
question
let's
at
do
all?
Wanna do that right now?
This is an answer to
You wanna do that
proposing
right
something
now,
illegal.
Gentlemen,
Didn't think so,
gentlemen,
pussy.
gentlemen, we're done. You had your speed
I
date.
guess that's kind of true. As much as I'm kind of joking right now, I do actually do this for the love of the game. I make all of my money off of ad revenue. It's barely the super chats are a nice little thing that help me at the end of the day. They actually Patreon and super chats kind of pay for my healthcare, so I do really appreciate them. But like if they were the only thing I got, I would not be able to do this full time. So I do kind of do it for the love of the game. But I do really just appreciate that people think this is entertaining, because if they weren't, I'd be like, maybe once a month, not once a week.
Thinks they're a woman. So if that's your definition of trans woman, yep, definitely.
I guess that is the definition.
Literally the
Corinth,
definition, yes.
Corinth, it is time for you to head to the back. I'll bring up our next person. Neve says, Speakeasy throwing rocks from his glass house. How can you call Corinth a fruitcake? You unironically made an AI samurai dodge and thought, yes, this makes me look cool. I think I said
Doge.
This thing was literally made as a joke for verbal combat. It's a bear wearing a Raiden hat.
Dude, that's that fucking Shibu dog. You don't even know what kind of animal it is. Come on,
guys
bro.
are so obsessed with my
That's
pictures.
clearly a Shibu.
You know why though? Because you
Shiba.
can't diss my actual looks. Because you'd pray for the chicks would pray for a dude like that looks like me, and this guy Soy Pill looks at people like me and thinks, "Damn, I wish all those girls weren't leaving dudes for like."
I've
that
never
like
once
this.
in my life
I
thought, I
understand
wish
the
I
thing,
looked
like,
like Post Malone. No offense,
okay.
buddy.
I don't understand it by my own experience, but I understand it logically.
Okay.
Lloyd looks like the type of guy.
All
that
right,
maybe
Eli,
Tyler
you
would
look
do.
ready to go. Let's go. Get us back on
Well,
topic.
yeah, I just had a question. So to TALI, whenever you say that there are some applications of sexism that could potentially be positive, and forgive me, I missed a bigger portion of the debate, but I'm really just trying to understand y'all's argument. So how does that not negate the prompt that if it can in some cases be good for society, where's the argument it's not?
So really, we would quibble like on what determines sexism. So we're using sexism to have the negative connotation, basically, to have some type of legal discrimination. Even I'm sorry about my dog.
Well,
water.
We love dogs here.
But so we were basically saying, like, I was actually floored when the examples of sexism that the debate was opened with, which I guess maybe you missed the beginning if you didn't see
I
the whole
did, yeah.
thing. Okay, so in his opening statement, Speakeasy was like, sexism is good. Look around. We've got sexism everywhere. We have men's and women's restrooms. We have men's and women's sports leagues. And it's like, well, okay, that's what we're calling sexism. It's like, well, if I have to concede that that is sexism because we are literally making distinctions between men and women, then okay, but that's not. We were trying to get to like, what is the real meat of the debate? What are the things that you think that we don't discriminate against currently in our society that we should, in fact? Like, what aspects of sexism would you take further is what I ended up making my question, because those felt like really silly, trivial examples to call sexism, or like letting women and children off of the Titanic, like letting them off the boat first before the men. And it's like, well, is that sexism, or is that just recognizing the biological reality of who is more vulnerable in these situations?
Sure.
Damn it.
This message is sponsored in part by...
That's for Soy Pills viewers. There's your horse video. He likes it.
Trash
Don't let
Dan,
him
you're
tell
banned
you
from my
not
community
to.
forever. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a
I
question.
took that
Well,
opportunity to pour
apologize.
water
I
in my dog's
interrupted.
bowl, so that was good.
That is
perfect
the
timing.
closest evidence to me being gay that you'll have, is how much I hate those videos.
Then I'm gonna play the fireman for you next.
Oh
Eli,
yeah.
you were-
I famously love that
might
one.
get bricked up.
Eli, I interrupted you. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, you're good. You're good. So I agree. This is can be very nuanced, especially when so sexism is like a discrimination, and in the bathroom example, there's a discrimination, but we wouldn't necessarily call it a bigoted one, right? It just makes sense.
Right.
But then it's like, I think that's a good starting point to kind of sift through the nuance, because then we can go a little further and further up the ladder. Like, for example, if there was to be some kind of hypothetical executive order where women just were no longer allowed in any, let's say, combat role in the military, maybe not the military at large, but in any combat role whatsoever, which I think it's kind of sort of close to that anyway. I'm not an expert on it, but if that was just a blanket stamp of approval, would that be a form of sexism that's then bigoted, in your view?
So I'm going to lean a little bit into our poor fallen soldier Ryan's argument, which is like bigoted might not even necessarily be the problem, but it's like, is it productive? Is it effective? Like, I'm not necessarily even inherently against that, but I would wonder, like, is doing that going to make us have the sharpest military, you know, in the world, or is having a super high standard that most men and most women can't clear, and maintaining that standard, is that the best route? And I don't. And
wait,
again,
Tally, can I jump in? Because
I'm sure,
like, if you look into this, I mean, women make very good snipers. Women make excellent pilots. Like, there's plenty of roles that women are actually very, very good at. The statistics against women in combat roles are mixed gender combat frontline roles sometimes have less effectiveness because men will like go out of their way to disobey an order to protect a woman, which is more about how you train them. But there's arguments against that versus nixing all women from combat roles. There's like not a good argument for it.
Or the fact that the women will be then fighting only men because other countries only have men in their militaries. Like, what?
Yeah, no, listen, there could be lots of good reasons. There could be lots of good reasons to do that. Again, I would wonder, like, is that, I want us to have the strongest military possible. Like, the only example that I have any reference for is in Israel. Their military is, they draft men and women, right? And they obviously don't overwhelmingly go in the same roles. I don't know. I know women are on the front lines, but I don't know exactly
and they
what
need
that
help
means
from everyone.
Okay,
in terms of combat.
They
like
need
that.
that. They're at war.
No.
Like,
Yeah, but even when they're not at war.
I hate it so much. It's, you know, the one downside for Sarah is that you can't fucking see how annoyed I am because the cameras go away.
Okay,
Here,
so
sends that just to you, Soy.
Yeah, thanks, but can you super chat me next time if you're gonna put me through the pain?
Speaking of firemen,
Real quick, I want to finish up one part of our conversation with Tally. So now we've established the discriminating based on bathroom. That's okay. And then you said you might even possibly be okay with a male-only combat role. So now, can you give me examples of sexism that you would be against, that you think is not good for society, that's part of your argument in this debate?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's even like arguably something like chivalrous, if you want to say paternalistic, about like saying that women shouldn't be on the front lines in that way. But again, really, I think that like if the reasons for not having women, I guess it depends on what the reasons and motivations are, right? If the reason is
why is this guy dressed like
we
Finn
want to
from
protect
Adventure
women
Time?
at all
Does
costs,
he think that's
and
on
so
purpose, or is
there's
that a
no need for them
coincidence?
to be out there. The overwhelming majority of them are not going to be as fit. That's one thing. If the argument is fitness, then I do think you can just like have that very specific standard in strength, in speed, in endurance, in psychological stability, in all of these things. I don't know why it needs to be determined on the basis of sex, because there could be like some woman, a couple of women, right, who would be beneficial in that way. So I would prefer the standard to be.
Well, I think it would be both. I think it would be like a chivalrous thing and a biological thing. But I was asking specifically, when you're speaking the negation that sexism is bad for society.
Yes.
Yeah, right. What do we have there?
Yeah. Right. So I don't want women to be precluded from entering like any job in society, prevented from entering the workforce in any domain. I think women should retain the right to vote. Things like this, like where in places where you're not allowed to discriminate on the basis of race and religion and all of these things, I think you should also not be allowed to discriminate on the basis of sex.
Well, you do understand that a job is not the same as like a government making a law that discriminates, right? So when you're saying that you don't want someone to be excluded because of sex from getting a job, so as a business owner, I retain the right to hire and fire who I want. And that doesn't matter whether you're this sex or that sex. So
no, that's not true at all. That's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, Title VII. They're protected classes. You can't. You don't. Do you not know what Title VII is of the Civil Rights Act? You literally can't do that.
All the bricklayer companies to hire women. Is that what you think?
You can't fire them for being women if they can't meet the standards. That's a different story.
For any reason I want.
You can fire them for sucking.
You can lie about what the reason is, but you're not illegally allowed to fire someone for being a woman.
Yes,
That's not true.
I'm gonna play another stupid video if you keep going. Kazoom sends a big five to say, and not letting women in managerial or leadership roles would be an example.
Okay.
BB says 2 questions. Is it sexist for men to use force against women in self-defense? Is it and then also, is it sexist for women to use force on a man unrevoked? Unprovoked, probably?
It would be more sexist of them not to use force on a woman, to say, oh, you're so weak, I'm not going to defend
Right.
myself. They should absolutely beat the shit out of any attacker, regardless of gender.
Well,
this is like just a difference between sexism and like chivalry. Like, yeah, I think everyone should defend themselves. You probably, I don't know, most men are probably going to hold themselves back from beating the shit out of a woman. They might even do the way they might to a man if they got into a fight in that way. But that's not sexism.
Well, and I'm mostly just trying to come up to speed here, but I think I could also make a point about where the conversation's going. So now that I've asked you those questions to Speakeasy, was there any point in your argument that was saying, well, we should like bar women from working or from having these jobs? Like, where were you taking your sexism argument?
Not all jobs, no. So I think because so we used to have specific labor laws that barred women from working heavy industrial equipment that most women weren't able to work, and plus a lot of chemical plants that even if they weren't pregnant, it still had a risk to the reproductive health. So we stopped women from going there, because not only it's to protect the women from being able to have children, it's to protect society being able to reproduce itself.
Exactly. Well, so this is what I'm kind of pointing at, is that I'm seeing a lot more, as you said, concessions from their side. Like, especially when it comes to like, well, I think I could get behind the military thing. We totally think that this kind of neutral or, malevolent bathroom discrimination is okay. We just don't want, I guess a form of bigoted. Well, you can't join because you're a woman.
You're really going to call having men's restrooms and women's restrooms?
No. It's a starting point. There's nuance. But what I'm saying is what you just said you could possibly agree with the military thing. You could probably also use the same logic to say, okay, we don't want them with heavy machinery and construction and these kinds of things as well.
Yeah, but she clarified specifically that she doesn't want to bar anyone who's capable of doing it from doing it. Not that we should have a law that says women writ large can't do it, right? So these are different things. Correct. Well, for example, women can't be Navy SEALs, but not because they're women. It's because they literally can't meet the standards. But that's fine by her standard. That's fine by my standards. Correct. Literally, you guys can't meet the standards.
But if like G.I. Jane showed up, you would want, like, I guess that's what I'm saying is that like it's kind of, how we say we don't, it's like an exception to the rule. Well, we don't make a rule based on an exception. I think that, and I'm not a utilitarian, but if somebody was speaking like from practically, utilitarian ways, it's like you're not going to see any major drop off by having these rules in place. And what my next argument would be,
well, hold on, before you move on to that argument, can we address the first one, right? Yeah. Don't you see how these Navy SEAL rules are not discriminatory against women whatsoever? It is literally, hey, you must meet these requirements. If you can't do the job, you are not allowed in, and they're not being bigoted whatsoever. Like, isn't that fine?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that if you were to tomorrow say that women can't join the Navy SEALs, nothing's changing. It's not like all these women candidates are like, damn, I was going to be the next G.I. Jane and change the force.
Here's the thing is, women have tried out for it, and you're now saying, no, you're not even allowed to attempt it, which is that's the biggest that I don't think is fine.
Technically speaking, like the role that I went into was actually considered in the special forces units, and it had only recently, before I went in, been opened up to women, but you just had to pass all of the tests.
Wait, right? Sarah, you served?
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. Every night. Just when I thought you couldn't get cooler. That's fucking sick. Based. Fucking based. Oh man, that's cool lore to learn. Anyway, but no, I mean, what I'm saying is that just strictly speaking, it wouldn't really matter, but that's where the next argument comes in, is about more of a cultural zeitgeist level argument about gender roles, about social cohesion, about what kind of culture and the way that we view our men and our women makes for a better society, right? So, okay, we've established that saying that women can't be Navy SEALs really isn't going to affect the success rate of the SEAL enterprise, right? But what it also does is where a lot of people will probably like, the crazy fringe leftists screech and and all this stuff. But what we're enforcing is a normative standard about deeper coded gender roles between men and women that I think, even though it's going to piss a lot of people off, it's going to piss the people that it pisses off will identify themselves as the problem in society, and it's actually going to make us stronger, because these deep cultural things that we want to see, at least on my side and in my camp, is going to increase the social cohesion. So that would be like a further argument for why this is good, and why, in certain areas, sexism does make society better. And I really haven't heard the reason for why it doesn't. I've heard a lot more reasons for why it does.
Eli, just to be clear, correct me, this isn't trying to straw man, but I'm going to say this in a way that you might disagree with the framing. What you said is we should ban women from being Navy SEALs, which will functionally do nothing because there are no women Navy SEAls, but it will piss people off, the right people off, and this will increase cohesion. I don't think the last thing follows.
It sounds crazy, but I actually believe that. Yeah. Okay. Like basically, it's on a deeper. It's like if you want to like I know you're not trying to straw man it, but even if I allowed you to, it's like yes, but I can actually explain why. Because
I think I understand your explanation. I just don't think that's going to increase cohesion. I think if anything, like you said, it's going to piss people off, and you're going to people.
Yeah, but it's gonna. But that's the thing. I mean, I'm a Christian populist. I believe that we should take over the current secularist, progressive zeitgeist and make the cultural norm a Christian ethic. And I think that Christian ethic really thrives on gender roles that are being implicated, the order of the family, all these different things. And whenever we have a culture that kind of goes, well, yeah, like obviously this is a man's job to be the tip of the spear, the cultural implication of that has more of a positive than any practical utilitarian negative that even may exist that I don't think exists.
So I don't agree. Like, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a populist either, but I'm sympathetic to a lot of what you said. I mean, I cultural issues were my biggest concern in the 2024 election. I voted for Trump.
She's trying to trigger me, guys. I disavow.
I share
She's
your
triggering
frustration with the progressive zeitgeist and with the overreach of the left in our culture. But I would like to see a return to just, I basically see the liberalism or the progressivism that you're talking about as religious in its own way, and I want us to move away from that and
the
move
woke
back
mind
to
virus,
the secular norm that we had, right? And so I just I think there are ways to do that. There are ways to improve our culture and bring it back to a baseline without. I don't see how it benefits.
We were on the same track until you said the secular norm that we had. I want to go back to the 90% Christian population that we had.
Right. Well, and we're speaking different languages there, right?
Okay, right.
That's not my.
Because I think it's still a secular norm. I think that all this craziness.
Well, so insofar as I believe that our country was founded on Christian values, I support.
She's going to say
too.
Judeo-Christian.
The success of
I can hear it. She almost said it there.
Owes a great deal to Christian morality, but so I think that's already really baked into the cake of the sort of secular separation of church and state, liberal democracy that I'm arguing in favor of.
Well, sure, and I mean even like liberal democratic values, I believe have a basis, as you said, in Christian values as it started. Like even freedom of choice of religion was an inherently Christian thing, that we're not going to convert you by the sword. Everybody has the free will to come to God, and that's actually the most Christian move you could do. And that's why we were so unique in this. People want to say that that's evidence that America wasn't Christian, that we allowed for a freedom of religious choice. But it's like, actually, that was a Christian ideal that allowed for that thing to happen. But what I would say is, when you say you want to return to this secular norm, but yet you're praising the Christian values, I'm not trying to put you too much on the spot here, but what are the values of secularism that you think we should return to? Because I think that what you and I are both agreeing is bad right now is the fruits of secularism. Not some derangement from it.
Sure. So that's where we perhaps disagree, is like, I don't think, like, people will argue that it's like that liberalism is what like is going to inevitably essentially ends up like taking in Marxism and leftism, right? Because it like can't stand up for itself. I don't think that like the separation of church and state is the reason that we've allowed this into our culture.
All bad things are because we took God out of school. I gotta say that.
There you go. I mean, well, I think I don't know if you're speaking ironically, but
Yeah,
I agree with that.
retarded.
I agree with that unironically. Yeah, I agree with that unironically.
Like, to the extent
Taylor
the parts
says,
that
sorry, let me read a couple of these real quick. Taylor says, let's say that Christian values of marriage being a vow to him. Why is marriage not based on love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
That's just like she's talking about like I didn't address this when she brought it up, but like the idea that like, yeah, marriage is based on love now. Like if somehow it was the contract of like, you know, strictly Christian marriage, then that's what it would be. But sorry, the secularists stole it from you, Christians. Now marriage is for everyone.
Even at that, the Bible says like love your wife the way Jesus loved the church. So love was from the get-go. I mean, in terms of an action, right? So love was there from the.
Well, love would be the ascension. So the union creates the two, and then you've got it's the triangle. So
Yeah, that's
it creates love.
and that's true within the Orthodox framework too. The marriage couple is an icon of Christ and the church. Christ is the bridegroom, the church is the bride, and a husband and wife are an icon, a representation of this. And we actually
Christianity
describe
is so
marriage
cringe,
as a
guys. Bring back
martyrdom.
Reddit
There's
atheism.
actually a lot
Bring
of
it back.
sacrifice and death to the self involved. Which there's love, obviously, but it's love as in Christ put love as no greater than a man who would lay down his life for another, not just like happy Hallmark vibes and chocolates and flowers and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Hall says, Sarah's having fun. Yoga next. Chivalry is moot if women are equal in all ways. And speaking of women's equality,
This has to be AI, right? What is this?
This message is sponsored in part by
This is why is she on a construction site? What is? Are these AI? These are all
super
AI,
chat was
right?
covering
What
her
are
tit.
these?
no.
Yeah, that would be so funny. That would be so
There's-
funny if you had AI to get that girl, but she's got a construction hat on and she's like
Yeah,
in
like,
the blue collar.
Why is she on like scaffolding? Why is she doing yoga on a scaffold? That can't be
No,
OSHA
these
regulation.
Are actually women's YouTube channels. This is how they get away with not being OF girls, but also staying within like YouTube's okay stuff.
Yeah, and this is why women should not work men's construction jobs, because all they'll do is thought around instead of getting work done. They shouldn't be roofers, they shouldn't be window washers, and they should not be builders.
Yeah,
I've seen
that
it
girl,
firsthand.
it was strictly like her entire channel is yoga, and that's what her yoga consists of. It's all sex baited.
Does she know you're monetizing her body?
Yeah, there's a ton of that.
Definitely not. That is sexism right there. They are much better at yoga.
I've been sued for less.
There's a
No, that's not
ton.
sexism.
Boy, Bill, you look
That's-
like a guy who's been
Men
sued.
and- that's sexual dimorphism.
Me?
No,
Also,
Soy
men-
Bill said I'd get sued for that. I was like, you look like a guy who's been sued.
What does that mean?
Like, basically, to get
What does
back
that even
to
mean?
our
No, actually, what
conversation
does
really
that mean?
quickly.
Like, I'm not even offended. I
know.
just don't even know what it means.
I don't know, man.
Been sued?
You don't-
If
you
you said
told
you
me.
look like a guy who sues,
I mean, you can
would
cite
call
the
it
case number
anti-Semitic
if you
and say
want,
true.
but I mean,
Anyway, also, yoga was invented by men because men do everything better.
really, it was invented by pagan demon worshippers out in the Ganges River.
Yoga
Oh
and
my
yoga
God.
and was invented by no.
It's invented by demon possessed dudes.
So Eli, basically, I'm very happy, and feel grateful to live in this country, which is a majority Christian country, founded on Christian values and morals and ethics. And I don't know that I want. Well, I know that I don't want Christian law to be American law. Basically, like I want that separation. So I agree that basically, and this was how I opened my opener in the debate, is like I think that like what a lot of like feminists and people would call like discrimination and like sexism and stuff like that is actually just like reality. Like sexual stereotypes and stuff like this are based on the actual differences between men and women. And so if we let things shake out based on what people are actually, you know, built to do, what people are naturally inclined
It's ironic,
to do,
Isaac,
what
because she
people are
voted for
capable of
Trump in
doing,
24.
that we're going to see these things fall along different lines for men and women. But there are exceptions, and I don't see any reason to preclude those exceptions from participating in our society in those ways.
Right. And yeah, I guess I was just pointing to cultural reasons in order to enforce cultural norms that I think are missing.
Are those really the reasons that we find ourselves in like the cultural rot that we do? Because I don't know that having a couple of like super muscular and talented like female police officers is the reason that.
Well, no, that's the thing. It's not, but like whenever
those.
Yeah, right. Like,
It's not
if that was the only women becoming cops, then maybe you'd have a point.
Well,
but
no, but
I don't know who you're talking about.
Also, that I put in my opener, we shouldn't be changing any of the standards. We shouldn't be lowering standards for cops or firefighters or anything like this in order. And they shouldn't.
So we're saying
we
they shouldn't.
Right.
all
Now,
fight against that. And I would rather us fight for really high standards,
men, so
for
we're
really
not
high
training a
and
bunch
even
of women
specific
that
standards.
can't make it.
That you won't train them because they don't get the job. You have to take these tests before.
They
Sarah
still have
actually
the
already
chance
discussed
to
this.
go through. Do you understand how it works out? You have to go through the physical testing, right?
Yeah, you know, a bunch of men do this
That's-
too,
that's
and they
not
fail out,
training
and that's
for
a
the
waste of
job.
money, right? Like what?
Stop.
not-
Hold on.
okay.
Stop. You go through. Okay. When I went to a recruiter, I had a very specific physical fitness test that I had to do based on the job that I was going in. Just the same as if I wanted to be a linguist, I would have to pass a very specific test as well to ensure that I could become a linguist. So once you pass that basic, it's done with your recruiter. Like they literally take you to a local gym and you run your laps, you do your pull-ups, your push-ups, your swim test, and all these different things. And then if you pass that, then yes, you get to move on to signing up and attempting to, am I eligible? Then you go to MEPS. Before you go to boot camp, you go to MEPS. That's where they test all of your physical abilities. Do you have eye exams, and do you wear glasses? Can you talk? Can you see? Can you hear? Can you this? Can you that? You do all of that there. And then and only then can you be sworn in and sent off to boot camp. But like, they don't waste additional resources. Like if you say, I want to do this job, okay, did you pass your ASVAB? And then like what is your level at ASVAB? Because you have to qualify there first.
Sarah,
then-
blow these sexist men's minds. How many people have you killed? What's your KD ratio?
I can't tell you.
There you go.
but then like they're not going to send you in to boot camp without and this is if you're G-tapped in, right? So I had a guaranteed position. I was locked into my specific career. I already knew the job. I got a bonus for it, like all of this stuff. But they won't give you that if you can't pass the standard test in order to get into that job role to begin with. Now, if I just sign up and say, I'll take any job you give me, when I get to boot camp, they have additional qualifications. If you like, you put in your like top 3 jobs and you say like, I want this or this. And if you qualify, if they have room for that specific job, then they'll send you to qualifications at boot camp. It's not a wasted resource. It's not like you're not wasting anything.
I have a question for you.
Real quick, I just want to point. I'll let you go after this break, but she said she doesn't want to see standards lowered, and I'm not trying to attribute this directly to what she's saying, but I just found this interesting that there is different physical fitness standards for men and women, like in the Marines. The Pentagon just eliminated the lower fitness standards for women in 2025 on April 1st, but there was like 15 push-ups for women versus like 30 something for men. So, and if women came into the Marines in 1948, that would effectively say, okay, we allowed women in and we had to lower the standard for them if we want them to keep coming in.
But think about how many young boys we would have saved on Omaha if there had been a bunch of women in front of the MG42s. Like, don't you think that would have been good?
No.
It's just I'm legitimately confused because like you're saying these like jokey rhetorical things, but I feel like this agrees with more with your opponent's arguments than your side.
I think, yeah, no, I don't think they should lower the standards. If they can fire the rifle and do everything else that the man's supposed to do, I think it's fine. If they can't, then no, they shouldn't be
can't
allowed
fire
to.
the rifle in the same capacity. They can't handle the shell shock
Right.
the same way. They don't have the same
Then
pain
they-
tolerance. There's like a
then they
litany of
shouldn't-
other. No, hold on. There's
Yeah,
a
and if they
litany
can't do any
other
of those things, they
that
shouldn't be
go
part of the
into
thing. If every single woman,
Yes.
as you proclaim, can't do it, then they shouldn't do it. But I know that's not true, and women
most
make
women
exceptionally good target shooters
Right,
because they
most
actually
women
have
cannot.
better breath control
But
than
here's
men.
the
So
thing,
that's
though,
the
you
one thing
won't
I know for sure
until
they're
you've
better
already
at.
spent $100,000 training up this, or however much it takes to train up a soldier. I don't know what that number is, but until they spend all that money and deployed that person, and then they go to fucking shell shock as soon as they hit the beach. At least with the men, it's like we have no other option. It has to be men. But if you now are taking space off of a craft to throw 10 additional ladies on it to meet some fucking quota, now that unit is
See,
is
you're
weaker.
you're baking in all these things that we're not arguing for. One,
No,
a,
but that's what life
quota.
is, though. You
Two,
brought up
lowering
the
a
war.
standard. Like that's not what we want.
But no, but that would be the reality
well,
of what would
It kind of is, though. It kind of is, because
Why?
your argument is that you don't want people to be barred from a thing,
Mhm.
but yet, at least in practice, whenever we've allowed women to enter a thing, we've had to lower the standard in order for that to happen.
Do you think the U.S. military is or isn't the most effective military on the planet?
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. If you bar women from it, sexism, nothing's. I don't think. Again, despite like office roles and I'm sure like administrative logistics, if we're talking
and
strictly in
intelligence
Marines,
roles and
it's not-
tons
yeah,
of
but
other roles. Like there's
when we
plenty
talk about
of
these
roles.
roles that require the fitness standard to a certain degree, you're not going to actually see any change in us being the strongest military in the world.
Well, if that's
So
the
I
case, then just it seems like it's going to work out in your favor right now if they got rid of
would
those
like to
fitness
ask
standards.
this
But like I
question.
said,
I
it's
just
like
feel like
20% of the
you're conceding
military.
to
I don't
the
think
other
you'd be
side
eliminating that
whenever you
many.
make these
Yeah,
arguments.
you're all talking over each other, so I get to talk. Hall says Tally really used the Brianna of Tarth argument.
I don't know what that means.
Brianna
just
Tarth
not
is like the
really
big,
good.
tall, strong woman from Game of
Very-
Thrones. They're like, oh, so there couldn't possibly be a woman who could beat Jaime Lannister, and it's like, well, there is one, but most of them, 99% of them
But she
can't.
only beat him when he had one hand. But
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He'd probably
Yeah,
beat her with
so-
two
once
hands.
again, Nerf, the greatest sword fighter of all time, lost his dominant hand and still almost whooped the bitch's ass. It's crazy. Anyways, sorry.
So
You
the
do
inherent
have- hold
question
on.
here that I wanted
You
to
have
ask.
exceptions to the
Yeah,
rule.
let Brick go because I spoke over him earlier.
I appreciate it. So the inherent question I want to ask, and obviously you don't have to go personal, but once a month, women have pain. And if that is the case, how does this affect your role in military action, police action, and dare I say it, being a firefighting? Yes.
Dare
this is
you
the
say
thing.
it.
When you're
Ooh.
a
None of
firefighter,
these people want a woman firefighter showing up if they're in a burning building trapped under something.
so how does that
And each
play?
one of them would be pissed if a woman showed up. I'd be pissed if it was some pissed firefighter.
I'd be pissed if you showed up as a firefighter. I don't think you could deadlift anything, but if a woman could pass the fitness test, I'd be happy to have her carry me out under big muscle
I
miners.
would take
That's why I'm not a
you know,
fighter.
you're
I'll put me
you're-
against any woman any
but
day. and I'll
speakeasy.
beat the
Hold on,
brakes off
speakeasy.
her.
Speakeasy.
UFC fighter, whatever you wanted.
Really?
I'd
Okay,
do
wait. Will you
anything
fight Ronda
without-
Rousey for me?
I
I'll
have
sponsor you.
advantages as a man. My hips are wider. My grip strength is stronger. I can take more pain physically.
Do you really think you could fight a
because
UFC
men and
women?
are built
You're
different.
gonna take the greatest female fighter of all time. How about you just take an amateur?
Why are we talking
what
about
the
fighting
fuck?
women?
I would like
I'm
an
just
I would
curious.
like an answer, but from Soy Bill.
Yeah, what's up? What's the question?
Specifically, I would like the answer to that question. How does menstruation? You can answer this surely because you're a woman, right?
Got me, bro.
How does that play into what happens once a month to military, to police, and to firefighting?
Yeah,
How does that play?
I think that periods of, I don't know if you're married or you've been around women who have frequent periods, which is most of them, that doesn't affect their ability to function in most roles. And I know a lot of emotional men that I've met tonight that couldn't do any of these jobs you just described. So
I'm
I don't
not
know.
talking about emotion. I'm talking about real pain, right?
Yeah,
So
if it was debilitating pain at once a month where they literally couldn't get off the couch, then they shouldn't be in any of these roles. But that's just not the case.
Now we all know that that's a possibility with women because all women have menstruation.
Do you think
right?
men can get stomach aches?
Menstruation.
menstruation.
Do you think men can eat too much
I
and their
mean,
tummy hurts and they can't
women should
go
probably be
pick
on
up people
birth
in the
control.
fire burning building?
Women should probably be on birth control if they're in the military. Now that I'm like thinking this through, right? Because we definitely don't want people getting pregnant while they're in the middle of a war zone. And that would, I mean, there plenty.
Wouldn't
of
that
birth
just
control
encourage
completely
promiscuity,
eliminate-
Tali? I don't
I'm
think
really,
so.
Give them shit.
But
that's
I'm really
fucked
not
up the
trying to be a
regulation of
dick
their
here.
emotions even
Well,
worse.
wait a minute. I
But-
want to ask because men get man colds too, right? And when you guys get them, you're stuck in bed, you can't move, and you cry about the world. Like, what happens if he gets a man cold?
Well, my theory with the man cold thing is we only act that way when we're around you guys because we just want to
Yeah,
get loved
exactly.
on. But like if we're around a bunch of other dudes,
Mm.
we're gonna tough it out, you know.
Oh god. Why?
This message is sponsored in part by
You guys are big babies.
Can
There
I-
you go, Naomi. That was for you, doll.
Can I
Actually,
ask what even a
I
cold
haven't
is?
been actually ill since like before the flu. So like even before that, like it's been years since I've actually gotten ill without like maybe drink. So like it's been a long time since I've actually been sick. And so when I look at that and I go, okay, you know, as a man, I don't get cramps, don't get sick. Like I'm ripe for going to fight.
Why aren't you doing it?
But a woman, she does once a month get debilitating pain.
Okay, so
That's where the
Well,
here's
not
the thing.
e-
Yeah,
Not every
not
woman.
every woman, not every woman has debilitating pain. Periods are very variable. Okay, for some women this can be literally 2 days. For others, it can be like 8-9 days. Right. So there's a lot of variance.
Hate those
Um,
ones.
There are variants.
It still causes emotions to irregulate, right?
Yeah, I was gonna
cramps
say
are real
PMSing.
Eh,
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah, I want to say, did you have a bunch of PMS and like did it cause you to almost like kill your fellow teammates? You do any friendly fire,
I
or
am
like you
more
couldn't pick up the
likely-
rifle because your womb hurt too much?
Yeah, the winner of
Shut up!
You are the
Slow
worst.
down.
More likely to pew pew all of you tards than I would have ever been to harm my teammates during a cycle. Not only that, the more
And that's why
active-
women shouldn't be in the military. Thanks, Sarah.
not only that, the more active you are physically, you're and if you're in a stressed out situation, high adrenaline, things like that, your period can actually just not come all together because your body's like, hey, now's not the time, guys. You know, so your body actually acclimates to what's going on and it functions accordingly. And wouldn't it kind of be a good thing to send a bunch of irritable, hateful,
No.
raging bitches out in the middle of a zone to just
No.
Sarah, wait, Sarah, tell me the truth,
No,
Sarah. What
no.
would you
No,
do
because the
if
reality
you
is,
were about
if
to
you
be
never
get captured.
that I
Sarah-
have to be drug out of
You-
there. As much as Soy Pill over there has been a gay male feminist all night, I'd still want him over you trying to drag me out of that field.
Well,
I
yeah,
was
'cause
about to
I'm
say,
here.
Sarah, can you
would
imagine you're
be
about
worth
to be killed by like an Afghani insurgent
Well,
and fucking Post Malone bursts through
Another
the
reason
door, like
women
how
shouldn't
fucked
be in
you
the
would
military.
feel?
You're checking them all off. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Easy. I have no empathy. How long, Nate? How does a random deployment for weeks without a shower fit women's cycles?
Stink.
horrible.
That's what it does.
That would
you
be
guys-
horrible.
You guys still have stinky butts anyway, so I feel like
Yeah,
it
not
kind
as
of...
stinky as your guys. Okay.
But toilet paper, right? Versus tampons.
I mean, men like
right?
obviously have stronger body
saying.
odor than women. I don't even know why.
Yeah, no, but no.
Anyway.
See, no,
Yeah,
we're
but-
more
Yeah.
frowsy. No,
In fact,
hold on.
your
You're-
body
That's
odor
so
would
dumb.
attract
Got this
enemies
thing
when you're trying to be
on.
stealthy. So
We're more
women would be
frowsy.
better
Actually,
at
Right.
stealth
gross with this
than men
now.
would, wouldn't
No,
it?
no, we're more
I don't.
frowsy. but
Here's the
if
thing.
y'all
I don't think.
shower. It
I don't
stinks.
think any. I don't think any of us, or I don't think anybody up here, is recommending women be in war zones. I don't.
No.
Has
No.
anybody said that? I don't think any of us
Well,
have.
When you say
All
recommend, I
firefighters.
mean, like I said, there's plenty of women who do very well as pilots, snipers, and sometimes even frontline infantry. And I'm not going to say they shouldn't do it just because they're women, but if they can't meet the standards, they shouldn't do it.
And that's
And we
I
should
think
have really high
they're-
standards.
So Soy Pill
Yeah.
is saying they should be in there in
Yep.
combat roles.
Yeah,
Well,
if they're
He's
good
not
at it.
saying they
Hold on,
should. What
keyword is
he's
diversity.
saying, what he's saying is, look, it's an open door policy, but you have to meet these requirements to get through the door.
Yeah, the same for
Okay,
men's
and-
sports. It's the open league. If a woman could, play football as well as John, Madden or whatever, or not John Madden,
You
fucking, he
wanted to
doesn't.
be in
Well,
there.
he used to play, right?
John
Yeah,
Madden.
he was.
Jesus Christ.
I went too far back. I don't watch sports, but yeah,
Right,
if
we
if,
have
if you
two
had like a
leagues.
woman who could compete with Kobe Bryant, like sure, let her, but she can't, and there's not going to be one. But that doesn't mean you should
Correct.
bar them. Period. Eventually, there might be.
We
who
don't
knows?
have a women's league so we can keep women out of men's sports. We have women's leagues so that women can compete at all because they cannot compete against men in sports, right?
What if
Well,
they-
yeah, but
Yeah.
this is getting to the point. I mean, there's a reason there's a distinction.
My
The
point-
NFL doesn't have like an open door
Yeah,
for.
I think
oh,
it does. Yeah,
So
it does.
a
Yeah, I
woman
think
can-
there was
I didn't know
almost
woman
one
could
female
walk
kicker.
on-
That's how
a
close we
woman
got.
could walk on and
But is one of those-
Oh, okay.
try
My
out.
bad. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, so
So,
the women-
how it works is
Women's
for
league
the
is less
men's
fearless.
the men's sports, women could walk on and try out. For the women's, men cannot. The reason why is
Yeah.
because like it's
Because
Well,
women are
s-
sexist.
well, Sarah.
Oh,
it would
okay,
just
okay.
be
Well,
it would
Sarah.
just be the men's women's
Right,
league.
right,
It would
okay.
be a
Women are
lower- it would
sexist.
be
My
a
bad,
lower
my
men's
bad.
league.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just
Yeah.
I thought the
Women are-
distinction meant that like okay, so men can't go in the women's door, but women can go into the men's door, basically.
No,
Like,
no.
with
It
that,
basically what it
gender distinction.
acknowledges is that it's significantly harder to get into the men's league.
right.
But for a man to try out for the women's league would be like you going against a kindergartner in boxing and expecting them to do better in some
Right,
weird
right.
way.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I guess really what I'm just getting at is that what I'm hearing from Soy and TALI is more arguments for why sexism is in fact good than arguments for why it's bad. Is just kind of what I was pointing at. Just from I try to, even whenever I have a bias towards one side, I try to say, okay, well, make an argument that makes me like convince me of the other side, and I just feel like whether it's
Well,
intentional or
let me
not, I've heard
argue-
more consensus.
Like, what about prisons?
Let me
Do you guys
barter-
think
hold
we
on.
should have prisons that are men and women together?
Probably
Yeah,
not.
Men are
real
dangerous.
quick.
They'll do
No,
dangerous
hold on,
things.
Eli. I think what the
That's not my
arguments that
side.
Soy and
Just
I
come
that
to the
Soy and
right
I are
side.
conceding to is that
Male
basically
officer pat down.
not
the
that
women.
sexism is good, but that like sexist or sex stereotypes are like valid, basically. Like yes, they are. But these things we think of these things as manly things to do because this is what men do. This is what men are equipped to do. But again, we should have these based on specific physical standards, and if the odd woman can meet it, then she should have the ability to enter and do it.
Right, and
Unless
just to
they're-
add
again,
on that,
unless-
Eli, to be clear, like the reason we came into this debate not saying, "Oh yeah, gendered bathrooms are sexism," is because Fugazi, at least in Speakeasy, like I said, I didn't watch a bunch of your videos coming up to this, but Fugazi goes and says women shouldn't vote, women shouldn't be in the workforce, women should stay at home. Like these are the kind of sexist things that we came here to argue against, and we have very strict and good arguments against those. But if you're going to say, "Hey, we should treat men and women equally in everything and have equal opportunities in everything," like that's not what we believe. So
Well, but I feel like in some way, one is kind of. Well, let me just put it this way: it's like we already agreed whenever I first came on and started talking that there's a type of neutral or non-bigoted sexism starting at the bathroom thing that we're prohibiting for a good reason. And then we go up to like the military, and there's
Hold on,
ways.
is that sexism? Because I do
Well-
not agree that that's sexism.
Well, no, I know this is what I'm getting to. So, and then when I propose, like, okay, what if we just like ban them in combat roles outright? And it seemed like, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're like, I could possibly get behind this. I just think there should be like this kind of open door if the standards met, which, by the way, I pointed out with this article. I can put it in the back. This just happened on April 1st. 2025, the Pentagon eliminated the lower fitness standards for women in combat roles. We actually didn't, it wasn't the case that we were saying, yeah, they can come in with the same standard. There was actually an adjusted standard for women on the basis of equality and of the basis of being like egalitarian about it, right? So, like what I'm saying is that if you say, well, the sexism I'm talking about that's bad, that I'm doing the negation for, is if we just say you can't be in the workforce or you can't be in a thing based off your sex. But then once we start giving like good enough, pragmatic, justified reasons why this could be the case, and you kind of go, I maybe see what you're talking about. It's like, okay, so
Well,
what?
Eli, the problem
on.
is, Eli, you're extending it past what we said at the very beginning, which is if you can't do the job, it does not matter whether or not you're a man or a woman. And like, this is not like some, oh, well, I guess we've backpedaled to this. It's like, this is what we've been saying the whole time. And if that's the way it was before, then we would disagree with that.
Whenever she said she could possibly see where it might be okay to just say, you know what, women just aren't cutting it in the combat roles. Let's make a law. You're saying that once.
Hold on. That wasn't.
Well, that's not what you said.
See, that actually wasn't. I muddled these things, and I probably shouldn't have. I was taking a very womanly approach to saying, like, if you're saying that the motivation is essentially a chivalrous one, like, oh no, you don't want to send me to the front lines, like, okay, like that's something. So.
Sure. Well, what if that was the reason? Then would you be okay with it?
That's my monkey brain, okay? Like me trying to protect myself. But no, again, I think that the standard should be based on meeting these physical tests. And if you're saying that there was a lower barrier to entry before, that's a bad thing. I think it's good.
So you agree
that
they did. Okay, you think it's good they did that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely think it's good that they did that. And in the same way that I think what the problem that we see is like these initiatives to try to diversify these different like work domains and stuff, right? Trying to incentivize like bringing more women into STEM and you know, making more male teachers and nurses. Like I don't think that we should be trying to unnaturally change the natural demographic.
See, this is where TALI is completely ahistorically not recognizing that women were barred from these things, and it wasn't like a biology thing where they all fit into it.
Want to put a negative,
you know, that's what makes her conservative.
So and only argue the negative part of it. This is just dodging the whole debate in general.
Well, because again, I don't think that having women's and men's bathrooms is an example of sexism. I think it's
neither TALI does anyone in current society who's serious.
So did I, and that's fine because if you're discriminating one sex from entering the
that discrimination, or literally is that a luxury of living in a developed society? That is literally just a private.
Hold up.
You look at it as a luxury because we live in a developed society.
Yeah, exactly.
There are still 2 bathrooms. We each have our own bathroom. It's not sexist to say men go in this bathroom, women go in that bathroom. You have equal.
At its core, it is sexist.
That's like saying feminism isn't sexist because we have men rights activist groups. You see that doesn't make any sense.
Not racist. Like
just because one thing exists, they're both sexist.
I have a question.
For the bathroom
this is actually retarded that you guys are arguing that it's sexist to have men's rooms
like,
and women's rooms.
It is sexist. It's retarded that you take a negative connotation and think, oh, that's not sexist because I think anything sexist is bad.
No, the problem is that Speakeasy, you came here with that notion of sexism and imagined that we would fight you on that because it's so fucking stupid that of course no one's going to push back on that.
I think it sounds bad, so anything good isn't sexist.
Hold on. You're saying that we are being like unfair in some way because we're only taking the worst negative aspect of the prompt. Okay, well then you're only making the dumbest fucking argument. If you're coming, then you're not even here for a serious debate. You thought we were gonna fight you on whether it's okay to have men's and women's restrooms. You thought that was gonna be our argument against sexism. And that's not even engaging in anything interesting.
How is it discrimination?
Jane Doe, true. His dumb voice is just his normal voice.
Based on sex.
Yeah, it's technically true, Sarah.
No. But
discrimination based on sex.
You say
only people with
separate but equal, Sarah. You know, we got rid of that in the 60s.
Who doesn't have a penis? It would be the same thing as if you had blonde only washrooms. It would be the same thing.
Real quick. I want to.
I don't understand how this is so hard to wrap your minds around.
Well, so Sarah, what it is that some folks are actually equating discrimination from good from bad. Discrimination isn't inherently good or bad. In fact, you can discriminate between what is right and wrong. The word discriminate is being used in a bad context here,
negative.
and that is not accurate to the definition of discrimination.
Well, and this is where I wanted to hop in real quick. This is what I was kind of critiquing their point about, is that like I would maybe even like agree to a certain way that the kind of sexism, when I asked her, well, what's the kind that you think is bad that you're positing as your negative? It's like, just saying you can't be in the workforce just because you're a woman. So, we kind of have this like caricature of like a big cigar guy, and he's like, I'm broad in the office?
Eli,
hell no.
It's not a caricature, because No Fugazi comes on and he's like, hey, the world was better when women couldn't
I'm sure
vote
those guys
and were women.
existed.
Well, yeah, they were
fine.
part of this debate, to be clear. It wasn't like some imaginary person.
Real quick, let me finish what I'm saying. But when it comes to the bathroom thing, I legally can't go in this room because I'm a male, but for a good reason. So what I'm saying is that we've already kind of determined through their worldview that they are willing to say that, yes, it's okay to discriminate based on sex if there's a good reason, which would be just a form of like pragmatic sexism. But in that case, at least as far as we're looking at the prompt, pragmatic sexism is good for society. We're just talking about like a bigoted one that's like, I just decided because you have tits and a pussy, I don't want you here. But if there was actually a pragmatic reason, then it's okay. This is leaning the needle more towards your opponents.
To be clear, also, Eli, technically it's not illegal for you to enter a women's restroom. Like, there is no like law barring you from doing it. They're just going to call the cops and say you're disturbing the peace and find some other reason to like kick you out of there.
Okay,
but you can go in there.
So they're going to call law enforcement? I mean,
yeah, but it's not illegal.
Okay, well, see, here's what you have. This is what I'm saying. The person with the weakest argument kind of has to grasp at straws like this. You know what I excuse me. You know what I meant.
Well, what you're saying is like this is like some like if we talk about sex as it is discrimination based on sex, it's like, yes, obviously, like everyone, like that's what we were trying to explain with the racism example. But there's so many like options of this being okay, where it's like, hey, you cast for a black role, or hey, you have like a black this is so like, okay, therefore is racism good? No one would colloquially use this to say racism is good, sexism is good. Like it's just so beyond the pale.
Hold on. Is it ageism then to like if I'm at the amusement park and you have to be this tall to ride the ride, right? Is it ageism if I don't let my 5-year-old ride the roller coaster? Is it ageism?
It's a form of it.
People have differences.
Yeah,
you cannot
doesn't have to be bad.
Is it ageism? Stop for a second. Is it ageism if we do swim parties for teen night swim parties at our local pools? And
it literally
you have
is.
to be a teenager, right?
But that's what they're saying, Sarah. That literally is technically ageism. You're discriminating based on age. You're saying only teenagers can do it, but that's okay. We're saying that's okay. And if the debate prompt was, is ageism okay? And then you brought that up, we'd be like, yes, sometimes it's okay.
What it is, soy pill. That's exactly what ideology is. It's the isms. Are you so
I'm literally saying that is technically ageism. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you. Obviously it is, but it's fine.
We're trying to use the colloquial definition, basically, like, again, so yes, I agree with whoever said before, like, discrimination is a neutral term, right? It doesn't have to have the negative loading. It is literally discerning.
Right.
Yes, this is true. And so we are trying to use the colloquial loading of sexism, right?
Okay. Well, here, I want to be fair to you. And I want to give you an opportunity. So can you give us an explanation? Again, I missed most of the debate, so forgive me if I'm being redundant. But can you give an explanation of the negative uses of sexism and how that has negatively affected society?
I don't think we live in a sexist society.
It's called affirmative action. That's what negatively has affected your society.
I would agree with that.
I agree with that.
Say that again.
I agree with that too.
Number two, you cannot say that all people are the same when everybody is not the same, including class wars, aka the money versus no money.
Oh my god, Nova is like actually like single-digit IQ. I feel so bad.
30% more muscle mass than women do. That women do not belong on the front line of the military. We have our place, but that's not where we belong.
But period. I guess I'm just saying, like, so you're arguing that sexism isn't good for society, but when I ask you, okay, can you tell us how it's bad for society, and you're just like, well, I don't really
hold
have
on.
any examples.
No, Eli, we
I
spent
just
the
don't
whole
like
debate talking about how the
Who?
historical
Asking somebody
sexism that a
else?
lot of
Saying.
people in
No,
this space
this is
advocate
so
for is
good,
bad.
Tally.
But if you don't want to
Taylor
listen to those
says,
things,
women and men are different. Can we agree on this at least? Pay gap and all after that would be resolved.
Yes, that
I
was
think
in
we
my
all-
opening statement
There
as
you go.
well.
Yeah.
no, I think if you control
pay
for
gap,
almost
that's a good one.
everything, including pregnancy and leave, and like there's still a small pay gap, but you know, that's you can't really enforce people to not be sexist. They'll just learn eventually.
I don't think acknowledging that there's differences, and I know for a fact it's not. It's what people are doing now. But acknowledging differences in people does not make it an ism or something against somebody or making it where they're being discriminated against. That's what they're trying to say, but it's a lie. Because at that point, you would be having to say that children could join the military, and at that stage, you would be looking at a third world country, right? Because that's what they do in third world countries.
We don't.
And
allow
I'm going to
children.
Death, don't
discriminate
subject
against the
yourself to
viewers
this.
if they don't meet the dono goal. Sorry,
I
you
would
had it
like to
for-
say that
Hold
Raven's
on,
Mark
hold
is
on.
also backstage. Sorry.
Hold on. You guys have had an hour almost, and you have 11 minutes left. You know the rule. If you complete the goal, then we keep going. But if you don't complete the goal, then we shut down and I go to bed. So it's up to you, chat. But you haven't been doing very well on this goal. You still have 11 more. Figure it out. Christopher says, wouldn't the inconsistency of women's cycles be even more of a reason against women in combat roles? If all women had the same cycle, that would actually work in favor of the argument, but they don't.
Same thing for allowing trans to be down there, right? Because they need hormones and crap, right? It makes them a liability on the field.
Yes, that was my argument.
And I
because
haven't been here for the whole
liability.
time. I've only
Thank
been here for the last 15 minutes backstage.
It's
So
great.
Perfect.
It's crazy
I
I
how
mean, we haven't
logical
even brought
things
up
make
like
sense,
women
right?
that are prisoners of war are more likely to
To
experience
get our word.
grape.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
so
Not the
I
kind of
think this
grape you
is
like.
a thing that we should protect our women from, right? Because you guys
Well-
act like it was only a pragmatic thing in the sense of
What do you want?
eligibility, but I also had mentioned that not sending our women off to die is what protects the reproductive class of our society.
it protects
Right.
society.
Yeah.
Why are
All of-
third world
all of-
countries
of
taking
in
us strays?
America's
KTC,
history,
because they're
women were
third
looked
world.
at as a protected class, but
Almost
now you
like
guys wanna
inherently
make
just
them that,
it's
"Let-
gonna be
let's make
worse
them like
off."
men."
Well, again,
look how it
nobody
is
like
going.
I don't think anybody recommended that being like the suggestion, right? Nobody sat here and said we should send women to war. It was more just like, hey, look, if you can pass this, you can move on.
But
But
they're arguing
what is-
against
what is-
barring them from war. That's the
what
whole
is-
thing.
Both sides.
But realistically speaking, though, what are the chances of all the women passing that physical fitness test or whatever those standards are? You've already said.
That's
you've
even
already
more of a
said-
reason not to be
Yeah.
against it.
Speakeasy, do you think we should make it so men can't leave their houses? Because then we'll protect them from getting crimed on by other men, right?
Did you ever get a job, Soy? I was just kind of curious.
Do you know what the 4 components of GDP yet, or you still haven't learned?
Yeah, actually, I do. And
Oh
by
my
the
God.
way,
What
by
are
the
they?
way,
What are
by
they?
the way, honey,
What are they?
I let him do most of the answering
What are they?
because I don't want to deal with fucking
Oh,
retards.
here we go.
No, but what
Did you
are they?
know that?
No, but what are the 4 components of GDP?
Well, one of them, I don't remember all of them, but one of them
No,
is personal
I thought
consumption.
I thought you
One
had
of them
it.
is expenditures. Obviously,
Okay, yes,
personal
government expenditures.
consumption. The other one would be like business
Investments.
investment and marketing and all that shit. Government
Yes.
spending, and I can't remember the last one. But guess what? Unlike
enough.
you,
You know what?
I've
I like that one.
advertised overseas. I've had clientele internationally, and I did manufacturing, which is a hell of a lot more than you taking tips.
You
and
have no
donations
idea what my
from-
jobs were
from
before this because you
liberal
haven't watched my old stuff.
fucktards who want to push their agenda so you can read off their script.
Okay,
Now
first of all,
what?
I'm really
Now
proud of you
what?
that you had those 3. The last one was net exports. I actually also forgot it, so I want to say I was just as clueless as you were. I had to look it up.
I'm
Anyway,
not clueless, honey. I've actually done business for well over 15 years. Why
Okay.
are you still sitting at home?
wait, what do you mean? Are you
Go get
sitting
a
at home right
job.
now?
Go
This
get
is
a
my
job.
job. This is my full time. What do you think I was doing before
yeah,
this?
I know. You're busy taking donos.
What do you
from-
think I did before
from
this? You don't know
networks
what
and
my
people who
job
want
was.
you to
Maybe
push
I
the
had
left
my own
agenda.
business.
I know what you're doing, honey.
No,
I
no,
know
before
what
this,
you're
before this, before I did YouTube. What do you think I did? Do you think
doing.
I was
don't know,
born
lived
into
at home,
YouTube?
Lived at home off your mom and daddy.
No, I didn't. Actually, well, at a certain point I did, but I also had jobs. What jobs do you think I did? What do you think I'm qualified to do? I have a
don't know
degree.
jack-
What do you
I
think my
don't know
degree's in?
jack- I don't know jack about you. And
Well,
I'm
then
not
don't say I don't
really
know
all that
anything. What if I had
interested.
a business degree? You'd feel so silly, right? You'd
Say
be like,
what?
what if I had a business degree and you talked all this shit about me, and then I was like, well, here's my business degree. I went and pulled it up out of the
I don't care
closet.
about your degree. I don't
Well,
care
you said
about,
I don't
it's
understand how
paper,
business works.
Paper, honey. Paper is nothing. It don't mean
Paper's
anything. It's
nothing.
what
It
you
is
can
if
get
it's a
done in
degree.
life.
It helps me get a job.
Show me experience. Give
My
me that.
experience? Do you want my
tell me you
LinkedIn?
made
Should I
over
dox myself?
300K a year like I did.
200K
Then
a
we'll
year.
talk.
I have only
Yeah.
ever made 150K a year. I was a software
Sorry, I made
engineer,
well over
so-
300K.
Okay, well, honestly,
year.
I'm jealous, and one day I hope to be making at least half as much as that again, because that'd be awesome. But unfortunately, I'm not.
Cool. Now, next time you refer to the teacher, we're going to have some respect. All right, I'm done with this
Okay.
part, Sarah. I have
Sarah,
a
she wants
great
out, but
author.
I'm not
Hold
done
on.
with you, Nova.
Hold on, we got
What
a
did you
great
make
author
300K doing? What were
backstage
you
by the
doing?
name
Were
of
you
Ravens
scalping
Mark.
Pokemon cards? I want to know what you did to make this money, because now I want to make this money. What did you do?
That's none of your business.
Well, you can't come in here and talk shit about it. I want to know what you did. Come
I've
on,
been
put
in
your
the
money where your
industry.
mouth is.
I am from the industry,
What industry?
entertainment industry.
What sort of entertainment?
No, don't go there. Not that. No.
What were you doing? What were you doing to make 300K a year?
I was one of the top leading vendors of all memorabilia in America and internationally.
You sold memorabilia. Interesting.
Fuck yes, I
okay.
did.
What kind of
That's right.
memorabilia? Like,
I'm done- I'm
if I
done
looked
talking-
around
no,
my
I'm
house,
done
would I
talking about-
actually
no.
own some of the memorabilia that you might have sold?
No, I'm done talking about it right there.
Why do you talk all up about it, but you don't want to like defend? I want to know. Don't you
I
want to spread your
defend- I don't have to
ideas?
defend
You could write a
anything.
book about how to make 300K a year. Don't you think?
Well,
these-
that's why I'm segueing to my author, who's backstage with me, is a buddy of mine.
Do you have an author,
We're
like a
working
ghostwriter?
on all kinds of stuff
A
together.
book on how
What?
to make more money?
What do you? How to
I'm-
make more money? More
Yeah,
money
like,
is
are you going to write
always-
a book? Can I buy it?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Hell,
Okay.
you know, you take my course like everybody else does on YouTube,
You
right?
have a course. Okay.
Some stupid course, right?
No, hey, look, if it works, I'm not going to trash talk you on it. I'm just curious because you have all these big ideas. I really want to know
I
how
don't
they all
have big
work.
ideas. I did it. No, I found a niche. It's important in business to find a niche.
That's not a. You said you were top vendor of memorabilia in the whole country. That's like
That's
the
niche.
opposite of a niche. That's like a
no-
very widespread thing, right?
It's a widespread thing, but I targeted a niche in order to make that money. Not everybody can do that.
Okay. Okay.
So
Well,
I've got a lot of experience with celebrities. I've done acting. I've been in the studio. I used to be a professional dancer, and then I started moving on. to
Whoa,
other
wait.
things.
Don't brush
I
over
had-
that last one.
Huh?
Professional
Professional
dancer.
dancer.
What kind of professional dancer?
Real dancing, not stripping tease, bump and grind artists.
Okay.
Video girl stuff. Is where I was going.
Well,
with
look, you have an impressive resume. I'm very proud of you.
I have I have a weird, impressive resume.
But I
yes.
just want to say I could
was
also be
in the
doing
news
very
media.
impressive
Yes,
things.
go ahead.
I could also do impressive things, but I'm out here because this is my passion, and I think it's great that you pursued your passion, and I hope you respect my passion because I just want to go out here and have opinions. Okay?
Passion. I have a problem with people's
Oh.
integrity.
You know
Well,
what
you don't think I have
a
integrity for
problem with?
pursuing my passions?
You know what I have a problem with? The
Mhm.
dono goal.
It's not being
Thank
met.
you.
Well,
Uh,
someone out here
we're-
made at least
It was-
300K
I
a
was
year. I
seething
know
in the
could
back,
donate
Sarah.
to it. I've heard
Fucking
about
bullshit.
this. Now I don't have that much money to throw around, so
Who else was up here? Did anybody? Let's see. Did somebody leave the backstage?
Can I just?
Yeah.
Thank
let's-
you, Trash
can-
Dan. I
can we
love to
bring
push
up
the agenda.
Raven so I can introduce him.
Soy pointed
There's
out.
no Raven
Soy-
backstage.
There was. Let me find out. Did he leave?
No. There's no Raven. There hasn't been anyone by the name of Raven back there.
I just point out that
Uh,
Nova had highlighted that finding a niche in business is critical.
It
And
is.
then Soy heard her say that and then immediately subscribed to tried to subscribe to her that
He's a degenerate.
yeah, like
it just didn't sound like a niche saying you were like one of the top vendors for the
Oh,
entire
it's
country
niche
for
Things on the
memorabilia.
screen.
No. She's
No.
in a niche,
Come on.
memorabilia. So she sells product, and the
Mhm.
niche is memorabilia. She just happened to be very
It's
good.
because he
at
is
selling
sexist.
memorabilia.
It,
so she's
that
at
is
the
true.
top.
It's because of
But the
Sarah. I
mere
didn't believe
fact
a
that
woman
you-
could do it.
No, but the
It's
mere
funny,
fact you see,
though,
you're trying to be
because-
facetious, but it sucks, and your jokes are terrible. But the
Yeah.
mere fact that she stated it, it was clear, and then you interpreted it like a fucking retard. Like
Let's
why?
hold on. Stop.
Hey,
Stop. Stop.
I didn't practice
Dear-
my active listening.
dear
I
chat,
apologize.
I love you. All of the viewers out there, all of the panelists up here love you too. But you have 10 more donos to go before you hit the goal, and you only have 3 minutes to do it.
Wait, can I use my panelist privileges? I know Eucharist is in the backstage. I want to hear what he has to say.
You gotta boot
I
someone.
gotta
when you wanna-
boot someone. Okay, I was gonna say that guy who's just a transformer who's not talking needs to go, but he's gone. So
Yeah, he's already gone.
Who's-
Are those actually bots, or did like I show speed?
I
like,
don't know,
rating?
but it's up to 26,000 now viewing. and I don't know
26,000. Did Andrew
All
rate into you
26,000
maybe?
you subscribe.
There's
Somebody
there's
bought in the
there are
stream.
definitely bots because there's no new sub counts. Like I've checked the ticker. There's like I don't know what's going on, but I don't.
I know
like
what's
it.
going on. I know what's going on. So, so
think-
I've recently been paid by the Democratic National Committee, and they're botting your stream because I'm on it. It's part of the downstream George Soros effect of spreading the
super PACs
DNC
and
messages. Yeah.
It does take
NGOs
10
got-
for the super chats, guys.
Yeah, it's 10 for the goals.
Oh,
But
holy
thank you
shit.
for at least trying. At least
Yeah,
trying.
$10.
Lieutenant says, ask Soy what he does with his 8K a month from the DNC.
So one, I wish I was paid 8K a month from the DNC, but I'm not. That's part of the whole chorus thing. There were some of the top streamers were paid 8K a month to be mentors for the smaller streamers, but I am nowhere near big enough to be paid 8K a month for the DNC. And it was also not the DNC. It was George Soros and Amidyar and all those other big billionaires. So maybe they'll come around.
Taylor says she's contributed. You guys have less than 2 minutes, or it's going to cost you.
Let's up those numbers.
It's going to cost. There we go. There we go. All right. Taylor says, when is Wilson going to be back? 9 more. All I got. I believe him and Josie are trying to schedule to do a second one, and we do have his.
Oh my God!
His actually his
There you
black
go.
son. This is Andrew Wilson's black son.
Oh.
Yeah. So, Kazak saving the chat says, "Hi Sarah, what's up, Eli? Outside of birth,
Does that bring
breastfeeding,
Ryan?
and
Thank you. I
getting
love
ready
you for
to
the
go
$3.
out, there is literally nothing.
Did you name
else a
yourself
woman
that? So
can
I had to
do
say
that
I
a
love
man
you.
Can't do better.
Well
Literally
played.
anything. Also, how can I bring Ryan back on? That can purchase Ryan back on. I will text him.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my God!
I will text
That's
him
hilarious.
and let him
Good
know.
man,
that
Kazak. Good man.
I think that's a woman, considering they said breastfeeding and getting ready to go out.
Wait, I
Oh,
have a
no,
genuine
no,
question.
Mom,
this is
don't
not
be sexist,
facetious.
Sarah.
Sarah,
Men
Kazak was,
breastfeed.
you remember him a few
Man being
streams
daddy
ago.
there.
He'll throw up a big super chat, but then kind of change the subject onto something a little different. It's a guy. He was in Ryan's stream the other night. He's cool though.
No. He can breastfeed.
Wait, Sean, I'm genuinely curious. Are you actually one of? I know Andrew has like a bunch of children, and Rachel has multiple
actually,
kids.
yes.
So I didn't know if like.
Listen. We don't have to go into details, but yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know.
No way.
I'm genuinely. I don't know. I've heard she has multiple kids from different men, so I didn't know.
No!
Oh my god!
Holy
Oh, that's
shit.
I
diabolical.
want to start a fight with him.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my god!
No, Sarah, you have to bring him up and just.
Why don't
kick
you
him
guys
in
ever
his
fight with
head.
Honey
Yeah,
Dog?
you gotta at least let him. I want to see his face,
Christ.
dude. I want to see his
Kazak.
face.
The spite.
Another
I only go
please,
based off
please.
integrity. I know you guys only
Oh.
donate
I
because
want
you
Ryan.
care, not because you hate
Hilarious.
people, and that's good.
That ain't right. That ain't right.
Poor Ryan, yo. The sad part is Ryan actually came in like with a pretty good argument, good faith, and just got booted.
Here's what
Why
I'm
does
gonna
everyone
do,
shit on
Ryan.
him so much? He's a good
Whoever
guy.
Ben Church is, I'm gonna boot you from the backstage. I'm gonna let nobody else jump backstage. I gotta let Ryan come up. He can give his thoughts for a moment, and then we'll let him go again. He came back, right? He saw the bat symbol. He came in. So we're gonna let him go ahead. Ryan, hit the link. Come on in. There's 42,000 watching, guys.
Eclipse. That I just want you to know that 100 was worth the joke. That's pretty damn funny.
That was super.
That's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove my.
She's gonna remove
Oh,
herself.
well, you didn't have to do that.
Well. Oh wait.
Hi, Ryan.
Wow.
What's up, guys? Good to be back momentarily. I
Welcome
guess.
back.
No one's ever
There's
paid.
been $200 spent just for you.
300.
Positively
300, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
You know
There was
how
100
it's
to boot
actually.
me, then there was 100 that brought me back on, and then there was 100 that's now booting me again.
Well, no,
I guess I'll
Wow.
take this opportunity to give a second
Ryan,
syllogism that
99.
no one will engage with. So my first premise is that any behavior that drains public funds, reduces property values, and deters tourism and weakens social cohesion, harms communities. Oh wait, fuck!
He
this is my
deserves
littering
this
one. I'm
stage.
sorry, this is my sexism one. I just totally wasteland it. This is my littering one. Oh no, I'm sorry. We had a meme on my channel a moment ago, and so we were talking about littering. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? I'm
This
so
is what
sorry.
happens.
This is
when
not
you
the
don't make
$100
your own
performance,
argument.
Ryan. Pick it up. Come on.
Wait, I do have a. I reduced it in the wrong thing.
Save women. You have so
That's
little
so
time.
embarrassing. Okay, premise one. Any system that restricts human potential harms health and erodes trust, damages society. Sexism restricts human potential, harms health, and erodes trust. Therefore, sexism damages society.
do that
And no one,
100%
of the time?
no one's will engage with this. They will all.
Sexism
They're going to
is
talk
better.
about bathrooms. They're going to cry about bathrooms, and they're going
For the
to.
first
Yeah, it's
one.
going to be a disaster. But no
There
one's
are-
going to engage with what I said here
No,
or
I
my
will.
earlier
No, I will.
syllogisms.
I will.
It is what it is. I'm
I
Brown's
will.
asleep, or I'd pull him up. But yeah.
Yeah, I will. Actually, I have an argument against your argument for health. I would actually say that there are many instances where sexism promotes health, i.e., tampons.
What?
Syndrome. I don't know.
I don't know if that's sexism, right?
They're not for men. I mean, are
Sir, have you heard of tampon Tim, sir?
Trans men use tampons.
It's
No,
because
did you
of the
agree
fact that we have
potential?
women
We
that
don't need 'em.
tampons exist.
Tampons
mean-
are not
How
a
is-
dude
sexist.
can buy them.
They're
If I-
inherently sexist.
It's a
Unless you
product.
put them in your butt or
I
something. I don't
remember.
know.
If I had a nosebleed and no other option,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Up there.
There we go. Yeah, nosebleed.
Ryan deserves better
Back
enemies
door,
than
you
this.
gotta leave it
Poor
up
boy.
Where's
So
Hang on,
Eli,
while
you're
I'm
telling
up
me
there, I'm
that
gonna
you've
wait
had a
for
nosebleed
Yes,
and
we
you
wanna
went to the
see-
store or you went
we
into
wanna
your
see 'em.
mom's
No, I
room
said and had no other option. Like I got a nosebleed and I'm
No other
lost in the
option, like-
woods or something.
Yeah.
Coder,
Ready to
did you
get a tampon
mention
in the woods.
potential in your
These crazier things have happened, man.
premise
You
at the
look under a
beginning?
rock.
Yeah, it came off the tampon tree, of
We got our
course.
boy.
Hey,
Coder.
stand up and turn around again. We want to
Yeah.
see. You got a tampon in there? What?
Hi,
Your dog's adorable, but
Shake it, baby, shake it.
Oh, no. Sit it
Oh
back.
my god!
Ryan, you
Got
have
the
more
tampon
gut than
string.
you
Yeah.
do.
What? Things hanging while
Look,
you're swinging.
I've been trying to gain weight. All right, listen. I used to be a skinny bitch. Okay, for a little while there. I'm trying
They're
to
about to say used to be.
At least you got a second
Let the guy
quarterback.
cook.
Yeah, Coder,
Am I-
did you mention
Yeah.
anything that blocks the potential?
Restricts human potential. Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So sending women off to war, the one that's the reproductive bottleneck of our society, this would limit the potential of future human beings. So
Don't you think if
So
you
you
send
think
men,
it's
it ruins
bad?
men's
Wait, it also-
potential
wait,
who will
or
die?
Wouldn't blocking them also limit their potential
What's your
from engaging
premise?
there?
what?
Wouldn't blocking them from entering the military also limit their potential that they could demonstrate by joining the military?
No, because they don't meet the standards.
Right.
Or they do sometimes,
Depends
right?
if we're talking about health or
Nah.
paperwork or something like that.
Not
That's
as
Are,
far
are,
as
are there
authority.
not women in the military currently?
Yeah, because
Yes,
of lower
pencil
standards.
pushing.
Do you think Sarah didn't
What
meet the
happens when you
standards?
lower standards?
Sarah was in the military.
No.
My mom was in the military.
Sarah, what was your
And
role?
what?
I didn't know that.
So they met the
think Sarah's
standards
a-
to get in, right?
Whatever Sarah's role was.
Yeah,
though,
they
like,
lowered
wasn't front
physical
line.
standards. That's how it goes.
Sarah said she might have killed people. She just can't tell us, which means she
Uh,
totally did.
my-
To be
my-
clear.
My job it wasn't special forces, but it was a piece of it. We supported that position, and it was actually a very physically demanding job that required a lot of physical fitness testing before I could even sign up for it.
You know, in Zero Dark 30, where they killed Bin Laden
Yeah,
and the
no one said
helicopter
there's no
crashes,
physical
she was the
testing.
helicopter pilot.
It's just not the same as men.
She was the one that crashed.
Yeah.
Or what?
No, the test that I had to do was the same test for anyone who wanted that specific position.
Was it SEER training?
It was. I was it
Okay,
went into
see,
be
oh,
So
my
you had
friend
to
just
match
went
the
there.
same push-ups and pull-ups.
I had to
as
match
a male
everything.
counterpart?
Actually, the funny part is I blew a lot of the guys out of the water with
Whoa-
a lot of
oh.
those
Pause.
like
You blew a lot of the guys out of the water. All right, that's it for me tonight.
What?
That a little
God.
jump
There
scare
was
And
there.
that's why
Very
we
free.
need women in the military.
To
I'll
raise
make sure that
morale.
all the men
Oh,
no.
have
Blow the guys
that
out of the water, what?
intellectual
it
frustration.
was in the funny
Oh
part
my
was,
god!
so
There's no chance of drowning that way.
I had to do the test with
My
my
parents
recruiter.
did meet in the Navy.
I had to do the
Yeah.
test. I had to do the test with my recruiter. That all went fine. And he's like, oh my God, like, okay, great. You know, you passed everything. Wonderful. Then I went to MEPS, and in MEPS, they actually made you like you had to lift over 100 pounds over your head, right? Well, the liaison there didn't believe that I could do it because, of course, I'm 5'2", and at the time I think it was like 100 pounds soaking wet. And he's like, "There's no way." He's like, "Let's just start off slow." So he put it at 25, and I'm like, "Okay." And he put it at 50. I'm like, "All right." He put it at 75. I'm like, okay. And then he put it at 100 and I lifted it. And he's like, damn, did any of the other guys have to lift all of that weight before doing the final test? No, but I did with like fucking flying colors. Then when we get to our actual in-dock course, they make us do the test again. And in that, like the numbers were ridiculous. The only place that I didn't do well was the ruck test because I have tiny little legs and carrying 70 pounds on your back is not really ideal for a 5'2" person with a short
Guys,
stride.
I want to
So
show you
doing
the
ruck,
ASVAB
was
test
the
that
only
they
one
have
that
to
got
take.
me, and that's where I was just clear behind everyone.
Look at this.
But everything else, I kicked ass. I took names.
Which of the
fuck off.
following terms can be used to describe a bird?
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
well,
before I
the reason
Cold-blooded?
someone did pay to kick me again. So,
Warm-blooded?
I'm not going to be up here much longer. So I just want
Crab?
to reiterate, since no one's going to engage with this,
Or
just like
no
they didn't really engage with
spine?
my last one.
Well,
I'm just going to reiterate
I'm
my
qualified.
syllogism. Any system that restricts
Like
human
the
potential,
people that
harms
are
Pushing
health,
a
and
heavy
erodes
concrete
trust,
block
damages
up an
society.
inclined plane
Premise
will
two,
be easier if you
sexism restricts
make
human
it
potential,
steeper.
harms health, and erodes trust.
Heat the block
Conclusion,
up,
therefore,
turn the
sexism
block
damages
upside down,
society.
or put the block
Got
on a
it, coders.
wheelbarrow.
You just
Yeah, so anyway, we're not sending our brightest out there. We're not sending our brightest.
The topic is sexism.
You guys want to
good for
finish that test
society.
when we're done here?
Fuck. Nobody has been on topic this entire fucking. I have a fucking notepad full of everything.
Ryan was perfectly on topic.
Why are you
I think
dressed
I was
like
on
Finn
topic,
from
dude.
Adventure
why
Time?
don't
Is that
you
on
school
purpose?
us, buddy?
Sexism to
Tell
racism
us
to
what we
morality
missing.
to no fault divorce. Everyone agreed with each other and then went into race again. What the hell? Like I don't even understand this. And like
Can you say algebraic for me?
algebraic.
Yeah, nice. You're doing a good Finn cosplay. I don't know if you knew that on purpose, but
Oh shit! Oh.
That's
Can you
funny.
explain to us?
Adventure
Nah,
Time,
that
Finn. He
was
always
pretty
says
cool.
algebraic. A lot of people like that show, but it might be past your time. I don't know.
But what's it called? Speakeasy. I actually did have a question for you. When you said no country drafted kids and stood the test of time, I believe you said that earlier on, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
When
We were
debating-
arguing about like any country that's like throwing kids at the front lines,
Yeah,
probably
you
like a
said no
failing country, right?
drafted kids in that country still alive today that stood the test of time.
What are you talking about? I never made this argument once.
He did get well. Okay, just
I
steel
did
man it.
Earlier
I
in the
bring up society storing kids at the military. That's what I brought up.
Yeah, you
What?
said no country drafted kids and it stood the test of time. You said that. I'm just trying to clarify. Like you
All right,
said
go
that.
on.
I
Just
definitely
go on.
didn't.
What was
say
your
that.
point?
You didn't say that. You know what I'll
Just
do?
pretend like he did.
You
What?
know
What?
what, if you want to do this,
I've
if
never
you
heard
can
him
play
make that
me back
argument.
saying those words, I'll send you
Let me
$100.
get some water, guys.
all
I'll be
right?
right back.
Cash App, however you want it.
So maybe
I'll
maybe
send you
just a
$100
mistake
if you
there.
can play
Maybe
me
just a
saying those
mistake.
words.
Maybe just a mistake.
That's what I mean. People don't
But
listen.
still,
They
I'll
just
run through it because
listen to
like
respond.
no, I'll run through it then right now. Sure, that's not a problem. But the thing is, there are countries that have, like the USSR, and they beat Germany because of it. I'm not saying it's good. You should not draft kids, but
Was that why
Yeah,
they beat
kids
them?
in the
Like
US
because they
are
drafted the
military
kids?
too.
That was
No
why
one
they
made
beat
an
them?
argument about kids.
So
No,
what?
I'm
Now
just-
we're
the
advocating for
numbers-
sweatshops.
Military.
What are we doing?
And how old are the kids? Wait.
About
Time out.
women.
You say kids. How old were the kids?
16.
Because okay, well, 16 is damn near a grown man. There's a lot of 16-year-old
Yeah.
kids who are on par or close to being
Okay,
physically
Jeffrey
They were on
Epstein.
D-Day.
as an adult.
You mean
Kick-
fifty?
Yeah,
D-Day
you
was
mentioned-
made up of 16-year-olds.
You mentioned
That
that
was a-
nobody was
that was a
staying on
Division I-
topic. How
Hold
is
on,
this
I was a-
topic?
Yeah.
You said nobody's staying on topic. How is this topic? Chaos. Now you
You
right.
guys drinking or
Right, 'cause I just,
Yeah,
I
it's
just want to know
kinda weird.
the answer on that.
Easy. What you said about
Pass
kids,
that over.
eh?
So I was just curious. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe you heard wrong. Maybe.
100%.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
but
I'm
just to
gonna
be
I'm
fair,
gonna head out
the
here. I want to take
USSR
the
drafted
ASVAB with you.
everybody because
That sounds fun.
everybody died. So at that point, it was kind of just like fuck. And then luckily for them, they had weather on their side, and then the Germans were too spread out. So that's kind of how that went, and a whole
Since-
litany of other reasons as to why.
Well, yeah,
But,
true.
yeah.
Since we went off a little bit off the topic, I'll try to bring it back. So soy pill. I was
Before,
just wondering.
before you do, Eclipse sent the 10 to help meet the goal. Dreadhorn sent the 10 to shout out to Eclipse for the big hundo. And is there a super chat amount to boot Ryan indefinitely? It's $100 per stream. And Draco says, didn't Ryan call Sarah racist? Yes, he did.
Oh, he did.
Wait, in what
He very
context?
much called me a racist.
I was there for that. That was hilarious.
That was,
Naughty.
Wait,
I wish I had popcorn for that.
what did you
stream. I
say?
just-
Wait,
Oh.
I want to know the context, Sarah. Why did he
That's
call you a
pretty whack.
racist?
Because we were talking about data and statistics and like regarding
Crime.
yeah, crime, and I said, well, saying that something was
like racial demographics
Yeah.
within the statistics, you
and
know.
I said, well, why else do we collect the data based on race if we're not like utilizing the data to determine different things,
What are you trying
going
to say,
forward?
Sarah? What
Hmm.
are you trying to say?
Shut up, Sean. But then Brian called me a racist. I'm like, well, then why do we collect data based on sex, race, like where you live, what your job is, like all this different stuff.
Okay.
Christopher says, to be fair, you actually don't have to pass the APFT prior to going to MEPS. You just need a recruiter who doesn't mind lying to meet their quota. Well,
Ooh, he's calling you a DEI hire. He's calling you
I
out.
worked my ass off. Listen, Linda, I am a very strong young lady.
One would argue,
listen,
Sarah,
listen.
that he was gonna pass you even if you only lifted the 25.
Wait a minute, hold up. Look at his
And then he
fucking
wanted to see the
avatar.
rest.
Hold up.
He wanted he wanted to watch you bend over, Sarah.
Look at this fucking fat ass avatar sitting here telling me that I can't meet the fucking quota. I could probably knock you the fuck out, Christopher.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit.
Ooh.
Don't ever sit there and
I don't know if
just-
you could
that's-
punch through that beard, Sarah. That beard
that's
looks
the
tough.
one thing.
Like it's
that's
never
the
been
one
washed.
thing. Listen, even my trainer
Turn
doesn't-
him on.
even my trainer doesn't like my right hook. Okay, she still cries about it, and her hands still she has to take the mitts off and shake them off. All right, like fuck you, Christopher. Fuck you. Don't ever negate my work ethic or what I can and can't do or what I have done. Fuck you very much. I have the DD 214 with SEER written down on it. Go fuck yourself.
Wait a minute. So
Right
you do
on.
the boxing thing into the mitts? Like you do that actively? The boxing training?
I haven't done it in a while, only because I shifted my workouts differently. But for a while we did the boxing stuff. Yeah.
You know how you have all these videos that come in between? Like you need an edit of you doing that when people are pissing you off. Well, that's such a missed opportunity. Like this heavy metal music, fucking giving them the right hook. I don't know. I think that'd be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I would prefer that over the
I
weird
have a
AI
question.
stuff.
She'll
Just
think
to
about it.
respond here to chaos quick. I think you're talking about when I said no matriarchy has stood the test of time. Has nothing to do with children.
No. At a certain point, we were talking about
think so.
people throwing women and children at the front lines. I don't know if you forgot, but it definitely probably came up.
It was after you said
Hold on. This explains it. You were in the fucking army. Oh, hold on. Wrong click. You were in the fucking army.
And
Real men go to the Marine Corps. Pussies go to the army so that they can lax around and do nothing. Fuck off, Christopher. Nice try, though. Nice way to
I thought
back
that
out
was
of
Air
it.
Force.
I was in the military too.
He's gonna
Yeah.
bring up crayon eating in a second. That's their only rebuttal.
Elmer's glue too. Don't forget that.
what's the Air Force stereotype? I know Navy's gay, Marines eat crayons,
Force.
Army's fat and lazy. What's the
Chair
Air Force?
We call it
Chair
the Chair
Force. Okay.
And we are the 5-star hotel kind of people.
What about the Coast Guard? Do they even get a
Explain that one
stereotype?
to me, real quick. Hotel. Explain that one.
We don't camp out. Okay, we get luxury hotels when we go to war fronts. We stay back behind the lines in the 4-star luxury hotels, and then when you need us to go forward, we have vessels, like we have our airplanes to go forward for us. But we're gonna camp out back there in that luxury hotel.
Nice. Sounds like my kind of place, to be honest.
What Sarah's saying is she was the AC-130 gunner or whatever. That's what she's saying.
So soy pill. Should men wear thongs and do stripping?
Should
No,
they? What do you mean
stay in
should?
underwear.
No. Soy Pill, answer the question. Yes or no? Should
Like
they?
I think they can.
Should
I'm sure
they?
there's a lot of gay bars around here they do it, but I don't think they should.
Should they? Yes or no?
No.
I don't think anyone should wear a thong. No, I guess
You
not.
sexist piece of trash.
You got me, bro.
Got him.
You really nailed me down there.
Well, I'm saying, because here's the thing, right? So, you know, you're going to say that certain things shouldn't be based upon sex.
Mhm.
There you go.
Wait, I just said I don't
it's
think
an interesting
anyone
thing.
should, but anyone can. Like, do you think thongs are like gendered? Do you think like thongs are like biologically more man or woman? Like, it's just a thing that we made to accentuate a woman's ass. Like, a guy can wear it too. Like,
No, I mean, I would argue
They don't
because the way it's
accentuate
I think
all
in
of that.
design,
women have
They
slits.
get
we
rid of
have-
the underwear line because we wear tight clothing.
That too.
It doesn't really accentuate your ass. There's
well,
actually, it
if
actually
there's like
can't
the
do
thin
anything.
line, you know.
This is going back to what I was saying about the culture
Yeah.
effects of things. I think that, you know, the morale of the country seeing a bunch of men in thongs is going to go down the shithole, you know. So
I think it has been.
I thought we just established
Yeah, I
that the
think they are
men aren't
inherently
in
for
thongs,
women.
right? Like we can't see them, right? Because they hide the line. So the only thing you would ever see is if you yourself
It's
chose to
man's
go to a
ass
gay
cheek.
strip club, right?
I don't know. I think that it's gonna slip through the cracks eventually. No
Dude,
pun
yeah, when you like
intended.
when you
Go
accidentally
back
go
to
to the
the
gay
early
strip club, I hate when that
2000s.
happens.
Where that was the style.
Well, have you not seen the
Thanks for
videos?
laughing, Rick. I'm glad
Trades and
it
stuff?
didn't go over.
I'm so happy you made the crack.
It accentuates
hold
your
on,
butt
hold
when
on.
you're out of the underwear.
I have
yeah.
a bit of devil's advocacy, or I can play a little bit of devil's advocate here, because a lot of Europeans wear those Speedo things, and they're very
Banana
much male
hammocks.
thongs. Now, to be fair, it is not a thong, so because if a man wears a thong, his nuts are hanging out, and that's just sickening. But
Yeah,
No,
but
there's
that-
a difference between a male thong and a Speedo. I mean, Speedos that men wear in Europe, those are not thongs. Thongs literally it's just a piece of fabric that goes down your ass crack.
They don't
Nothing
call them
covering your
Speedos.
cheeks. That's what
They
makes
don't-
it a thong.
Yeah, but the Europeans don't call them Speedos.
It's because a bunch of them
they
don't
actually
speak
call them-
English.
Europeans that
They
okay,
call
they're not
them
wearing thongs.
bathing suits, and over
Yeah.
here, our bathing suits are actually board shorts.
All right,
There's a
you're like
reason.
making the Vouch like
Hey, I like
water and
Speedos.
aqua argument here. Like, yes, okay, whatever they call them, they don't go up their asses. They cover their cheeks, so they're not thongs. But yes, they call them bathing suits in their.
I wouldn't
respective
wear
legs.
anything
I'm
where
right there
one
with
of my
you.
cheeks is showing, because there's guys like Soy who might, get half bricks.
Who might
so,
critique you and say your cheeks are fucking terrible? Squat more, you little bitch.
Be real.
Be real? I'm being real. You look like you
Soy's,
don't lift.
Super ripped.
Yeah.
No,
Step
not
up, bro.
ripped.
I'm gonna critique your physique,
And
but
he
not in a gay
always
way, in a
shows
very
off
masculine way.
his, he always shows off his nipples on X, on Twitter.
Soy, how
I do
tall
show
are
up
you?
my nipples.
Serious?
I'm 5'2".
No, seriously.
I'm
I'm not even trying to
5'10".
be
Why does it
funny.
matter? No, I love lying about my height because it makes other people look like they're lying about their height, but I'm actually 5'10".
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if your
Yeah,
physique.
that was a win-lose question. I will admit it, because if you'd have said yes, obviously, that would
Yeah.
have been a loss for you. So.
I was really hoping you'd say yes, but you wouldn't get that.
I was hoping you would too.
Fucking
And I would
honest.
just leave. I would have actually left it alone. But actually, I kind of like that you said no, because then we could go down the, philosophical trail. So
All right, Sarah, I gotta head out here. I gotta go take the test, one of the tests for becoming a SEER trainer, the Army National Guard test. My stream really wants to take it with me, so thanks so much for having me on. I had a good time. Nice to meet you all. Tali, this is you get one. Everything else is for enemy from now on, okay? So this is our
It's
last.
so good to be on your team for once. Soy Pill.
Do you know how
Thank
many times
very
I had to
much.
mute and disavow you? So many times. I just
No,
wanna say.
no, stop, no.
don't lie,
right.
you regret it, Tally.
Have a good
Spin the hat,
night,
boy.
everybody. I've never had someone ask me to do that. That's awesome. It's always
There
on
you
the chat. No one ever does it on the
Nice.
panel. But yeah, all right. Have a good one, guys. See ya.
Hi, Soy. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you.